Before we begin tonight's story, I want to take just a moment to say thank you. If you're enjoying this content, using your hype points on this video helps the channel more than you possibly know. It truly makes a difference in reaching more people with these stories. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review also helps out so much and means the world to us. And if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is for you and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. Finally, if you enjoy the content and want more stories like this, please consider subscribing. It keeps this channel going and helps us bring you more meaningful narratives. Now let's begin. There are moments in history when faith speaks through silence, when devotion requires no stage, no audience, no applause, when love persists not through grand declarations, but through the simple, stubborn refusal to abandon those who can no longer speak for themselves. This is the story of a mother who had nothing left but her presence, and it was enough. This is the story of Rizpah, a woman whose name most people have never heard, a woman who held no throne, commanded no army, performed no miracles, a woman who simply would not leave. In the ancient world, women like Rizpah were often invisible. Their stories were not recorded. Their voices were not heard. They moved through history like shadows, present but unacknowledged, essential but unremembered. But Rizpah's story survived. It survived because what she did was so extraordinary in its simplicity, so profound in its faithfulness, that it could not be forgotten. It survived because even kings were moved by it. It survived because it speaks to something fundamental about love, about grief, about the kind of faith that does not need to be loud to be powerful. Tonight, we tell her story, not because it offers easy comfort or simple answers, but because it reminds us that sometimes the most profound acts of faith happen in silence, in patience, in the determination to stay present when everything else has fallen apart. This is a story about a mother and her sons, about justice and mercy, about covenants made and broken, about a kingdom seeking answers and a land crying out for healing, and at the centre of it all, one woman on a rock refusing to move. Let us begin. Chapter 1. A kingdom still paying for old sins. The kingdom of Israel had seen better days. King David sat on the throne in Jerusalem, a man who had risen from shepherd boy to sovereign, who had united the fractured tribes of Israel into something resembling a nation, who had established a capital that would echo through millennia of human history. But even in his strength, even in his victories, there were seasons when the land itself seemed to turn against him. The famine came quietly at first. A poor harvest one year. Nothing catastrophic, nothing that couldn't be managed with careful rationing and hopeful prayers for a better season ahead. But then came another poor harvest, and then a third. The grain stores began to dwindle. The livestock grew thin, their ribs visible beneath dull coats. The people began to murmur, not in rebellion or open complaint, but in that desperate, bewildered confusion that comes when the natural order seems broken, and no one can understand why. Israel was accustomed to hardship. They were a people whose entire history was marked by trials and testing, by wandering and waiting, by seasons of plenty followed by seasons of want. But this was different. This felt targeted, deliberate, as though the land itself had withdrawn its cooperation. The fields that should have produced wheat yielded only sparse, stunted stalks. The olive trees dropped their fruit before it ripened. The vines withered despite careful tending. It was as though some invisible hand had placed a curse upon the earth, preventing it from giving what it had always given before. David was not a man to ignore such signs. He had learned, through decades of running for his life and fighting for his kingdom, to recognize when something was wrong at a deeper level than mere circumstance. He had learned to seek God in times of crisis, to bring his questions directly to the source of all wisdom and judgment. He had done it as a young man, fleeing from King Saul's jealous rage, hiding in caves and trusting God to preserve him when every rational calculation said he should be dead. He had done it as a warrior, facing giants and armies and impossible odds. He had done it as a king, navigating civil war and family tragedy and the complex moral terrain of ruling a nation. And so he did it again now, bringing his question before the Lord with the kind of directness that had always marked his relationship with the divine. Why is this happening? What have we done? Why is the land refusing to yield? The answer came, and it was not what anyone expected. The famine was not random. It was not a test of faith to be endured with patience and prayer. It was not a natural disaster or a temporary setback that would resolve itself with time. It was a response to an unpaid debt, a consequence of an injustice committed years before by a man who was now dead. King Saul. The name hung in the air like smoke from a long extinguished fire. Saul, the first king of Israel, the man who had preceded David on the throne. Saul, who had started with such promise, anointed by the prophet Samuel, standing head and shoulders above every other man in Israel, chosen by God himself to lead his people. Saul, who had ended his life in madness and ruin, defeated by the Philistines, dying by his own sword on Mount Gilboa while his kingdom crumbled around him. Saul, whose reign had been marked by increasingly erratic behaviour, by paranoia and jealousy, by a slow, agonizing unravelling of divine favour that culminated in God himself turning away from him. David had lived in Saul's shadow for years. He had been hunted by him, pursued across the wilderness like an animal, forced to flee his own country and take refuge among Israel's enemies. He had mourned Saul despite everything, had written a lament for him and Jonathan that was still sung among the people. He thought that chapter of history was closed, but apparently it was not. God revealed to David that the famine was connected to something Saul had done during his reign, an act of violence that had never been properly addressed, never been answered for. Generations earlier, during the initial conquest of the Promised Land under Joshua, Israel had encountered a people called the Gibeonites. They were Canaanites, inhabitants of the land that Israel had been commanded to take. But the Gibeonites were clever. Realizing they could not defeat Israel in battle, they resorted to deception. They came to Joshua's camp dressed in worn-out clothes, carrying mouldy bread and cracked wineskins, pretending to be travellers from a distant land who had heard of Israel's God and wanted to make a treaty. Joshua and the leaders of Israel, not seeking God's counsel in that moment, believed the deception and made a covenant with them, swearing an oath in the name of the Lord that the Gibeonites would be allowed to live. When the truth was discovered, when Israel realized the Gibeonites were actually their neighbors living just a few miles away, it was too late. The oath had been sworn, the covenant had been made, and in that ancient world such oaths were not mere formalities. They were binding, sacred, carrying the weight of divine witness. So the Gibeonites were spared. They were relegated to servitude, made woodcutters and water carriers for Israel, but their lives were protected. The covenant stood. For generations it held. Until Saul. Saul, in his zeal, had broken that ancient oath. The details of his campaign were not recorded in full. Perhaps it was driven by some misguided sense of national purity, a belief that Israel should be completely free of Canaanite influence. Perhaps it was simply cruelty, another symptom of the corruption that had infected his reign. Perhaps it was paranoia, seeing threats where none existed. Whatever the motivation, Saul had attempted to exterminate the Gibeonites. He had violated the covenant that Joshua had made centuries before. He had shed innocent blood, blood that was protected by a sacred oath. And now, years after Saul's death, the land was demanding an answer. David sat with this revelation, understanding the gravity of what he was being told. A broken covenant was not a small matter. It was not something that could be dismissed or forgotten, or swept under the administrative rug of kingdom management. Covenants, especially those sworn in God's name, created obligations that transcended individual lives and generations. The famine was a sign that this injustice still lingered unresolved, like a wound left untreated that had become infected and was now poisoning the entire body. Justice, delayed for years, was now being demanded, and as king, David had to respond. Chapter 2. The Cost of a Broken Promise. David sent messengers to the Gibeonites. It must have been a strange summons to receive. The Gibeonites were not Israelites. They were outsiders who had survived through deception centuries ago, and had lived since then on the margins of Israelite society. They were not warriors. They were not merchants or landowners of any significance. They were servants, labourers, people who existed in that ambiguous space between slavery and citizenship. And now the king of Israel was asking to meet with them. The meeting took place with the kind of formality that such occasions required, but there was an unusual quality to it. This was not a king summoning subjects to give commands. This was a king acknowledging a wrong and asking what could be done to make it right. David's question was simple and direct. What can be done to atone for what Saul did to you? What would justice require? How can this covenant be honoured after it has been broken? The Gibeonites must have discussed among themselves before answering. They were being given an opportunity that few people in their position ever received. The chance to name the terms of their own recompense, to define what justice would look like from their perspective. They did not ask for gold. They did not ask for silver or livestock or land. They did not request wealth or status or any material compensation that might improve their standing in Israelite society. They asked for something far more personal, far more final. They asked for blood. Specifically, they requested that 7 male descendants of Saul be handed over to them, 7 men from the house that had wronged them, 7 lives to answer for the covenant that had been violated, for the blood that had been shed unjustly. It was not a request born of simple cruelty or revenge, though surely there was anger in it, anger that had been carried for years without any outlet or acknowledgement. But more than that, it was a request born of the legal and spiritual understanding of their time, that justice for bloodshed required an accounting, that life answered for life, that covenants carried weight in the cosmic order of things. In their world view, and in the world view of ancient Israel, wrongs left unaddressed would continue to fester. They would poison the land, disrupt the natural order, create imbalances that manifested in ways like famine and drought. Justice was not merely about punishment. It was about restoring balance, about making things right at a fundamental level. David listened to their request. He could have refused. He had the power to do so. He could have argued that Saul was dead, that his crimes died with him, that a new generation should not be held accountable for the sins of their father. He could have offered alternatives, different forms of compensation, other ways to acknowledge the wrong without requiring death. But he did not. David understood what was being asked, and he understood the cost of leaving the matter unresolved. The famine was not going to end on its own. The land was crying out for justice, and justice in this case meant honouring the covenant that had been broken, even if that honour came at a terrible price. So David agreed to the Gibeonites' terms, but he made one exception, and it was an exception that revealed his own understanding of covenant and obligation. There was a man named Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, who was Saul's son. Mephibosheth was crippled, unable to walk, a survivor of the violence that had destroyed Saul's house. He lived in obscurity, essentially powerless, no threat to anyone. But David had made a covenant with Jonathan years before, when they were young men, and David was still fleeing from Saul's murderous rage. Jonathan had been David's closest friend, had protected him, had warned him, had loved him, like a brother. And in the way of that ancient world, David and Jonathan had made a covenant of friendship that included a promise, that David would show kindness to Jonathan's descendants. Mephibosheth was protected by that covenant. David would not hand him over. He would not violate the oath he had made to Jonathan, even to satisfy the demands of justice for another violated oath. Covenant mattered to David. Both covenants, the one to the Gibeonites that Saul had broken, and the one to Jonathan that David himself had made. But the others were not protected. 7 men from the house of Saul were identified. 2 of them were the sons of Rizpah, Saul's concubine. Their names were Armoni and Mephibosheth, though this was a different Mephibosheth than Jonathan's son. 5 others were the sons of Merab, Saul's daughter, though some accounts suggest they were her sister Michal's responsibility, raised by Merab after Michal's own complicated relationship with David. These 7 men were not guilty of any crime themselves. They had not participated in Saul's campaign against the Gibeonites. They were simply descendants, family members, people who carried the burden of their lineage. but in the logic of covenant justice, their kinship made them liable. The decision was made, the men were gathered, the decree was issued. They would be handed over to the Gibeonites to satisfy the demand for justice, to answer for the covenant that had been broken. And so it was done. Chapter 3. Introducing Rizpah. Rizpah had known loss before. She had been the concubine of King Saul, which meant she occupied a peculiar place in the social hierarchy of ancient Israel. She was not a wife in the full sense, not afforded the same status or protections, but she was not a slave either. She was something in between, a woman whose value was derived entirely from her relationship to a powerful man and from the sons she bore him. She had borne Saul 2 sons, Armoni and Mephibosheth, in a different life in a different kingdom. Those boys might have grown up to be princes. They might have had prospects, opportunities, futures measured in power and influence. But Saul's kingdom had not lasted. His reign had ended in disaster on Mount Gilboa, where he and 3 of his sons, including Jonathan, had died fighting the Philistines. The kingdom had fractured. The house of Saul had collapsed. Rizpah had survived that collapse. She had endured the chaos that followed Saul's death, when rival factions fought for control, when Saul's surviving son Ishbosheth briefly held power before being assassinated, when David finally consolidated his rule over all Israel. She had lived through all of that with her 2 sons. Armoni and Mephibosheth had grown into men. They were not heirs to any throne that still existed. They were not warriors of particular renown. They were not wealthy or powerful, but they were alive, and they were hers, and in the narrow space of her existence that had been enough. They were what remained of her life, the only continuity she had after everything else had been lost. Until word came that they were among those to be handed over. There was no hearing. There was no trial or opportunity for defence. There was no one asking whether these particular men had done anything to deserve death. The decision had been made at a level far above her, in negotiations between kings and aggrieved peoples, in consultations with God about justice and covenants. Rizpah had no voice in any of it. She was not consulted. She was not even informed until the decision was already final. She was a woman, a concubine, someone whose opinion carried no weight in the halls of power where such matters were decided. She could not appeal to David. She could not plead with the Gibeonites. She could not argue that her sons were innocent, that they had nothing to do with Saul's crimes, that justice should not fall on them. None of that mattered. The covenant demanded satisfaction. The famine demanded an answer, and her sons were part of that answer, swept up in the machinery of divine justice and political necessity. Rizpah could only watch as they were taken away. She could only stand helpless as the men she had raised, the children she had borne in pain and nursed and loved, were led away to die for crimes they had never committed. And then they were gone. Chapter 4. The bodies left exposed. The execution took place at the beginning of the barley harvest, in the early weeks of spring when the fields were just beginning to yield their first crops. 7 men were put to death in Gibeah, the hometown of Saul, the place where his reign had begun so many years before. There was a bitter symmetry to it, a closing of a circle that had started with such promise and hope. The method of execution is not described in detail, but the text uses a word that suggests they were hanged or exposed in some public manner. This was not a private affair, not something done quickly and hidden away. It was a public act, meant to demonstrate that the covenant had been honoured, that the demand for justice had been satisfied, and then, in keeping with the judgment that had been pronounced, the bodies were left. This was part of what the Gibeonites had requested, part of what constituted justice in their eyes. The bodies were not to be buried immediately. They were to remain exposed, visible, a testament to what had occurred. In that ancient world, leaving a body unburied was a mark of profound dishonour. Proper burial was essential for human dignity, for the respect owed to the dead. To leave someone exposed was to treat them as less than human, to deny them even the minimal courtesy that every person deserved. It was not uncommon for executed criminals to be left this way. It served as a warning, a deterrent, a public demonstration of what happened to those who violated the law or offended the powerful. The Romans would later perfect this, practice with crucifixion, leaving bodies on crosses for days as a message to anyone who might consider rebellion. But these 7 men were not criminals, not in any ordinary sense. They were victims of circumstance, sacrifices to a justice that operated according to rules older and more terrible than individual guilt or innocence. The land was silent around them. The harvest began. Workers moved through the nearby fields, cutting barley, gathering the grain that would feed the community through the coming year. Life continued its rhythms. People went about their business. The world moved forward, as it always does, indifferent to individual tragedies. But the bodies remained. Days passed. The sun rose and set. Birds circled overhead, drawn by instinct to what hung there. Animals moved in the periphery, waiting for their opportunity. And Rizpah came to see what had become of her sons. She stood at a distance at first, perhaps, unable to approach, unable to fully process what she was seeing. The bodies of Armoni and Mephibosheth, alongside the 5 others, exposed to the elements, beginning already the process of decay that claims all flesh. She could have turned away. She could have gone home, wherever home was for her now. She could have withdrawn into her grief, hidden herself away, let the world deal with the aftermath of its own justice. But she did not. Chapter 5. The vigil begins. Rizpah did not scream or wail, or tear her garments in public display. She did not collapse in the dust or curse God or David or the Gibeonites for what they had done. She simply stayed. She gathered sackcloth, the coarse fabric worn in mourning, rough and uncomfortable against the skin, meant to be a physical manifestation of internal anguish, and she spread it on a rock near where the bodies had been placed, creating a kind of camp, a station from which she could keep watch. And she sat down, and she did not leave. The first day passed slowly. The hours stretched out under the spring sun. Rizpah sat on her rock, wrapped in sackcloth, her eyes fixed on the remains of her sons. When birds came, as they inevitably did, drawn by the scent of death and decay, she moved. She stood. She waved her arms. She shouted. She drove them away. Again and again, throughout that first day, she protected the bodies from the scavengers that nature sent. Every time a crow or vulture circled close, every time one landed and hopped forward with that distinctive predatory gait, Rizpah was there, a human barrier between the dead and the creatures that would desecrate them. As the sun set on that first day, she must have been exhausted. The emotional toll alone would have been crushing, the physical act of maintaining constant vigilance under the sun draining. But she did not leave. When darkness fell, new threats emerged. Animals that hunted and scavenged at night, creatures emboldened by the cover of darkness. Jackals, perhaps, their eerie calls echoing across the hills, wild. Dogs that ran in packs. Other predators that saw the exposed bodies as an opportunity. But Rizpah remained. She kept a fire burning, perhaps, to ward off the animals. She stayed alert through the night, listening for sounds of approach, ready to shout and throw stones and do whatever was necessary to keep the bodies protected. The second day dawned, and still she was there. The third day, the fourth. A week passed. No one had asked her to do this. There was no law requiring it, no tradition demanding it. No one would have blamed her for going home, for accepting what had happened, for beginning the process of moving forward with whatever remained of her life. But Rizpah would not move. Her vigil was not a protest, not in any organised or political sense. She was not making demands or issuing statements or trying to change policy. She was not calling for the bodies to be taken down or the judgment to be reversed. She was simply refusing to abandon her sons. She was ensuring that their final days, however many there would be, would not be spent alone and forgotten. She was determined that if the world had decided they were not worth burying properly, she would at least make certain they were not treated as though they had never mattered at all. Week after week, Rizpah kept her station on the rock. Chapter 6. Through heat and storm, days turned into weeks, and weeks stretched toward months. The barley harvest came and went. Workers finished cutting the grain, threshing it, storing it away. The wheat harvest followed. Spring gave way to early summer, and through it all Rizpah remained on her rock. The weather began to shift. The mild temperatures of spring gave way to the building heat of summer. In that region, summer could be brutal, especially out in the open with no shelter, no shade, no respite from the sun. The heat shimmered off the stones during the day. The air became thick and still, pressing down like a physical weight. The sun beat relentlessly on, everything exposed to it, leaching moisture, cracking earth, making every breath feel like an effort. Rizpah endured it. She wrapped the sackcloth around her head for some protection, but there was little she could do against the full force of summer in that exposed place. Her skin darkened and dried, her lips cracked. Her body grew gaunt from the constant vigilance, the interrupted sleep, the minimal food and water she must have consumed while maintaining her watch. But she did not leave. When the occasional rains came, as they sometimes do even in the dry season, brief violent storms that sweep in without warning, she did not seek shelter. She pulled the sackcloth tighter around herself and stayed where she was, rain streaming down her face, soaking through her clothes, turning the dust around her to mud. The rock beneath her became slick. Water pooled in the depressions, thunder rolled across the sky, and lightning split the darkness of storm clouds. And still Rizpah remained. People must have passed by occasionally, travellers on nearby roads, farmers tending fields within sight of the hill, shepherds moving their flocks through the area. They would have seen her, the solitary figure on the rock day after day, night after night, keeping her impossible vigil. Some might have whispered about her as they passed. Some might have felt pity. Some might have thought her mad, unable to accept what had happened, clinging to the dead in a way that defied reason. But Rizpah did not speak to them. She did not call out for help or sympathy or understanding. She did not try to explain herself or justify what she was doing. She simply remained. Her vigil was not performed for an audience. It was not done to make a point or garner sympathy or change anyone's mind about anything. It was done for her sons, for Armoni and Mephibosheth, who could no longer speak or move or defend themselves, who had been reduced to remains exposed on a hillside, who existed now only in the memory of those who had known them. Rizpah would not let them be forgotten. She would not let their final existence be marked solely by abandonment and dishonour. If she could do nothing else for them, if she could not save them or bring them back or even give them proper burial, she could at least ensure they were not alone. She could be present. And so she was. The weeks continued to pass. The summer heat reached its peak. The world around her cycled through its rhythms, indifferent to her grief. But Rizpah's determination did not waver. Every morning when the sun rose, she was there. Every evening when it set, she was there. Every night when darkness fell and the world became threatening and strange, she was there, week after week after week. Through heat that would have driven most people to shelter, through storms that would have sent anyone else running for cover, through the endless grinding passage of time that wore down everything except her resolve. Rizpah remained. Chapter 7. A Mother's Faith. There is a kind of faith that is loud and dramatic. It prays in public places, making sure everyone can hear the eloquence and passion of its petitions. It makes grand declarations of trust and devotion. It calls down fire from heaven and parts seas and raises the dead. It performs miracles and signs and wonders that leave no doubt about the power of God and the righteousness of the faithful. The Bible is full of such faith. Moses stretching out his staff over the Red Sea, Elijah confronting the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, Peter stepping out of the boat to walk on water, Paul and Silas singing hymns in prison while the earth shook and their chains fell off. Faith that moves mountains, faith that heals diseases, faith that speaks with authority and expects immediate results. But there is another kind of faith, quieter and perhaps no less powerful. The faith that stays when there is nothing left to do but stay. The faith that honours the dead not because it will change anything, not because it will bring them back or alter what has already occurred, but simply because honour is owed. The faith that trusts God even when understanding is absent, even when the path forward is unclear, even when the heart is broken beyond any hope of repair. The faith that does not require explanation or justification because it exists at a level deeper than words. Rizpah's vigil was an expression of that quieter faith. She did not question the justice that had taken her sons. There is no record of her arguing with God or demanding explanations or insisting that what had been done was wrong. She did not challenge the covenant obligation or dispute the terms of satisfaction that the Gibeonites had requested. She simply loved. And in that love, she remained faithful to the lives that had been entrusted to her. Her sons were gone. Their futures had been taken from them. Their deaths had served a purpose in the cosmic machinery of justice and covenant, but that did not make them any less dead, any less mourned, any less precious to the woman who had borne them. Rizpah could not change what had happened. She could not reverse the decision or bring them back or even give them proper burial. Not yet. Not until someone with authority decided it was time. But she could be faithful to their memory. She could ensure that their final days were not spent utterly alone and forgotten. She could love them in death as she had loved them in life, completely and without reservation. Her faith was not theological in the sense of being based on doctrine or systematic understanding of God's nature. She did not quote scripture or make arguments about divine justice or human responsibility. Her faith was maternal. It was the kind of devotion that does not need to be explained because it exists in the bones, in the blood, in the deep places where love is formed and cannot be extracted no matter what happens. It was the faith of presence, the faith that says, I will not leave you no matter what. And it was witnessed, not by crowds or armies or prophets, but by the birds she drove away, and the animals she frightened off, and the occasional travellers who passed by and saw the solitary figure on the rock day after day after day. Her faith required no miracles. It required no vindication. It required no promise of reward or acknowledgement. It simply was. And in being exactly what it was, in manifesting as pure, stubborn, unshakable devotion, it became something remarkable, something that would eventually move even a king. Chapter 8. The king notices word travels in kingdoms, even when it is not spoken aloud in formal reports. Stories pass from person to person, spreading through the informal networks that connect communities. A farmer mentions something to his neighbour. A traveller shares what he has seen. A merchant passing through tells the story in the next town. People had noticed the woman on the rock. How could they not? She had been there for months now, through the entirety of the harvest season, through the building summer heat, maintaining her vigil with a determination that seemed almost inhuman in its constancy. Guards who passed through the area on patrol saw her. Farmers working nearby fields saw her. Shepherds moving their flocks past the hill saw her. Traders on the road saw her, and they talked about what they had seen. Not necessarily with any agenda or purpose, but simply because it was remarkable, because it was unusual, because there was something both heartbreaking and awe-inspiring about a mother's refusal to abandon her dead sons. The story spread. It moved through villages and towns. It was mentioned in conversations at wells and in marketplaces. It reached the ears of officials and administrators who managed the day-to-day operations of the kingdom, and eventually, inevitably, it reached the ears of King David. David, who had made the decision to hand over the 7 men to the Gibeonites. David, who had been seeking to end a famine and honour a covenant and restore balance to a land that was suffering. David, who had thought the matter was resolved once the execution was carried out and the demands of justice were satisfied. He heard about Rizpah. He heard that she had been there since the beginning of the harvest, that she had not left her post, that she had kept watch over the bodies day and night, protecting them from birds and beasts. He heard that she had endured the heat and the storms, that she had maintained her vigil with a faithfulness that seemed to defy explanation. And he was moved. David understood grief in ways that many people never have to understand it. His life had been marked by profound losses, by the deaths of people he loved deeply. He had lost Jonathan, his closest friend, his brother in every way that mattered except blood. When Jonathan died on Mount Gilboa alongside his father Saul, David had mourned with a lament that was still remembered and recited among the people, "How the mighty have fallen!" He had lost sons of his own. Amnon killed by Absalom. Absalom himself killed during the rebellion despite David's explicit orders to preserve his life. David's grief over Absalom had been so intense, so overwhelming, that it had threatened to undermine his authority and turn his military victory into something that felt like defeat. David knew what it meant to love someone and to lose them. He knew what it meant to wish you could change the past, to bargain with God for different outcomes, to carry grief that never quite healed, that remained as a permanent ache in the chest. And when he heard what Rizpah had done, when he heard about her months-long vigil, her refusal to abandon her sons even in death, he recognized the depth of her devotion. He recognized it because he had felt something similar himself. And he was moved to action. David gave an order. The bodies were to be gathered. All 7 of them. They were to be taken, down from wherever they had been exposed and given proper burial. But David went further than that. He commanded that the bones of Saul and Jonathan, which had been buried hastily years before in Jabesh Gilead by brave men who had risked their lives to retrieve them after the battle on Mount Gilboa, should also be brought and given a proper resting place. They were to be buried in the tomb of Kish, Saul's father, in the land of Benjamin. The family was to be reunited in death. Dignity was to be restored to the house that had fallen so far, that had suffered so much judgment and consequence. Honour was to be given, not because it had been earned or because anyone demanded it, but because it was right. Because even in judgment, there should be room for mercy. Because the dead deserved to be treated with respect, regardless of the circumstances that had led to their deaths. And it was Rizpah's vigil that had prompted this action. Her refusal to abandon her sons had reminded a king of something he already knew but had perhaps temporarily forgotten in the machinery of politics and justice, that behind every judgment, behind every execution, behind every act of state necessity, there were human beings who loved and grieved and deserved to be remembered. The order was given, and it was carried out. The bodies were gathered with care. They were treated with the dignity that had been denied them in death. They were prepared for burial according to the customs of the time, and they were laid to rest in the tomb of Kish, in the land of Benjamin, in the territory that had been Saul's homeland. Saul and Jonathan, the king and his son who had died together, Armoni and Mephibosheth, Rizpah's boys, the 5 sons of Merab, all gathered together, all given the honour of proper burial, all allowed to rest at last. And Rizpah finally could leave her rock. Her vigil was complete, not because she had given up or grown tired or been forced away, but because her sons were no longer alone and exposed on a hillside. They were home, they were honoured, they were at rest, and she could rest too. Chapter 9. The famine ends. After the bodies were buried, something shifted in the land. It was subtle at first, perhaps, not immediately obvious to everyone. But those who paid attention to the rhythms of nature, who knew the signs and patterns of weather and season, they noticed. The rains came at the proper time, not the sporadic, unpredictable storms that had marked the previous years, but steady, reliable rains that soaked into the earth and replenished the water tables and filled the cisterns. The crops responded. The wheat that had struggled and failed for 3 years now grew strong and tall. The barley flourished. The vines produced abundant grapes. The olive trees bent under the weight of their fruit. The land, which had seemed cursed, now seemed blessed. The famine that had gripped Israel for 3 years began to lift, not gradually but suddenly, as though a switch had been flipped, as though some cosmic obstruction had been removed and the natural order could function properly again. The people of Israel saw it. They saw the connection between the burial and the ending of the famine. They understood, in the way that ancient peoples understood such things, that God had been watching not just the execution of justice, but the way that justice was carried out. That the demands of the covenant had been satisfied, yes, but also that mercy had been shown, that the dead had been honoured, that a mother's vigil had been noticed. The text is spare in its description, but the implication is clear. God responded to what had been done. The prayer that Israel had been making for 3 years, the desperate plea for the famine to end, was finally answered. But it was answered only after justice had been tempered with mercy, only after the dead had been given the dignity they deserved, only after Rizpah's faithfulness had reminded everyone involved that, even in the machinery of divine judgment and political necessity, compassion still mattered. The land healed, the people ate, the livestock fattened, the storehouses filled. Life returned to normal, or at least to the normal rhythms of agriculture and season that characterized life in ancient Israel. And they remembered Rizpah, not as a queen or a prophet or anyone with power or status, but as a mother who had refused to abandon her sons, as a woman who had demonstrated a kind of faith that was all the more powerful for being so simple, so unadorned, so utterly human. Her name was recorded, her story was preserved. The account of what she had done became part of the historical record, part of the scripture itself. Because what she had done mattered, not just to her sons, though certainly to them, not just to David, though he had been moved by it, but to the larger story of God's relationship with his people, to the ongoing question of how justice and mercy relate to each other, to the perpetual need for humans to remember that laws and covenants and political necessities must never completely erase the human beings at the centre of every story. Rizpah's vigil became a witness, not to her own righteousness or heroism, but to the power of faithful presence, to the reality that sometimes the most profound acts of devotion happen in silence and solitude, to the truth that God sees and honours the kind of love that does not need an audience or reward, that simply loves because that is what love does. The famine ended, the land produced again, and Rizpah at last could rest. Epilogue. Faith that would not walk away. Rizpah's story is not a comfortable one. It does not fit neatly into the categories we often use to make sense of biblical narratives. It is not a story of triumph over evil, or victory against impossible odds. It is not a story of miraculous deliverance or dramatic divine intervention. It is a story about grief and justice and the terrible cost of covenant, obligations. It is a story about the way that individual human beings can be caught up in forces much larger than themselves, swept along by the machinery of divine judgment and political necessity, their own innocence or guilt almost irrelevant to the outcome. It is a story that raises uncomfortable questions about the nature of justice, about collective guilt, about whether the sins of one generation should fall on the next. But it endures, not because it provides easy answers or simple comfort, but because it speaks to something deeper than doctrine or theology. It speaks to the kind of faith that expresses itself not in words but in presence, the kind of love that refuses to abandon, even when there is nothing left to protect but memory and dignity, the kind of devotion that stays when everything else has walked away. Rizpah did not perform miracles. She did not receive visions or hear the voice of God speaking directly to her with instructions or comfort. She was not promised that her suffering would be redeemed or that her story would be remembered. She simply loved her sons. She loved them when they were alive, and she loved them after they were dead. And she expressed that love in the only way available to her, by refusing to let them spend their final days utterly alone and dishonoured. Her vigil lasted months. Months of sitting on a rock in the heat and the rain. Months of driving away birds and animals. Months of enduring physical discomfort and emotional anguish that most people cannot even imagine. And she did it without complaint, without demands, without any expectation of recognition or reward. She did it because it needed to be done, because someone needed to stay, because love required it. And in that simple, stubborn faithfulness, she bore witness to something essential about the character of God himself, that he sees, that he notices the faithful vigil of a grieving mother on a barren hillside, that he honours the kind of faith that looks like quiet, enduring presence rather than dramatic demonstration, that he does not forget those who refuse to forget, that he is moved by devotion even when that devotion cannot change outcomes or alter circumstances. Rizpah's story is rarely told in churches and synagogues. It does not appear in children's Bible storybooks. It is not the subject of famous paintings or popular sermons. But perhaps it should be told more often, because there are times in every life when faith does not feel like triumph or victory or breakthrough. There are times when faith feels like staying on a rock in the heat and the rain, protecting something that cannot be saved, honouring something that the world has decided does not matter. There are times when all you can do is be present, when you cannot fix the situation or change the outcome or make things right, when you cannot bring back what has been lost or undo what has been done, when all you have left is your refusal to abandon, your determination to stay, your insistence that the person you love will not be forgotten or dishonoured or left utterly alone. And in those times, Rizpah's story whispers a truth that is easy to forget in a world that values results and outcomes and measurable success. God sees. The vigil is never in vain. The love is never wasted. The faith that stays, even when everything else has gone, even when there is no hope of changing anything, even when all you can do is be present, that faith matters. God noticed Rizpah on her rock. He saw her faithfulness. He honoured her devotion. And through her example, he reminded a king and a kingdom that mercy must always walk hand in hand with justice, that the dead deserve dignity, that love is never wasted even when it cannot change outcomes. The God who saw Rizpah still sees now. He still notices the faithful who stay when everyone else has left. He still honours the kind of devotion that does not need to be loud or public or recognised in order to be real and powerful. He still remembers those who remember. He still values presence. And in that truth there is a kind of comfort that transcends circumstances, because it means that no act of faithful love is ever lost. No vigil is ever forgotten. No one who stays when staying is all they can do is ever truly alone. God sees, and that is enough. Rizpah eventually left her rock. She returned to whatever remained of her life after those months of vigil. The text does not tell us what happened to her after that, whether she found any measure of peace or joy, whether she ever recovered from the loss of her sons. But her story remains, a testimony to the power of faithful presence, a reminder that sometimes the most profound acts of faith happen in silence, a witness to the truth that love, real love, the kind that persists beyond death and dishonour and every form of abandonment, that love is never wasted. Because God sees, and he remembers, and the faith that would not walk away, the devotion that refused to leave, the love that stayed when everything else had gone, that faith is honoured in ways that transcend our understanding. Rizpah's vigil ended when her sons were finally laid to rest with dignity and honour, but the meaning of her vigil echoes still. Calling to anyone who has ever had to stay when staying seemed pointless, calling to anyone who has ever kept watch when there was no hope of changing anything, calling to anyone who has ever loved beyond reason, beyond expectation, beyond any possibility of reward. Stay, it whispers, your presence matters, your faithfulness is seen, your love is never, ever wasted. God sees, and that is enough. There are stories in the ancient texts that shake the foundations of kingdoms, tales of warriors who conquered nations, prophets who called down fire from heaven, kings who built empires that stretched across continents. These are the stories we remember, the ones carved into monuments and sung in hymns that echo through centuries. But tonight, we're going to talk about a different kind of story, a quieter one, the kind that happens in the margins of history, performed by someone whose name most people would never recognise. This is the story of a man who did something extraordinary by doing something utterly simple. He helped when helping mattered most, and then he walked away when anyone else would have stayed for the glory. His name was Barzillai the Gileadite, and his story is one of the most beautiful examples of faith you've probably never heard. Chapter 1. A Kingdom in Crisis. The year doesn't matter as much as the moment. What you need to understand is this. King David, the giant slayer, the psalmist, the man after God's own heart, was running for his life. Not from an enemy army, not from a foreign invader, from his own son. Think about that for a moment. Let it sink in. The shepherd boy who had faced down a giant with nothing but a sling and 5 smooth stones. The warrior who had slain his tens of thousands, while Saul had only slain his thousands. The king who had united the fractured tribes of Israel into a single nation. That man was now fleeing in the night, driven from his own palace by his own flesh and blood. Absalom was everything a king might want in an heir. The scriptures describe him in terms that seem almost mythological. From the sole of his foot to the crown of his head, there was no blemish in him. His hair alone weighed hundreds of shekels when he cut it once a year. He was handsome beyond description, the kind of magnetic presence that drew every eye in a room. People couldn't help but notice him, couldn't help but be drawn to him. But Absalom had grown tired of waiting for his father's throne. You have to understand the context. David was old now, yes, but still very much alive and very much in control. Absalom saw the throne, saw the power, saw the legacy, and he wanted it. Not someday. Now. So he began a campaign that was as brilliant as it was insidious. For years, Absalom would rise early and stand beside the way of the gate. When anyone came with a dispute to bring before the king for judgment, Absalom would call out to him and ask where he was from. And when the person identified their tribe, Absalom would say, "Look, your claims are good and right, but there is no one from the king to hear you." Then he would add, almost casually, "Oh, that I were made judge in the land, that everyone who has a dispute or cause might come to me, and I would give him justice." It was insidious because it was subtle. He wasn't openly criticizing David. He was just suggesting that justice could be more accessible, more immediate, more personal. And whenever anyone approached to bow down to him, showing him the respect due to a prince, Absalom would reach out his hand and take hold of him and kiss him. He would treat them like equals, like friends, like he truly cared about their problems. He stole the hearts of Israel one conversation at a time, one handshake, one embrace, one promise that things could be better. This went on for 4 years. 4 years of patient manipulation. 4 years of building a coalition without David even realizing what was happening. And then, when the moment was right, when he had cultivated enough support and positioned enough allies, Absalom struck. He went to Hebron, the city where David had first been crowned king of Judah decades earlier. There was symbolism in that choice. Hebron represented legitimacy, tradition, the old ways. And from Hebron, Absalom proclaimed himself king. The conspiracy grew strong. The people who had once praised David now turned to his son. It wasn't universal, but it was substantial. Substantial enough that David, hearing the news, realized immediately that he was in mortal danger. The rebellion came swift and brutal. Word reached Jerusalem that Absalom had declared himself king, that he was gathering an army, that he was marching on the capital. David had to make a choice, and he had to make it quickly. He could stay and fight, fortify Jerusalem, turn the city into a fortress and dare Absalom to take it. But David was a military genius, and he understood immediately what that would mean. Jerusalem was not designed to withstand a siege from within. If he stayed, the city would become a battlefield. Blood would run through the streets where David had walked in worship. Buildings would burn. Innocent people would die. The city he had made the capital of Israel, the city where he had brought the Ark of the Covenant, would be destroyed in a civil war. So David made a choice that must have torn his heart in two. He fled. Picture the scene, and really try to see it in your mind. The king who had defeated Goliath, who had united a fractured nation, who had brought the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem with dancing and celebration so exuberant that his wife Michal had despised him for it, now walking out of his own city in shame. His household followed him, his loyal servants, the soldiers who had fought beside him for decades. They left in the night, a procession of the faithful and the fearful, abandoning the palace, the throne, everything David had built over a lifetime of warfare and diplomacy. David was old now, not ancient, but worn. The years of warfare had taken their toll. The battles against the Philistines, the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomites, the political manoeuvring required to keep 12 fractious tribes unified, the family tragedies that had marked his later years, his daughter Tamar violated by her half-brother Amnon, his ordering of Amnon's death in revenge, his estrangement from Absalom that followed, the weight of his sin with Bathsheba, and the death of their first child. All of it had carved deep lines into his face. His joints ached in the morning now. His wounds from decades of combat troubled him in cold weather. His heart was heavy not just with fear, but with a grief that ran deeper than any wound he had received in battle. This wasn't just a military defeat. This was personal betrayal on a level that cuts to the very core of what it means to be human. This was his own son trying to kill him. His own son whom he loved despite everything, whom he had forgiven for killing Amnon, whom he had welcomed back to Jerusalem after years of exile. That son was now hunting him like an animal. As they walked, David wept. The scriptures tell us he went up the Mount of Olives, weeping as he went, his head covered, walking barefoot as a sign of mourning. It was the posture of ultimate humiliation, of grief so profound that normal comportment was impossible. And all the people who were with him covered their heads and went up weeping. It was a procession of sorrow, of loss, of fear. Imagine being there. Imagine being one of the servants who had spent years in the palace, comfortable and secure, now walking into the wilderness with nothing but what you could carry. Imagine being one of the soldiers who had fought for David through countless battles, now facing the prospect of fighting against other Israelites, maybe even friends and relatives who had sided with Absalom. There's something about that image that cuts through time, that speaks to something universal in the human experience. The most powerful man in the kingdom reduced to a refugee. The king who had everything, now with almost nothing. It's the kind of reversal that makes you question everything you thought you understood about power and security and success. The uncertainty must have been suffocating. Questions with no good answers swirled through every mind. Would Absalom pursue them immediately? How many of David's supporters had secretly switched sides? Who could be trusted? Where would they go? How long could they survive in the wilderness? How would they feed this many people? What if Absalom's forces caught them before they could establish a defensive position? These weren't abstract philosophical questions. These were matters of life and death, being considered by exhausted people with empty stomachs and uncertain futures. Every mile they travelled away from Jerusalem was a mile deeper into vulnerability, a mile farther from the resources and defences of the capital city. Chapter 2. The Journey into Exile. They crossed the Jordan River on a day that must have seemed to mark the end of everything David had built. That boundary between the heartland of Israel and the territories beyond represented more than just geography. It was the line between civilization and wilderness, between kingdom and exile, between everything and nothing. The Jordan wasn't always an easy crossing. Depending on the season and recent rainfall, it could be treacherous. But even when the waters were calm, crossing it with hundreds of people, carrying what possessions they could manage, herding what animals they had brought, was a logistical challenge that must have taken hours. Hours during which David and his commanders would have been acutely aware that they were vulnerable, exposed, strung out along the riverbank with no defensive position. Think about what it means to cross a river like that. You can't take wagons heavy with supplies across easily. You can't bring the comforts of palace life. You have to prioritise, make hard choices about what matters enough to carry and what has to be left behind. Food and water, weapons and armour, basic bedding. Everything else becomes negotiable. David's company was substantial. The scriptures don't give us exact numbers, but we're talking about his household, which included multiple wives and concubines, their children, their servants, his personal guard, the mighty men who had been with him since his outlaw days in the wilderness fleeing from Saul, additional soldiers loyal to him, administrators and advisors. We're probably talking about hundreds of people, possibly more than 1,000 when you count everyone. And they were unprepared. You don't flee a palace with supply wagons and months of provisions carefully packed and organised. You leave with what you can grab in the chaos of evacuation. You hope that what you're carrying will be enough to reach somewhere that you can resupply. You pray that you'll find allies willing to help. The Jordan crossing marked a psychological boundary as much as a physical one. On one side was the kingdom David had built over decades of conquest and consolidation, the 12 tribes united under one crown. Jerusalem with its growing temple complex and palace, the structures of government and commerce that made Israel a real nation, rather than just a collection of tribal territories. On the other side was wilderness, uncertainty, exile, territory that was technically part of the broader kingdom, but far from the centres of power and wealth. He had been here before, decades earlier, running from King Saul. Back then he'd been young, in his 20s or early 30s, strong and fit and fast. He'd been able to live on the run for years, hiding in caves, gathering a band of warriors, surviving through his wits and his sword arm and God's protection. But then he'd been young, with everything ahead of him, with the promise of the throne waiting in his future. Samuel had anointed him as a boy. He knew somehow that if he could just survive, he would be king. Now he was old, probably in his 60s or 70s. The future was far less certain. Yes, he had been anointed by God. Yes, he was the legitimate king. But Absalom was young and charismatic, and had the momentum of rebellion behind him. History is full of legitimate kings who died in exile, their thrones taken by usurpers who managed to hold on to power long enough to become the new legitimate authority. The nights in the wilderness were cold, not the bitter, killing cold of the mountains in winter, but the sharp, penetrating cold of the desert at night that seeps into your bones and reminds you how vulnerable you are, how thin the line is between civilization and survival, how quickly comfort can turn to suffering. They made camp where they could, probably without proper tents for most people, sleeping on the ground with inadequate blankets, huddled together for warmth, rationing what little food they had, trying to make it last, knowing that every day without resupply made the situation more desperate, trying to maintain some semblance of order and morale when everything felt like it was falling apart. But morale was a fragile thing, as delicate as morning mist. These were people who had lost everything in a single day. Servants who had worked in the palace, eating regular meals, sleeping in comfortable quarters, living lives of relative security and predictability. Now they were sleeping on the ground in the wilderness, not knowing where their next meal would come from. Soldiers who had been stationed in a fortified city, with walls and watchtowers and arsenals. Now they were exposed, vulnerable, depending on their own readiness and the hope that they would see an attack coming in time to mount a defence. Every person in that camp had family back in Jerusalem. Brothers, sisters, parents, children. Some of them would have sided with Absalom, either because they truly believed in his cause or because they were hedging their bets, trying to end up on the winning side. Others might be in danger themselves if they were known to be associated with people who fled with David. The personal anguish must have been acute. The sense of relationships fractured, of social fabric torn, of everything familiar suddenly uncertain and dangerous. The supplies were scarce, critically so. Bread was running low. They hadn't been able to bring enough grain to bake fresh loaves indefinitely. The bedding was insufficient for the number of people, meaning that people had to take turns sleeping with adequate covering or simply sleep cold. Every day that passed without resupply made the situation more desperate. Hunger gnaws at morale, cold saps strength, uncertainty breeds fear. And hanging over everything was the question that nobody wanted to voice, but everyone was thinking, what happens if Absalom's forces catch up to us? If Absalom had moved quickly, if he had sent fast-moving cavalry units ahead of his main army, they could have struck David's company while they were exhausted, disorganized, demoralized. It would have been a slaughter. David's mighty men would have fought, certainly, but they couldn't protect everyone. Hundreds of civilians would have died. David himself might have been captured or killed. David couldn't show his fear, couldn't let his people see the despair that must have gripped him in the quiet moments. He had to project strength, confidence, faith that God would deliver them. He had to be the king, the commander, the man who made decisions and gave orders and kept everyone moving forward. But late at night, Lying on the hard ground, staring up at the stars that had once seemed like promises of God's covenant, did he wonder if this was how his story would end? Not in glory, but in exile, defeated by his own son, remembered as the king who lost everything because of his own sins and failures as a father. The stillness of those nights must have been profound, the kind of silence that amplifies every doubt, every regret, every what if. No city sounds, no palace guards changing shifts, just the wind in the grass, the occasional call of a night bird, the rustling of people unable to sleep, lying awake and wondering what tomorrow would bring. This was a king who had everything: the palace, the throne, the kingdom, the wealth, the power, the legacy. And in the span of a few days he found himself with almost nothing. Just the people who chose to follow him, and the clothes on his back, and the faith that somehow, some way, God would not abandon him completely. It's in moments like these that the human soul is tested most severely, not in the dramatic battles where adrenaline carries you through, but in the long cold nights where you have nothing to do but think about everything you've lost and everything you might lose still, where you have to find reasons to hope when hope seems foolish, where you have to keep faith when faith feels like self-delusion. Chapter 3. The Arrival of Barzillai. It was into this desperate moment that an old man arrived, and with him came hope in its most practical form. His name was Barzillai, and he came from Rogelim, a town in Gilead, east of the Jordan. If you're not familiar with the geography, Gilead was the mountainous region east of the river, a land of hills and valleys, of shepherds and farmers, of people who lived at some remove from the centres of power in Jerusalem and Samaria. It wasn't the frontier exactly, but it wasn't the cosmopolitan heart of the kingdom either. It was provincial, traditional, the kind of place where families lived in the same towns for generations, where everyone knew everyone else's business, where life moved at a slower pace than in the cities. Barzillai was not a soldier, not a prophet, not a political figure of any significance in the broader story of Israel. He hadn't fought in David's wars, he hadn't served in the palace. His name appears nowhere in the military rosters or administrative records. He was simply a wealthy man, someone who had prospered through decades of hard work and wise management. A landowner, probably. Someone with flocks and herds, with servants and workers, with the kind of wealth that comes from consistent, unglamorous success in agriculture and trade. He was advanced in years. The scriptures describe him as a very aged man, and when he later speaks to David, he identifies himself as 80 years old. 80. In a time when life expectancy was much shorter than today, when disease and war and accident claimed so many before their time, reaching 80 was remarkable. It meant you had survived wars and famines and plagues. It meant you had outlived most of your generation. It meant you carried within you decades of accumulated wisdom and experience. But it also meant your body was failing in all the ways that age brings failure. Your joints ached, your hearing diminished, your vision clouded. Food lost its taste, music lost its appeal. The pleasures that delight the young become muted and distant. You lived increasingly in memory, in the world as it had been rather than the world as it was becoming. Barzillai would have heard about David's flight. News travelled through the region, carried by travellers and traders, by refugees fleeing the coming civil war, by messengers spreading word of the rebellion. The story would have been told and retold, embellished and analysed. In the markets and meeting places of Rogelim, people would have discussed what it meant. Was Absalom the future? Should the towns of Gilead prepare to send tribute to the new king? Was David finished, his glory days behind him, destined to die in exile like so many fallen monarchs? For most people, this would have been interesting gossip, perhaps fodder for speculation about who would ultimately win the civil war. It might have been discussed over evening meals, debated in marketplaces, used as an excuse to talk politics and predict outcomes. But it would have remained abstract, something happening to someone else, far away, not requiring any personal response beyond having an opinion. But for Barzillai, it was a call to action. Why? The scriptures don't tell us his inner reasoning. We don't get a speech where he explains his motivations. We don't have a prophet's vision or a divine command, we just have the action itself. But we can infer some things. Barzillai would have remembered David's early reign, the unification of the tribes, the defeat of the Philistines, the bringing of the ark to Jerusalem, the stability and prosperity that David's rule had brought to Israel. For 80 years Barzillai had lived through various kings and rulers, some good, some bad, some indifferent. He would have known the difference between a king who served his people and one who served only himself. More than that, Barzillai would have understood something fundamental about God's will. David had been anointed by Samuel. He was God's chosen king. Yes, he had sinned grievously with Bathsheba. Yes, he had failed as a father. Yes, his family was a mess of violence and betrayal. But none of that changed the fundamental reality that God had called David to be king over Israel. Absalom might be handsome and charismatic, but he had no divine mandate. He was a usurper, a rebel, someone trying to take by force what God had not given him. And Barzillai, with the clarity that sometimes comes with age, recognized this. So he gathered provisions, not a token gift, not a symbolic gesture, a serious supply operation that must have required substantial planning and resources. Beds for sleeping. Think about what that means. Not bedrolls, but actual beds, frames and mattresses, or at least thick pallets of straw and fabric that could provide real comfort. For a company of hundreds sleeping on the hard ground, this wasn't luxury. This was basic human dignity. This was the difference between waking up exhausted and in pain versus waking up with enough rest to face another day. Basins for washing. Again, not luxury but necessity. When you're travelling in the wilderness, when you're sweating and dusty and grimy, the ability to wash becomes essential not just for comfort but for health. Cleanliness prevents disease. It maintains morale. It reminds people that they're still human beings deserving of basic care. Earthen vessels for cooking and storage, pots and jars and containers. Without these, you can't prepare food properly. You can't store water. You can't maintain the basic infrastructure of feeding hundreds of people day after day. Wheat and barley, the staples of survival. The grains that could be ground into flour and baked into bread. Bread is life in that culture. It's not a side dish. It's the main meal, the thing that fills the stomach and provides energy. Without grain, people starve. With grain, they can survive for months. Flour and roasted grain, ready to eat. This is important. Flour needs to be baked, which requires time and fuel and some degree of stability, but roasted grain can be eaten immediately. For people who are exhausted and hungry, who might not have the resources or time to bake bread, roasted grain is instant nourishment. Beans and lentils, protein, essential nutrients, the food that sticks to your ribs and keeps you strong. In a culture without refrigeration, dried beans and lentils could last for months, providing reliable nutrition when fresh meat wasn't available. Honey, natural sugar, energy, sweetness in a situation that was bitter in every other way. Honey doesn't spoil, it lasts indefinitely. It could be mixed into other foods or eaten straight for a quick boost of energy. Curds, fermented dairy products that provided protein and fat and could survive for days without refrigeration. Essential nutrition for people who needed to maintain their strength. Sheep, fresh meat. But more than that, living animals that could provide ongoing sustenance. Sheep could be butchered as needed, providing fresh meat for days. They could be milked. Their wool could be used. They were wealth on the hoof, resources that kept giving, and cheese from the herd. More dairy, more protein, more fat. Cheese was portable, durable, nutritious. It was perfect travel food, something that could sustain people over long distances and extended periods. This wasn't just food. This was dignity. This was comfort. This was the difference between barely surviving and having the strength to face what came next. This was someone saying, through the language of practical provision, you matter. Your suffering matters. Your needs are real, and they deserve to be met. And Barzillai brought all of this to David and the people with him. Imagine the logistics of this operation. Loading wagons or pack animals with hundreds of pounds of supplies, organising servants to transport everything, making the journey from Rogelim to wherever David was camped. All of this done by an 80-year-old man who could have easily justified staying home, staying safe, staying neutral. There were no grand speeches, no declarations of loyalty written on scrolls and read aloud before witnesses. No political calculations explained and justified. He simply arrived, this old man from a small town, and gave what was needed. Imagine being David in that moment, exhausted from days of travel, uncertain about the future, wondering if God had abandoned him, trying to maintain confidence and strength for the people following him, while inside feeling the weight of failure and fear. And then this stranger appears, this elderly man who owes you nothing, who has no obligation to risk Absalom's wrath, who would be perfectly justified in staying neutral and waiting to see who wins. And he brings not just food, but restoration, not just supplies, but hope, not just material goods, but a reminder that you're not alone, that someone sees your need and cares enough to meet it. It must have felt like a miracle, like manna in the desert that fed the Israelites during the Exodus, like water from the rock that Moses struck, like God saying, through the hands of an old man from Gilead, I have not forgotten you, I have not abandoned you. Even now, in your lowest moment, I am providing for you. Chapter 4. Faith shown through action. What's remarkable about Barzilay's act is what he didn't do. He didn't ask questions. He didn't demand explanations for why the king was in exile. He didn't require assurances that David would win the civil war before committing his resources. He didn't calculate whether his investment would pay off politically. He simply recognized that David was God's anointed king, and that the king was in need, and that he had the means to help. And so he helped. This is faith in its purest form, not the kind that requires signs and wonders, not the kind that needs prophetic confirmation, not the kind that waits for absolute certainty before acting. This is the faith that sees a need and meets it, trusts that doing good is its own justification, believes that serving God's purposes sometimes means simply serving God's people. Barzillai didn't need to understand the full picture. He didn't need to know how the story would end. He just needed to know what was right in that moment and then do it. There's a Christian principle here that's easy to miss in our modern context. We often think of faith as being about belief, about intellectual assent to certain propositions about God and the universe, and belief matters. But biblical faith is always about action. It's about what you do when belief encounters reality. James, the brother of Jesus, would later write that faith without works is dead, that you can't claim to have faith in God while ignoring the practical needs of the people around you. Barzillai embodied this truth centuries before James wrote those words. He saw the king in exile, hungry and exposed, and he brought food and shelter. That was his sermon. That was his testimony. That was his worship. Sometimes the most profound spiritual acts are the most practical. A cup of cold water given in Jesus' name, a meal provided to the hungry, shelter offered to the homeless, comfort extended to the grieving. These aren't lesser forms of ministry. They're often the most important kind. Barzillai understood something that many people of faith forget. God doesn't just care about our souls. He cares about our bodies too. He cares whether we have food to eat and places to sleep. He cares about our physical well-being as much as our spiritual condition. And sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is meet a physical need. David would remember this. Long after the crisis passed, long after he returned to Jerusalem and re-established his kingdom, he would remember the old man from Gilead who helped when helping mattered most. Chapter 5. The Return of the King. The rebellion didn't last. Absalom's charisma couldn't overcome the fundamental problem at the heart of his coup. He was fighting against God's chosen king. David had been anointed by Samuel as a boy. He had defeated Goliath when Saul's army cowered in fear. He had united Israel and Judah. He had brought the ark to Jerusalem. He had made mistakes, grievous ones, but God had not rejected him. The battle came, inevitable and brutal. Absalom's forces met David's loyal troops in the forest of Ephraim. The fighting was fierce, but Absalom's army broke. 20,000 men died that day, many of them killed not by swords, but by the forest itself, lost in the dense woods, falling into ravines, caught in the treacherous terrain. Absalom himself died in a way that seemed almost mythological. Riding his mule beneath the thick branches of a great oak, his hair, his magnificent hair that he had been so proud of, caught in the tree. The mule went on without him, leaving Absalom hanging between heaven and earth, and there Joab found him and killed him, against David's explicit orders. When David heard his son was dead, he wept. The victory was complete, but it tasted like ashes. He had his kingdom back, but at the cost of his son. The scriptures record his grief. "Oh, my son Absalom, my son Absalom! Would God I had died for thee, oh, Absalom, my son, my son!" But the kingdom needed a king, not a mourner. Eventually David had to pull himself together, accept the congratulations of his supporters, and begin the journey back to Jerusalem, back across the Jordan, back to the palace, back to the throne. As he prepared to return, David thought about the people who had stood by him, the soldiers who had fought for him, the servants who had followed him into exile, and especially those who had helped him when help was most needed. He thought about the old man from Rogelim. Chapter 6. An unexpected offer. Barzillai came to meet David at the Jordan as the king prepared to cross back into the heartland of Israel. It was a moment of transition, of restoration. The exile was over. The rightful king was returning. David, surrounded by his advisors and supporters, saw Barzillai approaching. This elderly man who had asked for nothing, who had given everything, who had sustained them in their darkest hour. And David made him an offer that would have seemed like a dream to almost anyone in that situation. "Come with me to Jerusalem," David said. "Come across the Jordan. Be with me. I will provide for you. You will have a place at my table. You will live in the palace, honoured and cared for all your remaining days." This was an extraordinary offer. To live in the royal court, to eat at the king's table, to be part of the inner circle of power and influence. This was the kind of reward that people schemed and fought for. This was access, prestige, comfort, security. For an old man who had spent his life in a provincial town, this would have represented the culmination of a lifetime. To end your days in the royal palace, honoured by the king, remembered in the annals of the kingdom. This was immortality, in a sense. This was the kind of legacy that would echo through generations. Anyone else would have said yes immediately. Anyone else would have seen this as God's blessing, the reward for faithfulness, the open door that should never be closed. But Barzillai was not anyone else. Chapter 7. Barzillai's gentle refusal. Barzillai's response is one of the most beautiful moments in Scripture, though it's often overlooked in favour of more dramatic stories. He said to the king, "How long do I have left to live that I should go up with the king to Jerusalem? I am now 80 years old. Can I tell the difference between what is enjoyable and what is not? Can your servant taste what he eats and drinks? Can I still hear the voices of male and female singers? Why should your servant be an added burden to my lord the king?" There's no bitterness in these words, no false humility, no manipulation, just honest, gentle clarity about where he was in life. Barzillai knew himself. He knew his limitations. He knew that at 80 years old the pleasures of the royal court would be lost on him. The fine foods would taste like nothing. The music would be difficult to hear. The social dynamics would be exhausting. What seemed like a blessing to a younger person would be for him a burden. But more than that, and this is the crucial point, Barzillai knew what he wanted, and what he wanted was to go home. Not because he was rejecting David's gift, not because he thought less of the honour being offered, but because he had lived long enough to know the difference between glory and peace, between recognition and contentment, between what looks impressive and what actually brings joy. He wanted to die in his own town, near the grave of his father and mother. He wanted to end his days in familiar surroundings, among people he had known his whole life. He wanted the simple pleasures of home, not the complex pleasures of the palace. This is wisdom that can only come with age. The young chase glory. The old seek peace. The young want to be remembered. The old want to rest. But Barzillai didn't leave David without an answer to his generosity. He said, "Here is your servant Chimham. Let him cross over with my lord the king. Do for him whatever you wish." Chimham was likely Barzillai's son or servant. someone younger who could actually benefit from the king's offer, someone who had years ahead of him, who could taste the food and hear the music and build a life in Jerusalem. Barzillai was passing the blessing forward, taking nothing for himself but ensuring that his household would be connected to the king's favour. It was perfect, selfless, wise, peaceful. David could have been offended. Some kings would have been. But David understood. He blessed Barzillai, agreed to take Shimon, and let the old man go home. Chapter 8. Contentment over glory. Let's pause here and consider what Barzillai chose, because it goes against almost everything our culture tells us to value. He chose home over honour. He chose rest over recognition. He chose peace over reward. He chose the familiar over the prestigious. He chose dying well over living gloriously. In our modern world, this seems almost incomprehensible. We're taught to always say yes to opportunity, to maximise every advantage, to never turn down a promotion, an upgrade, an access pass to a better life. We're taught that contentment is just another word for settling, that peace is what you accept when you can't achieve glory. But Barzillai knew something that we've forgotten. Not every blessing must be accepted to be appreciated. Not every door that opens needs to be walked through. Not every gift needs to be unwrapped to be valued. He appreciated David's offer deeply. He recognised it as the genuine honour it was. But he also recognised that it wasn't right for him, and he had the wisdom and self-knowledge to say so. This is spiritual maturity of the highest order. It's easy to want what you can't have. It's much harder to not want what you can have. It's easy to chase opportunities. It's much harder to discern which opportunities are actually meant for you. Barzillai had spent his life building something meaningful in Rogelim. He had relationships there, history there, roots that went deep into that soil. Jerusalem was glorious, but it wasn't home. The palace was magnificent, but it wasn't where he belonged. There's a Christian principle here that runs counter to much of what passes for Christian teaching today. We often act as if God's blessings always look like advancement, promotion, increase, expansion, more money, more influence, more recognition, more everything. But sometimes God's greatest blessings look like permission to stay put, permission to be content with enough, permission to choose peace over prestige, permission to walk away from opportunity without guilt or regret. Barzillai embodied this truth. He had helped the king, and the king wanted to reward him, and he said, essentially, "Thank you, but I have everything I need. I did what I did because it was right, not because I wanted something in return, and now I want to go home." This is faith that has moved beyond transaction, beyond the expectation that good deeds earn rewards, beyond the need for recognition or validation. This is faith that serves because serving is its own reward, that gives because giving is its own joy, that helps because helping is its own purpose. Chapter 9. A quiet farewell. The goodbye happened at the Jordan River, that same boundary Barzillai had crossed to bring provisions to David in exile. David now crossed to return to his kingdom, and Barzillai went back the other way, back to Rogelim, back to his normal life. David kissed him, the gesture of respect and affection between men who understood each other, the blessing of a king upon a servant who had served perfectly without ever claiming to be anything more than what he was. There was no crowd, no public ceremony, no monument erected in Barzillai's honour, just two men parting ways at a river, one returning to power and glory, the other returning to obscurity and peace. And yet, there's something profoundly beautiful about this moment, something that captures the essence of true faithfulness. Barzillai had done what needed doing. He had helped when helping mattered. He had expected nothing. And now he was walking away, not in bitterness or disappointment, but in contentment. The scriptures tell us that David did provide for Shimon, though the details are sparse. Barzillai's household was cared for. His kindness was remembered and rewarded, even if he himself didn't stay to experience that reward personally. But Barzillai went home, back to Rogelim, back to his own bed, his own table, his own town, back to the graves of his parents and the land he knew, back to the life he had built over 80 years, and when he died, which could not have been many years later given his age, he died at home, surrounded by family and friends, remembered in his own community as the man who had helped a king. but more than that, remembered as a good man, a faithful man, a man who knew who he was and what mattered. Epilogue. The faith that leaves no monument. Most people have never heard of Barzillai the Gileadite. His name doesn't echo through history like David's or Solomon's. There are no churches named after him, no famous paintings depicting his deeds, no theological traditions built on his words, but his story is recorded in scripture, preserved for thousands of years, passed down through generations. Why? Because God values faithfulness even when it goes unnoticed by the world. Because the kingdom of heaven operates on different principles than earthly kingdoms. Because sometimes the most important thing you can do is simply help when someone needs help, without calculating what you'll get in return. Barzillai teaches us several profound truths about faith and faithfulness. First, that the right action at the right moment can change everything. David might not have survived his exile without provisions. The entire history of Israel might have been different. One man's generosity rippled through centuries. Second, that faithfulness doesn't require recognition. Barzillai helped because it was right, not because he wanted to be remembered. And yet he is remembered, recorded in the eternal word of God, precisely because he didn't seek that recognition. Third, that wisdom sometimes means walking away from reward. Not every blessing needs to be claimed. Not every honour needs to be accepted. Sometimes the greatest blessing is permission to go home, to rest, to be content with enough. Fourth, that passing blessings forward is as important as receiving them. Barzillai didn't need David's patronage, but Shimon did. So Barzillai made sure the blessing went to someone who could use it. Generosity doesn't end with receiving, it continues with giving. Fifth, and perhaps most importantly, that a life lived in quiet obedience is never forgotten by God. The world may not know your name, history books may not record your deeds, but God sees, God knows, God remembers, and that is enough. As you drift off to sleep tonight, consider Barzillai's example. Not the dramatic moments of your life, but the quiet ones. Not the recognition you've received, but the good you've done that nobody noticed. Not the opportunities you've seized, but the ones you've wisely let pass by. There's something deeply peaceful about living the way Barzillai lived, doing good without expecting return, helping without demanding recognition, knowing when enough is enough, choosing home over honour, choosing peace over prestige, choosing contentment over glory. The world will tell you this is weakness. The world will tell you to always want more, achieve more, become more. But Barzillai knew better. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength is the ability to walk away. Sometimes the greatest achievement is knowing when you've achieved enough. Sometimes becoming more means becoming more content with who you already are. He helped a king and walked away. And in walking away, he demonstrated faith more powerful than armies, wisdom deeper than philosophy, and contentment richer than all the treasures of Jerusalem. In the quiet darkness, as your mind settles into rest, let this truth comfort you. You don't have to be famous to be faithful. You don't have to be remembered by the world to be remembered by God. You don't have to achieve greatness to live greatly. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is simply help when someone needs help. And then, when the moment passes, go home in peace. Sleep well, knowing that quiet faithfulness is never wasted, that simple kindness is never forgotten, and that a life lived in contentment is a life well lived. The story of Barzillai the Gileadite is finished, but its truth continues, echoing through the centuries, whispering to all who have ears to hear, do good, expect nothing, and rest in peace. Good night. If you're enjoying this story and finding value in this content, using your hype points on this video truly helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It makes a genuine difference in reaching more listeners like you. If you're tuning in on Spotify, leaving a review helps out so much and means the world to us. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It really connects us all. And if you enjoy this content and want more stories like this, consider subscribing. It keeps these stories coming. Now, Let's begin. There are moments in history when everything hangs in the balance, not because of armies marching or treaties being signed, but because one person, in one quiet moment, decides to do what is right. We remember the names of kings. We study the words of prophets. We build monuments to warriors and write songs about heroes. But there are others, people whose names we barely know, whose faces history never captured, whose courage was shown not on battlefields, but in small, deliberate acts of mercy. This is the story of one such person, a man with no power, no title, no protection, a foreigner in a land that was not his own, serving in a palace where he had no voice. And yet, when the moment came, when a life hung in the balance and everyone else turned away, he stepped forward. This is not a story of miracles or divine intervention arriving in thunder and light. This is a story about a choice made in fear, in uncertainty, with no guarantee of safety, a choice that would echo through generations, remembered not because it was grand, but because it was good. History is filled with dramatic turning points, battles that decided the fate of nations, treaties that redrew the maps of continents, speeches that inspired revolutions. These are the moments we teach in schools, the stories we tell our children, the events we commemorate with holidays and statues. But between those grand moments, in the spaces where history books grow quiet, there are other stories, smaller stories. Stories of individuals who faced impossible choices with no witnesses, no cameras, no guarantee that anyone would remember what they did. These are the stories that reveal who we really are. Anyone can be brave when the world is watching. Anyone can do the right thing when there are rewards waiting, when there is applause, when there is safety in numbers. But what about when no one is watching? What about when doing the right thing costs everything and gains nothing? What about when the choice is between your safety and someone else's life? That is when character is tested. That is when we discover what we truly believe. And that is exactly the kind of moment that defines this story. This is the story of Ebed-Melech, the man who saved a prophet, and it begins in a city on the edge of destruction. Chapter 1. Jerusalem on the Brink. Jerusalem in those days was a city suffocating under its own fear. The walls still stood, massive and ancient, built from limestone blocks that had withstood centuries of wind and rain. The temple still rose above the rooftops, its stones catching the morning light, its courts still filled with priests performing their rituals, its altars still receiving the sacrifices of a people who desperately hoped God was still listening. Markets still opened each morning, merchants still called out their wares, though the prices grew higher with each passing week. Children still played in the narrow streets between houses. From a distance, from the hills surrounding the city, you might think nothing had changed. But inside those walls, everyone knew the truth. Babylon was coming. No, Babylon was already here. The greatest empire the world had ever seen was camped outside the gates, their armies stretched across the landscape like a dark sea that had no end. Their siege engines stood ready, enormous wooden structures that towered over the walls, mechanisms of destruction built by engineers who had conquered city after city, who knew exactly how to break stone and shatter gates and reduce proud civilizations to rubble. Their soldiers waited with the patience of men who knew the outcome was already decided. They did not need to attack yet. They could simply wait. Wait for the food to run out. Wait for the water to run low. Wait for disease and hunger and despair to do their work. They had time. Jerusalem did not. It was not a question of if Jerusalem would fall. It was a question of when. And everyone inside those walls knew it. You could see it in the faces of the people, the way they moved through the streets with their eyes down, their voices quiet, their steps hurried. The way mothers held their children a little tighter, the way men gathered in doorways speaking in low tones, glancing over, their shoulders, afraid even their words might bring trouble. The city had become a pressure vessel, sealed tight, with no release. Fear had a way of building in enclosed spaces. It pressed down on people, made them desperate, made them turn on each other. When there is no external enemy you can reach, you find enemies within. Inside the city, the people were divided. Some believed they could negotiate. There were diplomats who thought if they could just get a message to the Babylonian king, if they could offer tribute, if they could make the right promises, perhaps the city could be spared. They remembered that Jerusalem had survived threats before. Surely God would not allow his holy city to fall. Some believed they could fight. There were soldiers, younger men mostly, who argued that the walls had never been breached, that they had supplies enough for months if they rationed carefully, that the Babylonians would eventually give up and move on to easier targets. They spoke of heroic last stands, of glory in battle, of dying with honour rather than surrendering to pagans. Some believed God would intervene at the last moment, as he had done before. They told stories of the night when the Assyrian army had camped outside these same walls more than a century earlier, and how an angel of the Lord had struck down thousands of enemy soldiers in a single night, and how the Assyrian king had fled back to his own land in terror and shame. If God had done it once, surely he would do it again. Surely he would not abandon his people. Surely deliverance was coming. But these were the desperate hopes of people who had run out of options. The rational voices, the ones who looked at the situation clearly and honestly, knew better. They knew that Babylon was not Assyria. They knew that this time was different. They knew that Jerusalem had brought this upon itself through years of rebellion, of ignoring warnings, of breaking covenants, of turning away from the very God. They now begged to save them. And then there was Jeremiah. The prophet had been warning them for years, not months, not weeks, years. His message had never changed. Not once. Not even when it made him hated. Not even when it made him a target. Not even when it would have been so much easier to tell the people what they wanted to hear. Repent. Turn back to God. Surrender to Babylon, because judgment has already been decided. If you surrender, you will live. If you resist, you will die. It was not a popular message. The officials hated him. They saw him as a traitor, a defeatist, a man who was actively working to undermine the city's defence. How could he tell people to surrender? How could he say that resistance was futile? How could he claim to speak for God while advocating for submission to a pagan empire? The priests dismissed him. They performed their rituals, they offered their sacrifices, they assured the people that God would protect his temple. They had their position, their authority, their comfortable certainty. Jeremiah threatened all of that with his message of judgment and destruction. The people called him a coward. They wanted a prophet who would promise victory, who would assure them that righteousness would triumph, who would tell them that their suffering had meaning and that rescue was coming. Jeremiah offered none of that. He offered only the hard truth. You are being destroyed because you have abandoned God, and your only hope now is to accept the consequences of your choices. But Jeremiah kept speaking. He had no choice. The word of the Lord burned inside him like a fire, and he could not hold it in. He stood in the courtyards of the temple. He walked through the streets of the city. He spoke to anyone who would listen, and to many who would not. And his words were always the same. This is what the Lord says: surrender and live. Resist and die. He did not soften the message. He did not try to make it more palatable. He simply delivered what he had been given to say, regardless of the cost. And the cost was high. People spat at him when he passed. Children threw stones. He was arrested repeatedly, beaten, imprisoned. His own family turned against him. His fellow priests sought to silence him. He was forbidden from entering the temple. He was isolated, despised, rejected by the very people he was trying to save. And still, he kept speaking. Because that is what prophets do. They speak the truth even when the truth is unbearable. They deliver the message even when the message is rejected. They stand in the gap between God and humanity and bear the weight of both. But there comes a point when patience runs out, when fear overrides reason, when desperate people do desperate things. The officials grew tired of Jeremiah's voice. In a time of war, words like his were dangerous. They weakened morale. They sowed doubt among the soldiers. They made people question whether the fight was worth it. They planted seeds of surrender in hearts that needed to remain strong. The city was already fragile, already divided, already terrified. The last thing they needed was a prophet of doom walking the streets, telling everyone that resistance was pointless. So the officials made a decision. They went to the king. Chapter 2. Jeremiah Condemned. King Zedekiah sat on his throne in the palace, surrounded by advisors, military commanders, and officials who all claimed to know what was best for the city. But the truth was, none of them knew. No one had ever faced a situation quite like this. No one had a clear answer, and Zedekiah himself was perhaps the least equipped person in the entire city to lead them through this crisis. He was a weak man. History would remember him that way, not cruel necessarily, not malicious, just weak. He had been placed on the throne by the Babylonians years earlier, after they had deposed the previous king. He was a puppet and everyone knew it. He had no real authority, no real power. He ruled at the pleasure of the very empire that was now trying to destroy him. He lived in constant fear. Fear of the Babylonians, fear of his own officials, fear of the people, fear of the prophets, fear of God. He feared everything, and so he did nothing. He was a man trapped between impossible choices, unable to commit to any of them. When Jeremiah had first begun prophesying surrender, Zedekiah had secretly consulted with him. Late at night, when no one else could see, the king would send for the prophet and ask him privately what God was saying, and Jeremiah would tell him the same thing he told everyone else. Surrender to Babylon, and you will live. Resist, and you will die. But Zedekiah could not bring himself to do it. To surrender would be to admit defeat, to humiliate himself before the very empire that had made him king. It would be to betray the trust of his officials, his soldiers, his people. It would be to guarantee that history would remember him as the king who gave up without a fight. So he did nothing. He allowed the officials to continue their plans for resistance. He allowed the priests to continue promising divine deliverance. He allowed the situation to deteriorate day by day, unable to make the hard choice that might have saved thousands of lives. And then the officials came to him with a proposal. There were 4 of them: Shephatiah son of Mattain, Gedaliah son of Pasha, Jehukal son of Shelemiah, Pasha son of Malchijah. Men of influence, men who had the king's ear, men who had made their position clear. "My lord king," they said, their voices respectful but firm, "we must speak with you about Jeremiah the prophet." Zedekiah shifted in his seat. He knew where this was going. He had been dreading this conversation. "What about him?" the king asked, though he already knew. "He continues to prophesy defeat," one of them said. "He tells the soldiers that anyone who stays in the city will die by sword, or famine, or plague, but anyone who goes over to the Babylonians will live. He is actively encouraging desertion. He is undermining the defense of this city. He tells the people that this city will certainly be given into the hands of the king of Babylon's army," another added. "He offers no hope, no encouragement, only doom." The king was silent. What could he say? Everything they said was true. Jeremiah was saying exactly those things, but Jeremiah claimed to speak for God. And if he truly spoke for God, then what right did anyone have to silence him? "This man should be put to death," the officials said, their tone leaving no room for debate. "He is discouraging the soldiers and all the people with his words. He does not seek the good of this city, but its ruin. He is a traitor, my lord, and traitors, especially in wartime, deserve death." There it was. The request was clear. They wanted permission to execute Jeremiah, and they were essentially telling the king that if he did not give that permission, they would question his loyalty to the city. Zedekiah felt the familiar weight of impossible choices settling on his shoulders. If he protected Jeremiah, he would anger the officials, lose what little authority he had left, and possibly spark internal conflict at the worst possible time. If he condemned Jeremiah, he would be silencing a prophet of God, and what would the consequences of that be? He took the coward's way out. "He is in your hands," Zedekiah said quietly, not meeting their eyes. "The king can do nothing to oppose you." It was a masterpiece of political cowardice. He did not give explicit permission. He did not order Jeremiah's death. He simply removed himself from the equation, claimed powerlessness, and allowed the officials to do whatever they wanted. It was permission by abdication. The officials bowed and left immediately. They had what they needed. They came for Jeremiah in the early morning, when the city was just beginning to wake. There was no public announcement, no formal charges, no opportunity for defence. This was not a trial, it was an execution. But they could not simply kill him outright. There were still people in the city who respected the prophet, who believed his words might be true. An obvious execution could spark unrest. So they chose a method that would be slower, quieter, more deniable. They would bury him alive. The guards surrounded Jeremiah where he had been confined in the courtyard of the guard. He did not resist. He had long ago accepted that his calling would likely cost him his life. He had made peace with that possibility years earlier. They led him through the streets, past people who watched from doorways but said nothing. Some pitied him, some hated him, some feared him. Most were simply too afraid to intervene, too worn down by their own suffering to care about anyone else's. They brought him to the courtyard of the guard, where a large cistern stood, a deep pit that had been carved into the rock to collect rainwater during the wet season. It was an old cistern, one that had been there for generations. During times of plenty it would fill with fresh water. But there had been no rain for months. The cistern was nearly empty. What remained at the bottom was not water. It was mud. Thick, black, clinging mud that had accumulated over years. The residue of countless rainstorms mixed with dirt and debris that had fallen in, fermented by time and heat into something foul and suffocating. The kind of mud that pulls at your legs when you step into it, that sucks at your feet and drags you down slowly inch by inch. The kind of mud that can swallow a man whole. They tied ropes around Jeremiah's arms and lowered him into the cistern. The opening was narrow, perhaps a metre across. The sides were slick limestone, impossible to climb. The depth was perhaps 10 metres, maybe more. Jeremiah went down slowly, spinning slightly as the ropes unwound. The circle of sky above him grew smaller and smaller. The sounds of the city faded, and then his feet touched the surface of the mud. It was cold, shockingly cold, and immediately he felt it pulling at him, clinging to his legs, resisting every attempt to move, and then they let go. The ropes were pulled back up, slithering against the stone walls. The sound of footsteps faded, voices grew distant, and Jeremiah was left alone in the pit, slowly sinking into the cold, suffocating earth. There was no food, no water, no light except the narrow circle of sky far above, so distant it might as well have been the moon. The walls were slick and impossible to climb. Even if he had the strength, there was nothing to grip, no way to ascend. The mud rose to his thighs, then his waist, holding him in place like a living tomb. He could not sit. The mud would engulf him. He could not lie down. He could only stand, muscles straining, fighting against the constant pull of the earth, and wait for the end. The cold seeped into his bones. His legs began to ache. Hours passed. The circle of sky above darkened as clouds moved across the sun, then brightened again. Time lost meaning. He prayed. What else could he do? He prayed not for rescue. He had learned long ago not to assume God would spare him from suffering, but for strength to endure, for peace in his final hours, for forgiveness for those who had done this to him. And above him, the city went on with its life. People bought bread in the markets, though it cost more each day. Soldiers stood watch on the walls, squinting at the Babylonian armies camped in the distance. Officials made plans, held meetings, argued about strategy. Priests performed sacrifices in the temple, assuring worshippers that God would protect them. And a prophet of God was buried alive beneath their feet, and no one did anything. The mud continued to pull at him. His legs trembled with exhaustion. The cold became unbearable, thirst began to claw at his throat. And still, no one came. But someone noticed. Dust. Chapter 3. The outsider who notices his name was Ebed-Melech. The name itself is interesting. In Hebrew it means servant of the king. It might not have been his birth name at all, but rather a title, a designation of his role. We do not know his original name. We do not know when he came to Jerusalem or how he ended up in the king's service. What we do know is that he was not from Jerusalem. He was not from Judah. He was not even from anywhere nearby. He was from Cush, what we now call Ethiopia, though the ancient borders were different, encompassing regions that today include Sudan and parts of Egypt. It was a land far to the south, beyond the deserts and the great river Nile, a place most people in Jerusalem had only heard about in stories. His skin was darker than those around him. His features were different. His accent, when he spoke Hebrew, marked him immediately as foreign. He stood out in every crowd, not by choice, but by the simple fact of his existence in a place where he did not naturally belong. He was a servant in the king's household. The text specifies that he was a eunuch, which tells us several important things. First, it means he had been taken from his homeland, almost certainly as a young man, possibly even as a boy. This was common practice in ancient times. Conquered peoples, subject nations, and those seeking favour with powerful kingdoms would sometimes send young men to serve in foreign courts. These young men would be castrated to ensure they could be trusted around the royal household, particularly the king's wives and concubines, and then trained for service. It was a brutal practice, one that robbed these men not only of their bodily autonomy, but of any hope for a normal life. They would never have families, never have children, never have the future that most people took for granted. They existed in a strange liminal space, neither slave nor free, neither citizen nor foreigner, neither man nor something else. They were invisible in a sense. People looked through them rather than at them. They were functionaries, tools, useful objects that performed necessary tasks, but were not considered fully human in the way that other people were. Ebed-Melech would have understood what it meant to be powerless. He lived it every day. He had no family in Jerusalem, no wife, no children, no brothers or cousins or uncles who might support him or defend him. He had no inheritance waiting for him, no land, no wealth of his own. Everything he had, his clothes, his food, his very place to sleep, existed at the pleasure of the king. He could be dismissed at any moment, sold, cast out, and if that happened, where would he go? Back to Cush, after years or even decades away. He would be a stranger there too, marked by his time in a foreign land, altered in ways that would make him an outsider even in his homeland. He was utterly vulnerable. And yet somehow he had retained something that many others had lost. He had retained his conscience. He had retained the ability to see suffering and be moved by it, to recognize injustice and be troubled by it, to witness cruelty and refuse to accept it as normal. This is not as common as we might think. People can become numb to suffering, especially when surrounded by it constantly. When you see injustice every day, when cruelty becomes routine, when you yourself are powerless and vulnerable, there is a strong temptation to simply accept it, to tell yourself that this is how the world works, that there is nothing you can do, that your own survival must be your only priority. But Ebed-Melech had not become numb. Perhaps it was because he knew what it was like to be the one suffering. Perhaps it was because he had experienced what it meant to be overlooked, dismissed, forgotten. Perhaps it was because, as a foreigner, as a servant, as a eunuch, he had learned to pay attention to people that others ignored. Or perhaps it was simply that he believed in God, and that belief had shaped him into someone who could not look away from evil. We do not know exactly how Ebed-Melech learned that Jeremiah had been thrown into the cistern. The text does not tell us, but somehow he heard. Perhaps he overheard the officials talking about it, their voices carrying through the corridors of the palace as they congratulated themselves on solving the problem of the troublesome prophet. Perhaps a guard mentioned it in passing, complaining about having to lower the old man into the pit. Perhaps he simply noticed that Jeremiah, who had been confined in the courtyard of the guard, was no longer visible, and he asked where the prophet had gone. However it happened, Ebed-Melech learned the truth. Jeremiah had been thrown into the cistern, left to sink into the mud, left to die slowly of hunger and cold and exhaustion. And unlike everyone else in that city who knew what had happened, Ebed-Melech was disturbed by it. Not just concerned, not just uncomfortable, disturbed, because he recognized it for what it was: murder, slow, cruel, deniable murder, and he could not accept it. The easiest thing to do would have been to stay silent, to tell himself it was not his business, that Jeremiah had brought this on himself with his controversial prophecies, that the officials knew what they were doing, that a foreign servant had no right to question the decisions of Judean leaders. He could have reminded himself that he was powerless, that speaking up would only bring trouble, that he had no authority, no influence, no protection, that if he made himself a problem, he could easily end up in that cistern beside Jeremiah, or worse. He could have done what everyone else was doing, looked away, kept his head down, focused on his own survival, but he did not. Because knowing something is wrong is one thing, doing something about it is another thing, and Ebed-Melech made a choice. Chapter 4. A risky decision. The choice to act is never simple when acting puts you in danger. Ebed-Melech knew what he was risking. He understood the dynamics of power in the palace. He knew that the officials who had condemned Jeremiah were powerful men, men with connections, men who could make life very difficult for anyone who opposed them. He knew that speaking up meant making himself visible in a way that servants were never supposed to be visible. It meant drawing attention to himself, stepping out of his assigned role, asserting a moral authority that society said he did not have. He knew that questioning the officials' decision could be seen as questioning their wisdom, their judgment, even their loyalty to the city. And in a time of war, such questions could be interpreted as treason. But he also knew that if he did nothing, Jeremiah would die. Perhaps he had seen the prophet from a distance, heard him speaking in the courtyards, witnessed the courage it took to keep delivering an unpopular message day after day despite the hatred and violence it brought. Perhaps he admired that kind of integrity, that kind of commitment to truth regardless of cost. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. Perhaps he just could not bear the thought of a man dying slowly in the dark, alone, abandoned, while the world went on above him. So Ebed-Melech made his choice. He would go to the king. This was not a small decision. Approaching the king directly was something servants simply did not do. There were protocols, hierarchies, chains of command. You did not just walk up to the king and start talking. Especially not about a matter as sensitive as this. Especially not in contradiction to the official's decision. But Ebed-Melech knew that if he went through proper channels, his request would be blocked. The officials would ensure that the king never heard about it, or they would frame it in a way that made Ebed-Melech seem presumptuous, disloyal, dangerous. No, if he was going to do this, he had to do it directly. He had to find a moment when the king was accessible, and he had to speak before anyone could stop him. That moment came when King Zedekiah was sitting in the Benjamin Gate. The Benjamin Gate was the main entrance to the city, located on the northern side. It was not just a gate, but a complex structure with rooms and chambers, where legal matters were conducted, where the king would sometimes hold court, where public business was transacted. Zedekiah was there that day, surrounded by advisors and officials conducting the routine business of a city under siege. There were disputes to settle, resources to allocate, reports to hear. Ebed-Melech walked toward the gate with his heart pounding. Every step felt weighted with consequence. He could turn back. No one would blame him. No one expected him to do this. But he kept walking. When he reached the gate, he saw the king seated with his counsellors around him. The same officials who had condemned Jeremiah were there. Shephatiah, Gedaliah, Jehukal, Pashur. They stood near the king, speaking in low tones, their body language relaxed and confident. Ebed-Melech approached. Heads turned, conversations paused. Who was this servant, and why was he interrupting? But before anyone could stop him, Ebed-Melech spoke. "My lord the king." His voice was steady, despite the fear coursing through him. This was the moment. There was no going back now. Zedekiah looked up, surprised. "Yes? What is it?" Ebed-Melech did not hesitate. He knew that if he paused, if he showed any uncertainty, he would be dismissed immediately. So he spoke clearly, firmly, with the kind of moral authority that comes not from position, but from conviction. "My lord, these men have acted wickedly in all they have done to Jeremiah the prophet. They have thrown him into a cistern where he will starve to death when there is no longer any bread in the city." The words hung in the air like an accusation, and they were an accusation. Direct, unambiguous. He called it what it was, wicked. He didn't say unfortunate. He did not say regrettable. He did not use diplomatic language or careful phrasing. He called it wickedness, and he pointed directly at the men responsible. The officials stared at him, their expression shifting from surprise to anger. Who was this foreign servant to call them wicked? Who was he to question their decisions? Who was he to speak to the king about matters of state? But Ebed-melech did not back down. He stood there, meeting the king's eyes, waiting for a response. There was a moment of tense silence. The king could have dismissed him, could have had him arrested for speaking out of turn, could have sided with the officials and rebuked this servant for his presumption. But something in Ebed-melech's words struck home. Perhaps it was the directness of the accusation. Perhaps it was the reminder that Jeremiah would starve to death, not die in battle, not be executed cleanly, but starve slowly in the dark. Perhaps it was simply that the king still felt guilty about his earlier cowardice, about telling the officials that he could do nothing to stop them. Whatever the reason, Zedekiah made a decision. "Take 30 men from here with you," the king said, his voice firm for once, "and lift Jeremiah the prophet out of the cistern before he dies." 30 men. That was a significant number, more than necessary for a simple rescue. But the king understood the dynamics at play. He was giving Ebed-melech not just permission, but protection. 30 men meant that no one would interfere. It meant that the officials could not quietly stop the rescue. It meant that this was now a royal command, not a servant's request. The officials' expressions hardened, but they said nothing. The king had spoken, and while Zedekiah was weak in many ways, he was still the king. This was his palace, his guard. For the moment, at least, his word carried weight. Ebed-melech bowed deeply, acknowledging the king's command. Then, without wasting a moment, he turned and left to gather the men. His heart was racing. He had done it. He had spoken truth to power, and somehow, miraculously, power had listened. But now came the hard part, the actual rescue. Chapter 5. The rescue Ebed-melech moved quickly but deliberately. Time was critical. Jeremiah had already been in the cistern for at least a day, possibly longer. In the cold and the mud, without food or water, even a strong man would weaken rapidly. And Jeremiah was not a young man. He had endured years of persecution, imprisonment, beatings. His body had taken tremendous abuse. Every hour that passed was an hour closer to death. Ebed-melech gathered the 30 men the king had assigned to him. They were soldiers from the king's guard, men accustomed to following orders. They did not question why they were being sent, to rescue a prophet whom most of the city considered a traitor. They simply followed. But before going to the cistern, Ebed-melech made a stop that reveals something profound about his character. He went to the palace storeroom. He could have gone directly to the cistern. He had permission. He had the men. He had the authority of a royal command. Time was of the essence. The logical thing would be to rush to the courtyard, throw down some ropes, and pull Jeremiah out as quickly as possible. But Ebed-melech did not do that. Instead, he went to the storeroom and began collecting items. Old rags, worn-out clothes, pieces of cloth that had been discarded, set aside, forgotten. The kind of materials that had no value, that no one wanted, that would normally be thrown away or used for the dirtiest of tasks. The soldiers watched, confused. What was he doing? Why was he wasting time collecting rags when a man was dying? But Ebed-melech knew exactly what he was doing. He had thought about this carefully. He had imagined what it would be like to be in that cistern, standing in cold mud, weakened by hunger and thirst and exhaustion. He had thought about what it would be like to have ropes lowered down, to have your only chance of survival be to grip those ropes and be pulled up through 10 meters of darkness. And he had realized something that no one else had considered. The ropes would cut into Jeremiah's flesh. When you're being pulled upward by ropes tied around your arms, your entire body weight is suspended from those points of contact. If you are weak, if your skin is cold and fragile, if you have been standing in water and mud for hours, those ropes will tear into you like blades. They will cut through skin, damage muscle, possibly injure you so badly that even if you survive the rescue, you will carry the scars forever. Ebed-Melech could not prevent all of Jeremiah's suffering, but he could prevent this one unnecessary agony. So he gathered rags, soft, worn cloth, and he brought them, along with strong ropes, to the cistern. When they arrived at the courtyard of the guard, the cistern stood silent and ominous. Just a hole in the ground, really. But down in that darkness was a man who had spent his life trying to save his people, and who was now being killed for his efforts. Ebed-Melech approached the edge and called down. Jeremiah. His voice echoed against the stone walls. For a long moment there was no response. The soldiers exchanged glances. Were they too late? Then, faint and distant, a voice emerged from the depths. "I am here!" Relief flooded through Ebed-Melech. The prophet was still alive. But there was a weakness in that voice, a tremor that spoke of suffering and exhaustion. "Jeremiah, listen to me carefully," Ebed-Melech called down, his voice clear and calm despite the urgency he felt. "I am going to lower ropes to you. But first, I am lowering some old rags and worn-out clothes. When you receive them, I need you to put them under your armpits, between your arms and the ropes. Do you understand?" There was a pause. Then, "I understand." Ebed-Melech and the soldiers carefully lowered the bundle of rags into the cistern, playing out the rope slowly, making sure it reached the bottom. They waited, giving Jeremiah time to find the rags in the darkness, to understand what he needed to do. It took several minutes. They could hear faint sounds from below, movement, splashing, the soft grunts of a man trying to work with numb, trembling hands in complete darkness. Then Jeremiah's voice came again, stronger this time. "I am ready." Now they lowered the rescue ropes, thick and strong. Again they waited, patient, giving Jeremiah time to position the rags properly, to secure himself as best he could. "Pull," came the voice from below. Ebed-Melech organized the men, 30 soldiers, working in coordinated teams. They did not yank, they did not rush. They pulled steadily, smoothly, distributing the weight evenly, making sure the ascent was as gentle as possible. It was harder than they expected. Jeremiah was not a large man, but he was covered in thick mud that clung to him like weights, and the mud in the bottom of the cistern was deep. It released him reluctantly, sucking at his legs, trying to pull him back down. The soldiers strained. The ropes creaked. Slowly, inch by inch, Jeremiah rose through the darkness. It took time, much more time than a simple lift should take. But Ebed-Melech had insisted, slowly, carefully, no sudden movements. They could not risk the rope slipping or Jeremiah losing his grip. The circle of light at the top of the cistern must have seemed impossibly far away to Jeremiah as he spun slowly in the darkness, arms burning, body shaking with exhaustion. But that circle grew larger, closer, until finally his head emerged into the daylight. The soldiers reached down, gripping his arms, his shoulders, helping to lift him those final few feet. And then Jeremiah was out, lying on the ground beside the cistern, gasping for air, covered head to foot in black mud, trembling with cold and shock and relief. Ebed-Melech knelt beside him immediately. He did not recoil from the mud or the smell. He simply placed a hand on Jeremiah's shoulder, a gesture of comfort, of solidarity, of human connection. "You're safe now," he said quietly. "You're safe." Jeremiah looked up at him, his eyes, the only part of his face not covered in mud, filled with tears. Not tears of sadness, but of overwhelming gratitude. He tried to speak, but could not find words. Ebed-Melech understood. "Rest," he said. "Just rest." The soldiers stood around, some looking uncomfortable, others moved by what they had just witnessed. They had expected to simply follow orders, to perform a task. They had not expected this moment of raw humanity, of compassion cutting through the darkness of their circumstances. Ebed-Melech arranged for Jeremiah to be taken to a place where he could be cleaned, given water and food, allowed to recover. The prophet was returned to the courtyard of the guard to confinement. The king's order had been to rescue him, not to free him, but at least he was alive. And as Ebed-Melech watched the prophet being led away, he felt something he had not felt in a long time. Peace. Not the peace of safety or security, not the peace of knowing his own troubles were over, but the peace that comes from doing what is right, regardless of cost. The peace that comes from acting in alignment with your deepest values, from being the kind of person you believe you should be. He had saved a life, and in doing so, perhaps he had saved something in himself as well. Chapter 6. Compassion in small details. There is something profound about the way Ebed-Melech conducted this rescue that deserves deeper reflection. He could have approached it differently. He had royal permission. He had 30 soldiers at his command. He had every right to simply throw down a rope and haul Jeremiah out as quickly as possible, treating the rescue as a logistical problem to be solved efficiently. No one would have questioned that approach. No one would have thought less of him for it. In fact, most people would have considered it perfectly appropriate. This was a time of war, a time of crisis. Speed and efficiency were paramount. Taking extra time to worry about comfort or dignity might have seemed like an unnecessary luxury. But Ebed-Melech saw it differently. He saw a man who had already suffered enormously, a man who had been betrayed by his own people, condemned by those he had tried to save, thrown into a pit and left to die in the most degrading way imaginable. And Ebed-Melech decided that this man deserved more than just survival. He deserved dignity. The rags were such a small thing. Worn-out cloth, worthless scraps. It would have taken only minutes to collect them, but those minutes mattered. Because when you have been treated as worthless, when you have been discarded and left to die, when you have been shown cruelty and indifference, the experience of someone treating you with care, with genuine, thoughtful care, is transformative. Jeremiah was not just pulled out of a cistern that day. He was pulled out with tenderness, with attention to his pain, with an understanding that rescue is not just about extracting a body from danger, but about restoring a person's humanity. This is what compassion looks like in its truest form. Compassion is not just feeling sorry for someone. It is not just wishing things were better. It is not just thinking kind thoughts or offering prayers from a distance. Compassion is active. It is practical. It is willing to get its hands dirty, to take extra time, to do things thoroughly rather than quickly. Compassion sees the person, not just the problem. Think about what Ebed-Melech could have done differently. He could have lowered ropes and shouted down, "Grab the ropes! We are pulling you up!" And Jeremiah would have grabbed them, because what choice did he have? And they would have pulled him up, and yes, the ropes would have cut into his flesh, and yes, it would have been agonizing, but he would have survived. Mission accomplished, right? But that approach treats Jeremiah as an object to be retrieved rather than a person to be cared for. It solves the immediate problem without considering the human being at the center of that problem. Ebed-Melech refused to do that. He thought about what Jeremiah would experience. He imagined being in that cistern, cold and weak and terrified. He anticipated the pain that rough ropes would cause on fragile skin, and he took steps to prevent it. This is empathy translated into action, and the instructions he gave: put the rags under your armpits, between your arms and the ropes, show his attention to detail. He did not just throw down cloth and assume Jeremiah would figure it out. He explained exactly how to use the materials to maximize protection. He treated Jeremiah as someone worthy of clear communication, of patient guidance, of respect. Even the pace of the rescue reflects this compassion. They pulled slowly, steadily, no rushing, no jerking movements. They took their time, even though time was precious, because doing it right was more important than doing it quickly. There is a stark contrast here that is worth noting. The officials who threw Jeremiah into the cistern were cruel, but their cruelty was not exceptional. It was not dramatically different from the baseline cruelty that existed throughout the city. People were scared, desperate, cruel to each other in countless small ways. The officials just happened to be in a position where their cruelty had more dramatic consequences. Cruelty is often loud, obvious, easy to identify. We see it and we know it for what it is. We condemn it, or we should. But compassion, real compassion, is often quiet. It happens in small moments, in details that might go unnoticed. It does not announce itself with fanfare. It simply does what needs to be done, with care and attention and respect. Ebed-Melech could have rescued Jeremiah without compassion and still been considered a hero. He still would have saved a life. He still would have defied the officials. He still would have shown courage. But he went further. He rescued Jeremiah with compassion, and that additional element, that care for dignity, that attention to unnecessary suffering, that is what elevates this story from interesting to profound, because it reminds us that how we do things matters as much as what we do. It reminds us that there is a difference between solving a problem and caring for a person. It reminds us that even in the worst circumstances, even when time is short and resources are scarce and dangers are real, there is still room for gentleness. And perhaps most importantly, it reminds us that the people who need help are not just problems to be solved. They are human beings who deserve to be treated with dignity, even, especially, when they are at their most vulnerable. Chapter 7. Judgment Falls on the City. The rescue of Jeremiah did not change the trajectory of Jerusalem's fate. The city was still under siege. The Babylonian armies were still camped outside the walls. The food supplies were still dwindling. The internal divisions were still tearing the city apart from within. Jeremiah's rescue was a small act of mercy in a world careening toward disaster. It saved one life. It restored one man's dignity. But it did not stop what was coming, and what was coming was judgment. The siege continued for months. At first, people believed they could endure it. They rationed food carefully. They collected every drop of water. They encouraged each other with stories of past victories, past deliverances. But weeks turned into months, and months turned into something darker. Hunger became famine. Famine became starvation. People began to die, not from violence, but simply from having nothing left to sustain them. The elderly died first, their bodies too weak to survive on minimal rations. Then the sick, then the children, their small bodies unable to endure what the adults could barely withstand. The streets, once bustling with activity, grew quiet. People moved slowly, conserving energy, their faces hollow and gaunt. Mothers held their babies and wept dry tears, unable to produce milk, unable to comfort their starving children. Disease spread through the crowded city. When people are weakened by hunger, when sanitation breaks down, when hope is lost, illness follows. Plague moved from house to house, from street to street, leaving corpses in its wake. The soldiers on the walls grew thin and weak. They still stood guard, still watched the enemy armies in the distance, but they no longer spoke of victory. They simply endured, day after day, waiting for the end. And then, one night, the end came. It happened during the 11th year of King Zedekiah's reign, in the 4th month. The Babylonian armies, which had been patient for so long, finally breached the walls. It was not a dramatic assault. There was no massive battle, no heroic last stand. The walls simply failed. Whether through siege engines finally succeeding, or through a weak point being exploited, or through betrayal from within, the text does not say. But the walls, which had stood for generations, which the people had trusted to protect them, finally gave way, and the Babylonian soldiers poured in. What followed was not a battle. It was a slaughter. The soldiers of Judah, weakened by months of starvation, could not mount effective resistance. The Babylonians swept through the streets systematically, killing any who resisted, capturing those who surrendered. The city descended into chaos. People ran in every direction, seeking safety that did not exist. Some hid in their homes, hoping the soldiers would pass by. Some fled toward the temple, believing that God's house would provide sanctuary. Some simply fell to their knees and waited for the end. The Babylonian commanders set up their headquarters in the middle gate, the symbolic centre of the city. From there they directed the conquest, the looting, the systematic destruction of everything Jerusalem had been. When King Zedekiah saw that the city had fallen, he did what weak men often do. He tried to run. He and his remaining soldiers attempted to escape under cover of darkness, fleeing through the king's garden, heading toward the Arabah, the desert wilderness where they hoped to disappear. But the Babylonian army was thorough. They had anticipated this possibility. Scouts had been watching every possible escape route. Zedekiah was captured in the plains of Jericho. His soldiers scattered. His escape failed. They brought him to Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, at Riblah in the land of Hamath. And there Nebuchadnezzar pronounced judgment. It was brutal, calculated, designed not just to punish, but to send a message. First, Zedekiah was forced to watch as his sons were executed. His children, his heirs, his future, killed before his eyes. The text does not describe what this did to him, but we can imagine. The helplessness, the horror, the knowledge that his weakness, his indecision, his inability to make hard choices had led to this moment. Then they put out his eyes. They blinded him, ensuring that the last thing he would ever see would be the death of his sons. For the rest of his life, that image would be burned into his memory, the final sight before darkness. Then they bound him with bronze shackles and took him to Babylon, where he would spend the remainder of his days in prison, blind and broken, a warning to others of what happened to puppet kings who tried to rebel against their masters, the officials who had led the rebellion, who had insisted on resistance, who had thrown Jeremiah into a cistern for telling them this would happen. They were executed, quickly, efficiently, without ceremony. Their names would be forgotten. Their plans had failed. Their defiance had accomplished nothing but death. The temple, which had stood for centuries, which the people had believed was inviolable because it was God's dwelling place, it was looted first, then burned. The priest tried to stop it, tried to reason with the soldiers, tried to explain that this was a holy place. They were cut down where they stood. The soldiers took the gold and silver vessels that had been used in worship, the treasures that had been accumulated over generations, and carried them away to Babylon. Then they set fires that consumed the wooden structures, that cracked the stone walls, that reduced the house of God to rubble and ash. The palace was burned. The houses of the officials were burned. These walls of Jerusalem, which had protected the city for so long, were systematically torn down. Stone by stone, block by block, the Babylonians demolished them, ensuring that Jerusalem would never again be a fortified city, never again be able to resist. And the people, those who had survived the siege, the disease, the conquest, were rounded up for exile. Thousands of them, tens of thousands, were marched out of the city in chains, beginning the long journey to Babylon. They would become servants, labourers, displaced persons in a foreign land, far from everything they had known. Everything Jeremiah had warned them about came to pass. Every prophecy he had spoken, every warning he had delivered, every unpopular truth he had proclaimed in the streets and courtyards, it all happened exactly as he had said it would. The city was destroyed. The people were exiled. The kingdom was ended. The judgment that had been promised for generations of disobedience finally fell, and it fell. Completely, but not everyone suffered the same fate. Zechariah chapter 8. God's promise to Ebed-Melech. Before the city fell, before the final chaos descended, God spoke to Jeremiah. It was not a public prophecy, not a message meant for the city or the officials or the king. This was private, personal, a message about one specific person. Go and tell Ebed-Melech the Cushite. It is remarkable that God knew his name, that God cared enough about this foreign servant, this man of no status or importance, to send a prophet with a specific message just for him. The message was this. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. I am about to fulfill my words against this city, words concerning disaster, not prosperity. At that time they will be fulfilled before your eyes. But I will rescue you on that day, declares the Lord. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. I will save you. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life. Because you trust in me, declares the Lord. Read those words carefully. Let them sink in. God was about to destroy the city. Judgment was coming, inevitable and complete. But Ebed-Melech, this one man, this foreign servant, he would be spared. Not because he was perfect. Not because he had performed great miracles or prophesied the future or led armies. Not because he was Jewish or had the right bloodline or held an important position. But because he had trusted in God and acted with compassion. Because when everyone else had turned away from mercy, he had chosen it. Because when a life was in danger and no one else would help, he had stepped forward. God saw that. God remembered it. And God honoured it. The promise was specific. You will not be given into the hands of those you fear. Ebed-Melech feared the officials. He feared the consequences of defying them, of speaking against them, of rescuing the man they had condemned. That fear was rational, justified. Those men had power and were ruthless in using it. But God promised that those men would have no power over him. When the city fell, when the officials were captured and executed, Ebed-Melech would not share their fate. You will not fall by the sword, but will escape with your life. This was not a promise of comfort or prosperity. God was not promising that Ebed-Melech would be wealthy or honoured or powerful. The promise was survival, life, the chance to continue existing in a world that was about to be torn apart. But survival, in those circumstances, was everything. And the reason, the explicit reason given in the text, was this: because you trust in me. Trust. Not perfect understanding, not flawless theology, not religious credentials or ritual purity, or any of the things that people often think God cares about most. Just trust. Trust that showed itself in action. Trust that manifested as compassion. Trust that was willing to risk safety for the sake of righteousness. When the city fell, when the Babylonian soldiers swept through Jerusalem, when officials were arrested and executed, when people were rounded up for exile, Ebed-Melech walked away unharmed. We do not know the details of how it happened. The text does not describe it. But somehow, in the chaos and violence, he was protected. Perhaps the soldiers overlooked him. Perhaps in the confusion of conquest, a foreign servant seemed too insignificant to bother with. Perhaps someone remembered his act of mercy and chose to repay it. Or perhaps God simply made sure he slipped through the cracks. However it happened, the promise was fulfilled. Ebed-Melech survived. He escaped with his life. The very thing God had promised came to pass, and he survived not despite his act of mercy, but because of it. Not in spite of his willingness to risk everything for righteousness, but because of it. In a city where everyone was trying to save themselves, where fear had made people cruel and selfish and willing to sacrifice others for their own safety, Ebed-Melech had chosen differently. And that choice, that single act of compassion, was remembered by God and rewarded with life. Chapter 9. What it means to be seen. There is something powerful about being truly seen. Not just noticed, not just acknowledged, but truly seen. Your actions, your choices, your heart. In a world where so much goes unnoticed, where so many acts of kindness pass without recognition, where people do good things and no one ever knows, there is something deeply meaningful about the idea that God sees. Ebed-Melech did not rescue Jeremiah for recognition. There was no reward waiting for him, no promotion, no public honour. In fact, he risked everything with no guarantee of any positive outcome at all. He did it because it was right, because a man was dying and he could not bear to let it happen, because his conscience would not allow him to look away, and God saw it. In a city of thousands of people, in a crisis that involved kings and officials and priests and prophets, God noticed what one foreign servant did, and God thought it mattered enough to send a specific personal message of protection. This tells us something important about how God values actions. It is not the grand gestures that matter most. It is not the public displays or the impressive achievements or the things that make it into history books. It is the quiet acts of mercy, the moments when someone chooses compassion over fear, The times when a person sees suffering and responds with care, even when no one is watching, even when there is no reward, even when it costs something, those are the moments God sees. Those are the moments God remembers. Those are the moments that matter eternally. Ebed-Melech was a servant, a eunuch, a foreigner. In the social hierarchy of ancient Jerusalem, he was near the bottom. He had no power, no influence, no status. And yet, in this story, he is the hero. Not the king, who was weak and indecisive. Not the officials, who were cruel and self-serving. Not the priests, who failed to protect a prophet. Not even Jeremiah himself, though Jeremiah is certainly righteous and faithful. The hero is the servant who noticed suffering and chose to act. This should challenge our assumptions about importance and significance. We tend to think that the people who matter are the ones with titles, with authority, with public platforms. We look to leaders and celebrities and influencers to show us what matters. But this story suggests something different. It suggests that the most important people in any society might be the ones we never hear about, the ones who quietly do what is right, the ones who show mercy when others show cruelty, the ones who risk everything for someone else's life. Ebed-Melech's act of compassion rippled through history in ways he could never have anticipated. He saved Jeremiah's life, and because Jeremiah lived, he continued to prophesy, and because he continued to prophesy, his words were recorded, and because his words were recorded, they became part of Scripture, and because they became part of Scripture, they have influenced billions of people for thousands of years, all because one man chose mercy over fear. This is how change actually happens in the world, not through grand schemes or dramatic interventions from above, but through individual choices made by ordinary people in moments when it would be easier to look away. Every act of compassion creates ripples. We cannot always see them. We cannot always trace the connections, but they are real. When you choose to help someone in need, you do not know what future that person might have. You do not know what they might accomplish, who they might influence, what difference they might make. You're simply choosing, in that moment, to value their life, their dignity, their humanity, and that choice matters more than we can measure. Chapter 10. The Test of Character. There is a concept in ethics called the test of conscience, the idea that the true measure of a person's character is revealed in moments when they must choose between what is easy and what is right, especially when no one is watching. Ebed-Melech faced exactly this kind of test. He could have rationalized inaction. It would have been easy to do so. He could have told himself that Jeremiah had brought this on himself with his controversial prophecies, that the officials knew best, that a foreign servant had no right to interfere in matters of state, that speaking up would only bring trouble without actually helping. These would all have been socially acceptable reasons for staying silent. No one would have blamed him for them. But he did not take the easy path. He took the hard one. And this is where character is truly forged, in the space between knowing what is right and actually doing it. Many people know what is right. They can articulate moral principles. They can identify injustice when they see it. They can feel the pull of conscience, but knowing is not the same as doing. The gap between knowledge and action is where character lives. Ebed-Melech could have known it was wrong to leave Jeremiah in the cistern and still done nothing. Knowledge alone does not require action, but character does. Character is what makes you act on your convictions even when it is costly, even when it is dangerous, even when you gain nothing and risk everything. And Ebed-Melech had that kind of character. This raises an important question. Where does that kind of character come from? The text gives us a clue in God's promise. Because you trust in me. Trust in God. Faith. Not just intellectual belief, but a deep conviction that shaped how Ebed-Melech saw the world and his place in it. If you believe that every human being is made in the image of God, then you cannot dismiss their suffering as irrelevant. If you believe that God sees all actions, then you cannot assume that quiet mercy goes unnoticed. If you believe that righteousness matters more than safety, then you must act accordingly, even when it is hard. Ebed-Melech's faith was not abstract theology. It was lived reality. It shaped his choices in concrete, practical ways. This is what authentic faith looks like. Not just attending religious services or reciting prayers or following rituals. Those things may be part of faith, but they are not the essence of it. The essence of faith is trust that transforms action, belief that changes behaviour, conviction that manifests as compassion. Ebed-Melech trusted that doing right mattered more than staying safe. He trusted that God cared about mercy. He trusted that one person's actions could make a difference, even if that person was a foreign servant with no power or status. And that trust made him brave. Chapter 11. The courage to stand alone. One of the most difficult aspects of Ebed-Melech's choice was that he stood alone. He was not part of a movement. There was no group of people rallying to Jeremiah's defence. There was no public outcry against the injustice. There was no one to stand beside him and share the risk. He was alone in his conviction that this was wrong and something needed to be done. Standing alone requires a different kind of courage than standing with others. When you are part of a group, there is safety in numbers. There is mutual support. There is the comfort of knowing that if you fall, others will catch you. But when you stand alone, you bear the full weight of consequence yourself. Ebed-Melech could not look to others for validation. He could not wait for someone else to act first. He could not hide in the crowd. He had to make the choice by himself, accept the risk by himself, face the potential consequences by himself. This is one of the most challenging tests a person can face, doing what is right when no one else will. History is filled with stories of lone individuals who stood against injustice when everyone else stayed silent, who spoke truth when everyone else went along with lies, who showed mercy when everyone else showed cruelty. These stories inspire us because we recognize how difficult it is, how much courage it requires, how much easier it would be to simply conform, to go along with the crowd, to tell ourselves that if everyone else is doing it, it must be acceptable. But Ebed-Melech did not need others to validate his conviction. He knew what was right, and that knowledge was enough. This is a crucial lesson for us, because there will be times in our lives when we see something wrong, and we look around and no one else seems to care. No one else is speaking up, no one else is taking action. In those moments, it is easy to doubt ourselves, to think, maybe I am overreacting, maybe it is not as bad as I think, maybe I am missing something that everyone else understands. But sometimes the crowd is wrong. Sometimes silence is complicity. Sometimes waiting for others to act first means that no one ever acts at all. Ebed-Melech teaches us that one person can make a difference, not because they are special or powerful or uniquely qualified, but simply because they choose to act when action is needed. Chapter 12. The power of individual choice. We live in a world that often feels overwhelming. The problems are so large, the systems so entrenched, the suffering so widespread. It is easy to feel powerless, to believe that individual actions do not matter in the face of such massive challenges. But this story contradicts that belief. Ebed-Melech was one person. He had no political power, no social influence, no resources beyond what he could gather from a storeroom. He was as powerless as a person could be in that society. And yet, his choice to act saved a life. More than that, it saved the prophecies that would become part of Scripture. It preserved words that would influence the course of human history. One person's choice rippled through time in ways he could never have imagined. This is the power of individual choice. We may not be able to solve every problem or fix every injustice. We may not be able to change entire systems with a single action. But we can change individual circumstances. We can help individual people. We can make choices that honour human dignity and value human life. And those choices matter. They matter to the people we help. They matter in the eyes of God, and they matter in ways we cannot always see or measure. Every time someone chooses compassion over indifference, they change the world a little. Every time someone risks safety for righteousness, they push back against the darkness. Every time someone stands up for what is right, They make it easier for the next person to do the same. Ebed-Melech did not overthrow the system that condemned Jeremiah. He did not change the politics of Jerusalem. He did not stop the siege or prevent the fall of the city. But he saved one man. He showed one act of mercy. He made one choice that honoured life over death, compassion over cruelty, courage over fear. And that was enough. It was enough to be remembered by God. It was enough to change the course of events. It was enough to become a story that would be told for thousands of years. It was enough. Epilogue. The faith that saves. Quietly. The story of Ebed-Melech is not one of the famous stories from the Bible. It does not appear in children's picture books. It is not preached from pulpits every Sunday. It does not have the dramatic flair of David and Goliath, or the epic scope of Moses and the Exodus. Most people have never heard his name, and yet his story is there, preserved in the book of Jeremiah, recorded for all time. Why? Because it reminds us of something we too easily forget. Faith is not always loud. Courage is not always seen. The acts that matter most are not always the ones that make the headlines or win the applause of crowds. Sometimes the most important thing you can do is notice when someone else is suffering, to care when everyone else has moved on, to speak when speaking is dangerous, to act when acting costs something. Ebed-Melech had every reason to stay silent. He was a foreigner, a servant, a man with no power, no protection, no guarantee of safety. Helping Jeremiah gained him nothing. It risked everything. But he did it anyway. He did not wait for someone else to act. He did not assume that because he was unimportant, his actions would not matter. He simply saw what was wrong and chose to do what was right. And that choice saved a life. Not just any life, but the life of a prophet whose words would echo through history. A man whose message would be recorded in scripture and read by millions. A man whose courage in the face of death would inspire generations. Jeremiah survived because one person refused to look away, and in the end, when the city fell and judgment came, God did not forget the man who had shown mercy. Ebed-Melech was spared. He escaped with his life. He walked out of the ruins of Jerusalem and into a future that most of his generation would never see, because he had trusted in God, not with grand declarations, not with public displays of piety, but with a quiet, deliberate act of compassion when no one else would. This is the kind of faith that saves, the kind that does not wait for permission or recognition, the kind that acts because it is right, not because it is easy, the kind that sees people not as problems or threats, but as human beings made in the image of God, worthy of dignity and care. History remembers kings and prophets, but God remembers people like Ebed-Melech, and sometimes that is the most important kind of remembering there is. Closing reflection. What we can learn. As we close this story, it is worth reflecting on what it means for us today. We may never face the exact circumstances that Ebed-Melech faced. We may never have to decide whether to rescue a prophet from a cistern or approach a king to plead for someone's life. But we will face moments when we must choose between what is easy and what is right. When we must decide whether to speak up or stay silent. When we must determine whether someone else's suffering matters enough to us to do something about it. In those moments, Ebed-Melech's example speaks to us. It tells us that one person can make a difference. That powerlessness is not an excuse for inaction. That compassion is not just a feeling, but a choice that manifests in practical, concrete actions. It tells us that how we treat the vulnerable reveals who we truly are. That mercy is more valuable than safety. That courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite fear. It tells us that God sees quiet acts of kindness, that our actions matter even when no one else notices, that faith is measured not by our words but by our willingness to risk something for someone else. We live in a world that still needs people like Ebed-Melech, people who notice suffering and cannot look away, people who speak up when others stay silent, people who choose mercy over fear. The question is, will we be those people? When we see injustice, will we act or will we find reasons why it is not our problem? When we encounter suffering, will we respond with compassion, or will we protect our own comfort? When doing the right thing requires courage, will we step forward or will we step back? These are not hypothetical questions. They are the questions that define our lives, our character, our legacy. Ebed-Melech was not a perfect person. He was not a superhero. He was an ordinary man who faced an impossible choice and chose mercy. That same choice is available to us, not once in a lifetime, but repeatedly, in small moments and large ones, in public and in private, in ways that will be remembered and in ways that will be forgotten. But whether remembered or forgotten by people, God sees. God knows. God honours those who choose righteousness over safety, who value mercy over comfort, who act with compassion when it would be easier to look away. This is the legacy of Ebed-Melech, not a legacy of fame or power or achievement, but a legacy of quiet faithfulness, of compassion in action, of courage when it mattered most. May we have the wisdom to see suffering when others look away. May we have the courage to speak up when others stay silent. May we have the compassion to act when others do nothing. And may we trust, as Ebed-Melech did, that choosing what is right is always worth it, even when it costs us everything.
Hello friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. I hope your day has been filled with blessings, no matter what time you're joining us or where you are in this beautiful world. Before we begin tonight's journey into the remarkable story of Gideon, I want to invite you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber so you never miss these powerful biblical narratives that can transform your heart and strengthen your faith. Now let's settle in as we explore one of the most extraordinary accounts of courage, faith and divine intervention in all of Scripture. The sun hung low over the hills of Israel, casting long shadows across a land that had once flowed with milk and honey. But those days seemed like distant memories now. The once prosperous nation had fallen into chaos, its people scattered and hiding like frightened animals. For 7 long years, the Midianites had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. Picture, if you will, the terror that gripped every village and farmstead. Families would wake each morning not knowing if this would be the day the raiders would come. Fathers would venture out to check their crops, only to find them trampled and stolen. Children would be hushed to silence at the first sound of hoofbeats on the horizon. The very air seemed thick with fear and desperation. The Midianites, along with their allies, the Amalekites, and other eastern peoples, had turned the conquest of Israel into an annual ritual. Like a plague of locusts, they would arrive at harvest time, their camels beyond counting, stretching across the landscape as far as the eye could see. They would strip the land bare, taking not only the grain and livestock, but also crushing the spirits of God's chosen people. Farmers had abandoned their fields, choosing instead to hide in mountain caves and underground chambers. The marketplaces that once bustled with commerce now stood empty and silent. What should have been a time of celebration and thanksgiving for the harvest had become a season of dread and starvation. Israel's cities, once proud and strong, had crumbled into mere shadows of their former glory. The walls that should have protected the people lay in ruins, and the gates that once welcomed travellers now hung broken on their hinges. It was as if the very blessing of God had departed from the land, leaving behind only sorrow and defeat. In this atmosphere of despair, mothers would gather their children close and whisper the old stories of how God had delivered their ancestors from Egypt, how he had parted the Red Sea and given them victory over mighty enemies. But those stories seemed like fairy tales now, beautiful but impossible dreams from a time when God still cared about his people. The elders of Israel shook their heads in bewilderment. Where was the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob? Where was the mighty deliverer who had once fought for them? Had he forgotten his covenant? Had he abandoned them to their enemies forever? It was into this world of darkness and desperation that our story begins, in the small town of Ophrah, where a young man named Gideon was about to discover that God had not forgotten his people, after all. But Gideon, like so many others, had lost hope. He had watched his family's livelihood disappear year after year, and he had grown tired of empty promises and unanswered prayers. On this particular day, as storm clouds gathered on the horizon, both literally and figuratively, Gideon was engaged in the dangerous work of threshing wheat. But he wasn't doing it in the traditional threshing floor, where the grain could be properly separated from the chaff by the wind. Instead, he was hidden away in a wine press, a place where grapes were normally crushed to make wine. It was cramped, inefficient, and poorly ventilated, but it offered something more valuable than convenience. It offered concealment from enemy eyes. As Gideon worked in his makeshift hiding place, sweat dripping from his brow in the confined space, he embodied the broken spirit of his entire nation. Here was a man reduced to secret, fearful labour just to provide basic sustenance for his family. The very act of threshing wheat, once a joyful community celebration, had become a furtive, isolated struggle for survival. Little did Gideon know that this moment of apparent defeat would become the launching pad for one of the most remarkable displays of God's power in human history. The God who seemed absent was actually watching, waiting, and preparing to use this unlikely hero in ways that would astound both friend and foe alike. The rhythm of Gideon's work was steady but tense. Each strike of his flail against the wheat stalks echoed softly in the confined space of the wine press. His eyes darted frequently toward the opening above, watching for any sign of danger. The precious grain he was salvaging represented not just food for today, but hope for tomorrow, assuming the Midianites didn't discover his hiding place. The silence of the afternoon was broken by an unexpected voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's heart nearly stopped. He spun around, flail raised defensively, expecting to see a Midianite scout who had somehow discovered his secret location. Instead, he found himself face to face with a figure unlike any he had ever encountered. The stranger sat calmly beneath the great oak tree that overlooked the wine press, his presence somehow both commanding and peaceful. The greeting struck Gideon as almost mockingly ironic. Mighty warrior, him, the man who was reduced to threshing wheat in secret, constantly looking over his shoulder in fear. And the Lord is with you? If that were true, then why was Israel suffering under such devastating oppression? "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon replied, his voice heavy with skepticism and pain. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt?' But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian." The words poured out of Gideon like water from a broken dam. Years of frustration, disappointment, and unanswered questions came tumbling forth. He had grown up hearing the magnificent stories of God's mighty deeds, of pillars of fire and cloud, of armies defeated and nations subdued. But where was that God now? Where were those miracles when his people needed them most? The stranger listened patiently to Gideon's outburst, showing no offence at the young man's boldness or apparent lack of faith. There was something in his eyes that spoke of ancient wisdom and unlimited compassion. When Gideon finished speaking, the visitor's response was both simple and earth-shattering. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" The audacity of the command took Gideon's breath away. Save Israel? Him? The implications were staggering. This wasn't a request for him to join an army or support a cause. This was a divine commission to personally lead the deliverance of an entire nation from a seemingly impossible situation. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon stammered, his mind reeling, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." Gideon's response revealed the depth of his feelings of inadequacy. In a culture where tribal strength and family position determined social standing and influence, he saw himself as doubly disqualified. His clan held no political power, commanded no great armies, and possessed no significant wealth. Within that already weak clan, he was the youngest, the most inexperienced, the least likely to be chosen for any position of leadership. But the stranger's next words would echo through the ages as one of the most profound promises ever given to a human being. "I will be with you, and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The promise was comprehensive and absolute. Not some of the Midianites, not most of them, but all of them. The victory would be complete and decisive, but more importantly, it would not depend on Gideon's strength, wisdom, or experience. It would depend entirely on the presence and power of God himself. Still struggling to believe what he was hearing, Gideon made a request that would reveal both his desire for faith and his need for certainty. "If now I have found favour in your eyes, give me a sign that it is really you talking to me. Please do not go away until I come back and bring my offering and set it before you." The stranger agreed to wait, and Gideon hurried to his house to prepare an offering. His heart raced as he worked, his hands trembling slightly as he prepared a young goat and made bread from an ephah of flour. This was not a small offering by the standards of his time, especially for a family struggling under the oppression of constant raids. Yet something within him compelled him to give generously, to honour this mysterious visitor properly. When Gideon returned with the prepared food, the stranger instructed him to place the meat and unleavened bread on a rock and pour out the broth. Gideon obeyed, though he couldn't understand the purpose of these strange instructions. What happened next would leave no doubt about the supernatural nature of his visitor. The stranger touched the meat and bread with the tip of the staff he carried, and immediately fire flared from the rock, consuming the entire offering in an instant. The flames burned with an intensity and heat that no ordinary fire could match, leaving nothing behind but the memory of their brilliance. In that same moment, the stranger vanished from sight, disappearing as suddenly and mysteriously as he had appeared. Terror gripped Gideon's heart as the full realization of what had just occurred crashed over him like a mighty wave. This had been no ordinary man, no mere messenger or prophet. This had been the angel of the Lord, a manifestation of God himself. In that moment of understanding, Gideon was overwhelmed not with joy, but with mortal fear. "Alas, sovereign Lord," he cried out in anguish, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." In the ancient world, it was believed that no human could see God and live. The very encounter that should have filled him with confidence instead filled him with terror. Had his boldness in questioning and testing the Lord sealed his doom? Would he die for having stood in the presence of the Almighty? But even in his moment of greatest fear, God's grace reached out to comfort him. The voice of the Lord came to him again, gentle and reassuring. "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." With his own hands, Gideon built an altar on that spot and called it, "The Lord is Peace." The place where he had threshed wheat in fear and desperation had become holy ground, the site of a divine encounter that would change not only his life, but the destiny of an entire nation. As night fell over Ophrah, Gideon stood beside his new altar, his mind swirling with the magnitude of what had occurred. The God of his ancestors had not abandoned Israel after all. He had been working, planning, preparing for this very moment. And somehow, incredibly, he had chosen Gideon to be his instrument of deliverance. Yet even as faith began to bloom in his heart, doubt lingered like shadows at the edges of his mind. The task before him seemed impossible, the odds insurmountable. How could he, one man from the weakest clan in Manasseh, possibly hope to defeat the countless multitudes of Midian and their allies? It was a question that would lead him to make one of the most famous requests for divine confirmation in all of Scripture. The days following Gideon's encounter with the angel of the Lord were filled with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. The divine commissioning had been clear and unmistakable, yet the human heart, prone to doubt and fear, struggled to fully embrace what seemed impossible. Gideon found himself caught between the supernatural certainty of his calling and the natural uncertainties of his circumstances. As he went about his daily tasks, Gideon's mind constantly returned to that moment when fire had consumed his offering and the angel had vanished from sight. Had it really happened? In the bright light of day, with the familiar sounds and sights of ordinary life surrounding him, the encounter almost seemed like a dream. Yet the altar he had built stood as a permanent reminder, its stones bearing witness to the reality of what had occurred. Word began to spread quietly through the region about Gideon's calling. Some believed and were filled with hope for the first time in years. Others were sceptical, wondering how this young man could possibly succeed where so many others had failed. Still others were fearful, worried that any attempt at resistance would only bring more severe retaliation from their oppressors. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on Gideon's shoulders. He was being asked not just to risk his own life, but potentially to lead others to their deaths. What if he had misunderstood? What if his faith had somehow led him astray? The consequences of a mistake would be catastrophic, not just for him, but for all who would follow him. It was in this state of mind that Gideon made his famous request for divine confirmation. The fleece test, as it would come to be known, represented not a lack of faith, but rather a deep desire for certainty in the face of overwhelming responsibility. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," Gideon prayed earnestly, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece, and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." The request was specific and measurable. In the normal course of nature, dew would form on all surfaces exposed to the night air. If God could reverse this natural process, causing moisture to collect only on the fleece, while leaving the surrounding ground completely dry, it would serve as an unmistakable sign of divine intervention. Gideon placed the fleece carefully on the threshing floor as evening approached. All through the night he must have awakened periodically, wondering what he would find in the morning. As dawn broke, he hurried to the spot where he had placed his test. What he discovered filled him with wonder and awe. The fleece was thoroughly saturated with dew, so much so that when he wrung it out, he was able to fill an entire bowl with water. Yet all around it, the ground was completely dry, as if an invisible barrier had prevented any moisture from settling anywhere but on the wool. The sign was clear and unmistakable, yet Gideon's human nature craved even greater certainty. The magnitude of what he was being called to do seemed to justify asking for additional confirmation. With remarkable humility and boldness he approached God with yet another request. "Do not be angry with me," Gideon prayed, acknowledging that his repeated testing might seem to indicate a lack of trust. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece, but this time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." This second test was even more remarkable than the first. It would be one thing for God to cause dew to collect on a single object, while keeping the surrounding area dry, but it would be quite another to keep one small piece of wool completely dry while saturating everything around it. This second sign would demonstrate not just God's power over nature, but his precise control over the smallest details. Again, Gideon placed the fleece on the threshing floor and waited through the night. When morning came, he found exactly what he had requested. The fleece was bone dry without a trace of moisture, while the ground all around it sparkled with heavy dew. The grass, the stones, the nearby trees, everything was wet with the night's moisture, except for that one small piece of wool. God had patiently granted both requests, demonstrating not anger at Gideon's need for reassurance, but understanding and compassion for human weakness. The fleece tests revealed important truths about the nature of faith and the character of God. Faith is not the absence of questions or doubts. Rather, it is the willingness to act in obedience despite those questions and doubts. Moreover, God's response to Gideon's requests showed his patience with those who seek him earnestly. He did not rebuke Gideon for his need for confirmation, nor did he withdraw his calling because of the young man's hesitation. Instead, he graciously provided the assurance that Gideon needed to step forward in faith. The fleece tests also demonstrated the balance between seeking divine guidance and taking action. There comes a point when further testing can become an excuse for inaction, when the desire for certainty becomes a barrier to obedience. Gideon wisely limited his requests to 2 clear signs, then proceeded to act on what he'd received. As news of these miraculous signs spread throughout the tribes of Israel, hope began to stir in hearts that had been dormant for years. Perhaps God had not forgotten them after all. Perhaps deliverance was indeed coming through this unlikely young man from Ophrah. But before Gideon could lead Israel into battle against their oppressors, he would need to assemble an army. The call went out throughout the territories of Manasseh, Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali. Men who had been hiding in caves and mountain strongholds began to emerge, drawn by the promise of freedom and the reports of God's miraculous confirmations. The response was overwhelming. 32,000 men answered the call, a substantial army by any measure. These were not professional soldiers, but farmers and craftsmen, fathers and sons, united by their hatred of oppression and their desperate hope for liberation. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find, swords that had been hidden from enemy raids, spears hastily fashioned from farming tools, bows that had been used for hunting game in the wilderness. As Gideon looked out over this vast assembly of volunteers, he might have felt a surge of confidence. Surely with 32,000 men, even amateur fighters, he could mount a credible challenge to the Midianite forces. The odds were still daunting, given that the enemy could field armies many times larger, but at least now they had a fighting chance. Yet God had other plans. The fleece tests had been preparation not just for Gideon's faith, but for an even greater demonstration of divine power. The true test was not whether Gideon could trust God with impossible signs, but whether he could trust God with an impossible strategy. What happened next would shock both Gideon and his army, challenging every human assumption about warfare and victory. God was about to demonstrate that his ways are not our ways, and that his power is made perfect, not in human strength, but in human weakness. The morning sun cast long shadows across the camp as 32,000 men prepared for what they believed would be their march to war. Weapons were sharpened, provisions were packed, and final prayers were offered. The air buzzed with nervous energy as farmers turned warriors contemplated the battle that lay ahead. Gideon moved among his troops, offering words of encouragement and trying to project the confidence that a leader must display. Yet privately, he was still awed by the magnitude of what was happening. Just weeks earlier, he had been hiding in a wine press, and now he stood at the head of the largest volunteer army Israel had assembled in generations. But as the army prepared to march toward the enemy encampment, God spoke to Gideon with words that must have sent shockwaves through his entire being. "You have too many men. I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. Our own strength has saved us." Too many men? The statement seemed to defy all military logic. The Midianites and their allies numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Their camels alone described as being like locusts for multitude. How could 32,000 possibly be considered too many? Yet God's reasoning revealed a profound truth about the nature of divine deliverance. If Israel won the coming battle through conventional military means, they would inevitably credit their victory to their own strength, strategy, and courage. The victory needed to be so obviously supernatural that no one could mistake its source. God's glory was at stake, and that glory could not be shared with human pride. Following God's instructions, Gideon stood before his assembled army and made an announcement that must have stunned many of the volunteers. Anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead. The offer was based on an ancient law found in Deuteronomy, which recognised that fearful soldiers could spread panic through the ranks and actually weaken an army's effectiveness. But in this case, the dismissal served a different purpose entirely. God was beginning the process of reducing the army to a size that would make his intervention unmistakable. The response to Gideon's announcement was immediate and devastating. 22,000 men took advantage of the opportunity to withdraw from what many probably saw as a suicide mission anyway. These were not cowards in the traditional sense. They were ordinary people facing an extraordinary situation, and they chose the safety of their families over the uncertainties of battle. As Gideon watched more than 2/3 of his army walk away, his heart must have sunk. 10,000 men remained, still a respectable force, but far fewer than what seemed necessary for the task ahead. Surely now they could proceed with God's blessing. But God was not finished with his reductions. "There are still too many men," came the divine word. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there. If I say, 'This one shall go with you,' he shall go. But if I say, 'This one shall not go with you,' he shall not go." The instruction was puzzling and specific. Gideon was to observe how the men drank water and select his final army based on their drinking method. Of all the criteria that might be used to choose warriors, how they consumed water seemed among the least relevant to military prowess. At the water's edge, the 10,000 men revealed their character through their approach to drinking. The vast majority knelt down and put their faces directly to the water, drinking deeply and focusing entirely on satisfying their thirst. But a small group, only 300 men, demonstrated a different approach. They brought water to their mouths with their hands, lapping it like dogs while maintaining their vigilance and readiness. God's instruction was clear. "With the 300 men that lapped, I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands. Let all the others go home." The reduction was complete and shocking. From 32,000 to 300 represented a decrease of more than 99%. What had begun as a substantial army was now reduced to little more than a large company. The odds, already daunting, had become mathematically absurd. Yet the selection criteria revealed profound spiritual truths. The 300 men who were chosen had demonstrated alertness, self-discipline, and readiness, even in a moment of personal need. While drinking, they had maintained their awareness of their surroundings, prepared for action at a moment's notice. These qualities, while admirable in soldiers, were really symbols of spiritual preparedness and faithfulness. As the dismissed soldiers departed, taking most of the weapons and supplies with them, Gideon was left with 300 men who looked more like a ceremonial guard than a fighting force. The enemy they faced was described in terms that emphasized their overwhelming numbers. All the Midianites, the Amalekites, and the other eastern peoples had settled in the valley, thick as locusts. Their camels could no more be counted than the sand on the seashore. The disparity was so extreme that it moved beyond the realm of military strategy into the realm of the miraculous. No human commander would voluntarily reduce his forces to such a level when facing such overwhelming odds. Yet this was precisely God's point. The victory that was coming would be so clearly divine in origin that no one could attribute it to human planning or prowess. For Gideon, this final reduction must have been the ultimate test of faith. Everything in his military thinking, everything in his natural instincts, everything in conventional wisdom screamed against such a strategy. Yet his experiences with the fleece had prepared him for this moment. He had learned to trust God's ways even when they contradicted human logic. The 300 men who remained showed remarkable faith as well. They could see the enemy forces spread across the valley below them. They knew the odds better than anyone, yet they chose to stay, to trust in the God who had called them through his servant Gideon. As night fell over the Israelite camp, the 300 men prepared for what would be the most unconventional battle in military history. They had no idea that they were about to participate in a victory that would be remembered and celebrated for thousands of years. A victory that would demonstrate God's power to use the weak to confound the mighty. The stage was set for a night that would change everything. The Midianites slept in their countless tents, confident in their overwhelming superiority. The 300 Israelites made their final preparations, trusting in a God who specialized in impossible victories. The hours before dawn are often the darkest, both literally and figuratively. As Gideon and his 300 men crouched in the hills overlooking the vast enemy encampment, the weight of their impossible mission pressed down upon them like a physical burden. The valley below was filled with the tents of their enemies, stretching as far as the eye could see in the starlight, a sea of canvas that housed an army larger than any they had ever faced. Despite the miraculous signs he had witnessed and the divine assurances he had received, Gideon still struggled with doubt. God, in his infinite understanding of human nature, provided one more confirmation before the battle commenced. "Get up, go down against the camp," the Lord instructed, "because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The offer revealed God's compassionate understanding of Gideon's anxiety. Rather than rebuking him for his continued fears, the Lord provided an opportunity for reassurance. Taking his servant Purah with him, Gideon crept down toward the perimeter of the enemy camp under cover of darkness. The Midianite camp was massive beyond imagination. Thousands upon thousands of tents housed warriors from multiple nations united in their conquest of Israel. The sounds of the sleeping army filled the night air, snoring soldiers, restless camels, the occasional challenge of sentries. The very scale of the enemy forces should have been overwhelming to any reasonable observer. As Gideon and Purah approached the outer edge of the camp, they overheard a conversation between two Midianite soldiers. One was telling his companion about a disturbing dream he had experienced. "I had a dream. A round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." The interpretation offered by his fellow soldier was even more remarkable. This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands. The irony was profound. Here in the heart of the enemy camp, God was providing confirmation through the mouths of Israel's oppressors themselves. The barley bread in the dream was significant. Barley was considered the food of the poor, inferior to wheat. Yet in the dream, this humble loaf had the power to destroy the entire enemy position. The symbolism was clear. God would use the humble and despised to bring down the mighty and proud. That Gideon's name was already known to the enemy indicated that word of the gathering Israelite resistance had reached their ears. Rather than being encouraged by their overwhelming numerical superiority, some among the Midianites were apparently experiencing anxiety about this upstart Hebrew leader. God was already working in the hearts and minds of the enemy, preparing them for defeat. Gideon and Purah retreated to their own lines, hearts pounding with excitement and renewed confidence. The doubt that had plagued Gideon was finally dispelled by this remarkable confirmation. When they reached the Israelite position, Gideon called his men together for final instructions. "Get up," he announced with newfound authority and confidence. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." What followed was perhaps the most unusual battle plan in military history. Instead of swords and spears, Gideon distributed trumpets, empty clay jars, and torches to each of his 300 men. The weapons of conventional warfare were set aside in favour of items that seemed more suited to a religious ceremony than a military campaign. Gideon divided his small force into 3 companies of 100 men each. The strategy was simple, yet audacious. They would surround the enemy camp and at Gideon's signal create as much noise and confusion as possible while giving the appearance of a much larger force. "Watch me," Gideon instructed his men. "Follow my lead. When I get to the edge of the camp, do exactly as I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then from all around the camp blow yours and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan required perfect timing and coordination. Each man would conceal his torch inside a clay jar, maintaining complete darkness and silence until the moment of attack. Then at Gideon's signal, they would simultaneously break their jars, revealing blazing torches, blow their trumpets with all their might, and shout their battle cry. The psychological impact was designed to be devastating. The enemy would suddenly find themselves surrounded by lights and noise, creating the impression of a massive attacking force. In the confusion of a night assault, with limited visibility and the disorientation of being awakened from sleep, even experienced soldiers could panic and lose their sense of direction. As the 3 companies moved into position around the vast perimeter of the enemy camp, each man must have felt the weight of the moment. They were not professional soldiers, but ordinary citizens who had answered the call to fight for their freedom. Now they found themselves in the most critical moment of their lives, armed with the most unconventional weapons imaginable, trusting in a God who had promised victory through seemingly impossible means. The middle watch around midnight was traditionally the time when sentries were changed and vigilance was often at its lowest point. It was at this precise moment that Gideon and his 100 men reached their assigned position on the edge of the camp. Across the valley, 200 other men waited in similar positions, every eye fixed on their leader for the signal that would begin the battle. Gideon raised his torch-filled jar high above his head, then brought it down sharply, smashing it against a rock. The clay shattered with a sound that seemed to echo across the silent valley, and immediately his torch blazed forth in the darkness. At the same instant, he lifted his trumpet to his lips and blew a long, piercing blast. "For the Lord and for Gideon," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The signal rippled around the camp, as 300 jars smashed simultaneously, 300 torches burst into flame, and 300 trumpets' heights sounded their defiant call. The battle cry of "For the Lord and for Gideon" echoed from every direction, creating the impression that the Midianite camp was completely surrounded by a massive army. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Thousands of sleeping soldiers were jolted awake to find their camp surrounded by blazing lights and deafening noise. In the confusion and darkness, panic spread like wildfire through the ranks. Soldiers stumbled from their tents, grabbing whatever weapons they could find, unable to determine the size or direction of the attacking force. In their panic and confusion, the Midianites and their allies began attacking each other. Unable to distinguish friend from foe in the darkness, and hearing battle cries in their own languages from every direction, they assumed they had been betrayed by their allies. The coalition that had seemed so formidable began to tear itself apart. The 300 Israelites maintained their positions around the perimeter, continuing to blow their trumpets and hold their torches high, creating the illusion of a massive army that had the enemy completely surrounded. They watched in amazement as God fulfilled his promise in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. The panic spread throughout the entire camp like a plague. What had begun as confusion quickly escalated into a full-scale rout as the enemy forces fled in every direction, abandoning their weapons, supplies, and even their camels in their desperate attempt to escape what they perceived as certain destruction. The victory was complete and overwhelming, achieved not through superior numbers or military might, but through divine intervention, working through the obedience of 300 faithful men. The God who had called Gideon from his hiding place in the winepress had once again demonstrated that his power is made perfect in human weakness. As dawn broke over the valley, an astonishing sight greeted the 300 Israelites. Where the night before had stood the mighty encampment of Israel's oppressors, now lay only scattered debris and abandoned supplies. Tents stood empty, their guy ropes cut by fleeing soldiers. Weapons lay discarded where they had fallen from panicked hands. The camels that had been described as innumerable as locusts wandered aimlessly, their owners having fled into the wilderness. The ground itself told the story of the night's chaos. Bloodstains marked the spots where confused allies had struck down one another in the darkness. Personal belongings were strewn across the landscape as the fleeing army had abandoned everything that might slow their escape. The scene looked less like the aftermath of a battle and more like the remnants of a catastrophic natural disaster. Gideon and his men moved through the abandoned camp in wonder, scarcely believing what their eyes were witnessing. The victory was so complete, so overwhelming, that it seemed almost too good to be true. Yet the evidence was undeniable. The army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years had been routed by 300 men armed with trumpets and torches. But God's deliverance was not yet complete. Even as the 300 marvelled at what had occurred in the valley, word of the miraculous victory was spreading throughout the hill country of Israel. Men who had dismissed Gideon's call to arms, who had remained hidden in their caves and strongholds, now emerged with renewed courage and determination. The tribes of Naphtali, Asher and Manasseh rallied to pursue the fleeing Midianites. What had begun with 300 faithful men now swelled into a national movement of liberation. The psychological impact of the victory was as important as the military result. The myth of Midianite invincibility had been shattered in a single night, and the spirit of resistance that had been dormant for so long now burst forth like a river breaking through a dam. Gideon sent messengers throughout the hill country of Ephraim with urgent instructions. "Come down against the Midianites and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth-barah." This strategic move would cut off the enemy's escape routes and ensure that the victory would be complete. The Ephraimites responded with enthusiasm, capturing the fords of the Jordan and trapping many of the fleeing Midianites. In the pursuit that followed, they captured two of the Midianite leaders, Oreb and Zeb, whose names meant raven and wolf. These princes, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for years, were now defeated and killed at the places that would forever bear their names: the rock of Oreb and the winepress of Zeb. The pursuit continued beyond the Jordan as Gideon and his original 300, though exhausted, pressed on to capture the remaining Midianite kings, Zebah and Zalmunna. The victory was total and decisive. An empire that had dominated the region for 7 years was completely destroyed in a matter of days. The land of Israel enjoyed peace for 40 years during Gideon's lifetime. The oppression that had driven families into hiding was replaced by prosperity and security. Fields that had been abandoned were cultivated again. Markets that had stood empty bustled with commerce. Children who had grown up knowing only fear could now play freely in their villages. But perhaps the greatest victory was not military but spiritual. Israel had rediscovered that their God was still the same mighty deliverer who had brought their ancestors out of Egypt. The impossible victory served as a permanent reminder that with God all things are possible. The story of Gideon and the 300 speaks across the centuries, with timeless truths that challenge and encourage us today. First, we see that God uses the unlikely. Gideon was not a seasoned warrior or a natural leader. He was a fearful farmer, hiding from his enemies. Yet God saw potential that others missed. This reminds us that God's calling is not based on our qualifications, but on his purposes. Second, the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300 demonstrates that faith matters more than numbers. In a world obsessed with statistics and metrics, God's economy operates differently. He delights in using small faithful remnants to accomplish great things, ensuring that his power, not human strength, receives the glory. Third, Gideon's requests for signs teach us about the balance between faith and doubt. God was patient with Gideon's need for confirmation, showing us that honest questions and requests for reassurance are not signs of weak faith but of a heart that desires to walk in God's will. Finally, the story shows us that obedience in the face of fear is the essence of courage. Gideon was afraid, his army was outnumbered, and the strategy seemed foolish. Yet they obeyed, and God honoured their faithfulness with victory. When we feel unqualified for the tasks before us, when the odds seem insurmountable, when we need reassurance before taking steps of faith, the story of Gideon reminds us that our God specialises in impossible victories. He is still calling ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, still using the weak to confound the mighty, still turning fearful hearts into faithful warriors. The God who met Gideon at the winepress is the same God who meets us in our hiding places today, calling us to step out in faith and watch him work miracles through surrendered lives. Just as the 300 trumpets and torches became instruments of divine victory, our simple obedience can become the means through which God accomplishes his purposes in our generation. May we have the courage to answer when he calls, the faith to trust when he leads, and the persistence to follow when he sends us into battles that seem impossible to win. For with God, the 300 can defeat the multitudes, and faith can move mountains that seem immovable. The story of Gideon reminds us that our greatest victories come not when we feel strong and capable, but when we acknowledge our weakness and depend completely on God's strength. In those moments of surrender, we discover that we serve a God who delights in doing the impossible through the most unlikely people. And so the story ends where it began, with an invitation to faith, a call to courage, and a promise that the God who delivered Israel through Gideon and the 300 is still delivering his people today, one impossible victory at a time.
Before we begin tonight's story, I want to take just a moment to say thank you. If you're enjoying what you hear, using your hype points on this video truly helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It makes a genuine difference in allowing us to continue creating these stories for you. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review helps tremendously as well. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in. And of course, if you enjoy the content and haven't already, consider subscribing. It means everything. Now, let's begin. There are moments in history when mercy appears where logic says it should not. When kindness walks through doors that fear has locked. When someone broken by the past is suddenly called forward into a future they never imagined possible. This is one of those stories. It begins not with triumph but with ash. Not with celebration, but with silence. Not with a throne, but with a crippled boy, a hidden life, and a king who refused to forget. Grace often arrives where shame has settled in, and in ancient Israel, during the blood-soaked years following civil war, grace arrived at a table set for the forgotten. Chapter 1. A House in Ruins. The house of Saul had fallen, not slowly, not quietly. It collapsed like a tower struck at its foundation, and when the dust cleared there was almost nothing left. King Saul, the first anointed ruler of Israel, was dead. His sons were dead. His army was scattered. His legacy, once golden, was now stained with madness, jealousy, and the tragic arc of a man who had lost the favour of God. The Philistines had come like locusts. They swept across the hills of Gilboa, their chariots grinding through the dirt roads, their swords flashing in the sunlight. Saul's army tried to hold. They fought with desperation, but desperation is not strategy. One by one, the warriors fell, the king's sons fell, and finally, wounded and surrounded, Saul himself fell on his own sword rather than be captured alive. The news travelled fast. In the royal household, panic erupted. Servants fled. Advisors disappeared into the countryside. Relatives gathered what they could carry and scattered like seeds in a storm. To be connected to Saul now was not an honour. It was a death sentence. David had been anointed king long before Saul's death. He had been hunted by Saul, driven into caves, forced to live among enemies. But David had never stopped being loyal to the throne itself. He had never raised his hand against the anointed king. And now, with Saul gone, David was the rightful heir. But the family of Saul did not see it that way. They saw only danger. In the ancient world, when a new king rose, the old royal line was often erased. Wives, children, distant cousins, anyone with a claim to the throne could be seen as a threat. It was not cruelty. It was survival. It was politics written in blood. History was filled with such purges. When dynasties changed hands, the former royal families rarely survived. It was understood that to allow them to live was to plant seeds of future rebellion. A surviving prince could rally loyalists. A remaining heir could become a symbol for the discontented. And so, kings acted preemptively, not out of personal hatred necessarily, but out of cold political calculation. The household of Saul understood this reality all too well. They had seen how kingdoms operated. They knew the unspoken rules of power, and now, with David ascending to the throne, they expected the worst. So they ran. Some fled north, to all the territories still loyal to Saul's memory. Others went east, crossing the Jordan River into lands less controlled by David's authority. Still others simply vanished into the countryside, taking new names, burying their royal connections, hoping that distance and time would erase the threat they represented. And among those who fled was a young boy named Mephibosheth. Chapter 2. The Child Who Fell. Mephibosheth was only 5 years old when the news came. His father, Jonathan, was dead. His grandfather, Saul, was dead. The kingdom was collapsing and the household was in chaos. His nurse, perhaps a servant, perhaps a relative, grabbed the boy and ran. She did not stop to pack. She did not pause to plan. She simply ran, clutching the child in her arms, her heart pounding, her mind racing with fear. The roads were crowded with refugees, other members of the household, servants, guards who had abandoned their posts, farmers fleeing the expected violence, all of them moving in the same direction, away from the centre of power, away from Jerusalem, away from whatever judgment was coming. The nurse held Mephibosheth tightly. He was crying, confused, asking questions she could not answer. Where were they going? When would they come back? Where was his father? She did not tell him the truth. How could she explain to a 5-year-old that his entire world had ended? That his father would never return? That the palace he had known, the life he had lived, was gone forever? She just kept running. And then she fell. Maybe it was the uneven ground. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was the weight of the boy combined with the speed of her panic. Maybe she was jostled by the crowd of other fleeing refugees. Whatever the reason, she stumbled, and when she did, Mephibosheth fell from her arms. He hit the ground hard. The impact was devastating. His small body crumpled, his legs twisting beneath him at unnatural angles. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. He screamed, a sound that cut through the chaos of the fleeing crowd. The nurse scrambled to her feet, her own knees scraped and bleeding. She reached for the boy, panic rising in her throat. Around them, people barely paused. Everyone was focused on their own survival, their own escape. No one stopped to help. No one had time. She lifted Mephibosheth back into her arms. He was still crying, clutching at his legs, his face twisted in agony. She could feel the unnatural angles of his limbs, could sense that something terrible had happened, but there was no time to stop, no time to assess, no time to do anything but keep moving. If they stayed on the road, if they slowed down, they risked being caught. They risked being identified. They risked everything. So she kept running, the boy's cries gradually fading into whimpers, then to shocked silence. But the damage was done. The fall had shattered bones in both of his feet and legs. In a world without modern medicine, without proper surgical intervention, without even basic understanding of how to properly set complex fractures, the injuries healed poorly. The bones knit together crookedly, the tendons shortened, the muscles atrophied. By the time they reached safety, weeks later, in a distant town far from Jerusalem, it was clear that Mephibosheth would never walk normally again. His legs, broken and improperly healed, left him crippled. In a world where strength and mobility determined status, where a man's ability to fight or work defined his worth, Mephibosheth was marked from that moment forward. He would not be a warrior like his father. He would not lead armies like his grandfather. He would not stand tall in the courts of kings. He would be the crippled son of a dead prince, hidden away in a forgotten town, living in the shadow of a family that no longer existed. Chapter 3. Living in hiding. The years passed slowly in Lodabar. The name itself means no pasture. It was a place of barrenness, a town on the edge of civilization where people went when they had nowhere else to go. It was dry, distant, and unremarkable. The kind of place you could disappear into and never be found. And that was exactly what Mephibosheth did. He lived quietly in the household of Machir, son of Amiel. Machir was a man of some means, enough to take in, the displaced grandson of a king, enough to provide shelter and food. But it was not charity born of sentimentality. It was obligation. It was loyalty to the memory of Saul and Jonathan. And perhaps it was also insurance. If political winds shifted again, having protected a royal heir might prove valuable. Mephibosheth grew up in this household, but he grew up knowing he was different. Other boys ran through the streets, played at being soldiers, helped their fathers in the fields. He watched from doorways and windows. He moved slowly, painfully, his twisted legs requiring support, requiring assistance, requiring constant accommodation. He kept his head down. He did not speak of his lineage. He did not mention his grandfather's throne or his father's courage. To do so would be to invite danger. To do so would be to remind the world that he was a descendant of Saul. and therefore, in the eyes of many, a potential threat. Word had reached Lodabar over the years about David's reign. The new king had united the tribes. He had defeated the Philistines decisively. He had captured Jerusalem and made it his capital. He had brought stability to a land that had known only chaos. By all accounts, David was a good king, a strong king, a king blessed by God. But to Mephibosheth, these reports only deepened his fear. A strong king was a secure king, and a secure king had no reason to tolerate potential rivals. Every year that passed without incident was, in Mephibosheth's mind, not a sign of safety, but merely a delay of the inevitable. So he lived as though he did not exist. His days were marked by routine. He woke, he ate, he moved slowly through the hours, relying on others for support. He helped where he could, mending things with his hands, offering advice, contributing what little he was able to contribute. But always, there was the underlying sense that he was a burden, that he was taking up space, that he was living on borrowed time in more ways than one. His disability was not just physical. It shaped how he saw himself. He believed he was less. He believed he was broken. He believed that the fall that had crippled his legs had also crippled his future. Shame became his constant companion, not because anyone told him he was worthless, but because the world around him seemed to confirm it every single day. He could not work like other men. He could not defend himself. He could not provide in the ways that mattered, and so he withdrew further into himself, into the quiet resignation that this was all his life would ever be. The people of Lodabar were not unkind. They nodded to him in the streets. They made small talk when they encountered him, but there was always a distance. He was the crippled stranger living in Machir's house. He was the quiet one who never spoke of where he came from. He was, in every practical sense, a ghost. He did not expect rescue. He did not hope for restoration. He simply survived day by day in a town called No Pasture, waiting for nothing. The loneliness was perhaps the heaviest burden. He had no peers, no true friends. The young men of the town had their own circles, their own camaraderie built around shared labour and shared experiences. Mephibosheth could not participate. He could not join the harvest crews. He could not go on hunting parties. He could not even sit comfortably in the informal gatherings where men traded stories and jokes after the day's work was done. He was always apart, always separate, always other. At night, lying in his small room in Machir's house, he sometimes thought about his father. Jonathan had been a hero. Jonathan had been brave, skilled with a bow, beloved by the people. Jonathan had been the kind of man songs were written about, and Mephibosheth was his son. But what kind of legacy was that? What did it mean to be the son of a hero when you could not even walk properly? What did it mean to carry a famous name when you had to hide that name every single day? The weight of it pressed down on him, the sense that he had disappointed not just his father's memory, but some fundamental expectation of what a man should be. He knew it was not rational. He knew the fall had not been his fault. He had been a child. But shame is not rational. Shame does not care about circumstances. Shame simply settles in and makes itself at home. And so the years continued. 5 years became 10. 10 became 15. Mephibosheth moved from childhood to adolescence to adulthood, all within the confines of Lodabar, all within the narrow boundaries of a life defined by limitation. He married. He had a son named Micah. These were small joys, small anchors of normalcy. But even these blessings were tinged with sadness. He watched his son grow, watched him learn to walk with ease, watched him run and jump and do all the things Mephibosheth could not do. And while he loved his son fiercely, there was also a quiet grief that he could not be the kind of father he wanted to be. He could not chase Micah through the streets. He could not lift him onto his shoulders. He could not teach him to fight or hunt or do any of the things fathers typically passed on to their sons. He provided what he could: love, presence, wisdom gained from years of quiet observation. But it never felt like enough. And always, beneath everything, was the fear. The fear that someday someone would remember. Someone would make the connection. Someone would whisper to King David that Saul's grandson was alive, living in Lodabar. And then the soldiers would come. He had nightmares about it sometimes. The sound of marching feet, the knock on the door, the rough hands dragging him before the king, the sword falling. He never told anyone about these dreams. What would be the point? Fear was his private burden, carried silently, accepted as the price of survival. Chapter 4. David remembers a promise. Meanwhile, in Jerusalem, King David sat on the throne of Israel. He had united the tribes. He had defeated the Philistines. He had brought the Ark of God back to the city. He had established his rule with wisdom, strength, and the favour of heaven. The people loved him. The kingdom was at peace. And yet, in the quiet moments, David's mind drifted backward. He thought of Jonathan. Jonathan, the son of Saul, had been David's closest friend. They had made a covenant together, a bond deeper than politics, stronger than blood. It was not a casual friendship. It was the kind of connection that shapes a life, that leaves a permanent mark on the soul. David remembered the first time they had truly seen each other. It was after David had killed Goliath, when the shepherd boy was brought before King Saul. Jonathan had been there, watching this young man who had done what trained warriors would not do, and something had happened in that moment. A recognition, a kinship. The text says Jonathan's soul was knit to David's soul. It was immediate, it was profound, and it changed both of their lives. Jonathan had protected David when Saul's jealousy turned to murderous rage. Jonathan had warned David when his father planned to kill him. Jonathan had risked his own safety, his own relationship with his father, his own claim to the throne, all to keep David alive. They had made a covenant. They had sworn before God that their loyalty to each other would extend to their descendants, that no matter what happened, no matter how politics shifted, they would protect each other's families. And then Jonathan had died. David had mourned deeply. He had written a lament, one of the most beautiful expressions of grief in all of Scripture. How the mighty have fallen, he had written. I am distressed for you, my brother Jonathan. Very pleasant have you been to me. Your love to me was extraordinary, surpassing the love of women. But mourning is not the same as remembering. Grief is not the same as action. And for years David had been consumed with the demands of kingship, building a capital, establishing a government, fighting wars, consolidating power. There had been no time to dwell on the past, until now. One day, sitting in the palace, David turned to his servants and asked a question that no one expected. Is there anyone left from the house of Saul to whom I can show kindness for Jonathan's sake? The room grew quiet. The servants exchanged glances. Kindness to the house of Saul? Why would the king do such a thing? Saul had tried to kill him. Saul's family had been his enemies. Saul had driven him into the wilderness, forced him to live in caves, hunted him like an animal for years. And yet here was David, asking not about vengeance, but about mercy, not about eliminating threats, but about honouring a promise. It was unusual, it was unexpected, it was to the servant standing in that room almost incomprehensible. Kings did not usually ask such questions. Kings did not usually seek out the remnants of previous dynasties to bless them. The entire logic of royal succession argued against it. Safety demanded that old claims be extinguished, not nurtured. But David was not asking for political advice. He was asking about a covenant. He was asking about loyalty that transcended politics. He was asking about a promise he had made to his friend, and he intended to keep it. One of the servants spoke up. There was a man named Rizpah, a former servant of Saul's household. He might know if anyone remained. David summoned him immediately. When Rizpah arrived, he was nervous. Being summoned by the king was never a comfortable experience, especially for someone who had once served the previous dynasty. He entered the throne room cautiously, bowing low, keeping his eyes down. David did not waste time with pleasantries. Are you Rizpah? I am your servant, Rizpah replied carefully. David leaned forward. Is there anyone left from Saul's house? Anyone at all? Rizpah hesitated. This was dangerous territory to reveal information about, to Surviving members of Saul's family could be seen as disloyalty to David. But to lie to the king was even more dangerous. He chose his words carefully. There is still a son of Jonathan. He is crippled in both feet. The detail about the disability was deliberate. Rizpah was making it clear that this was not a viable threat. A crippled man could not lead a rebellion. A crippled man could not rally an army. A crippled man posed no danger to the throne. But David's response was not what Rizpah expected. David's face changed. For a moment the mask of kingship slipped, and there was just a man remembering his friend. Jonathan had a son. Jonathan's line continued. There was someone left to whom he could show the kindness he had promised. "Where is he?" David asked. Rizpah swallowed. "In Lo-debar, at the house of Machir, son of Ammiel." Lo-debar, the middle of nowhere, the kind of place you went to hide, the kind of place you went when you were afraid. David stood. "Bring him to me." Chapter 5. The Summons. When the messengers arrived in Lo-debar, Mephibosheth's world tilted. It was an ordinary day. He was sitting in the courtyard of Machir's house, working on a small repair job, when he heard the commotion in the street. The sound of horses, the sound of voices, the sound of authority. His heart began to race even before he knew why. Machir came into the courtyard, his face pale. Behind him were men in the livery of the king, royal messengers, armed, official. They had come. After all these years, after all this time, they had finally come. "Mephibosheth, son of Jonathan," one of the messengers asked formally. He could not speak. He could barely breathe. He managed a nod. "You are summoned to Jerusalem, to appear before King David." The words hung in the air. Summoned. Jerusalem. King David. This was it. This was the moment he had feared his entire life. David had finally remembered. David had finally decided to finish what political necessity demanded. The last living son of Jonathan, the last thread connecting the house of Saul to the throne, was being called in to be removed. Machir tried to interject. "Perhaps there has been a mistake. Perhaps." "There is no mistake," the messenger said firmly. "The king has called for him. We leave tomorrow." That night Mephibosheth barely slept. He said goodbye to his wife, to his son. He tried to be brave, tried to hide his fear, but they could all see it. They all knew what this meant. His wife held him and wept. "Maybe it will be all right," she whispered. "Maybe the king means no harm." But they both knew she was trying to convince herself as much as him. In the morning the messengers were ready. They had brought a cart for him, understanding that he could not travel on horseback. Even this small accommodation felt ominous. They were making sure he arrived. They were making sure he could not escape. The journey to Jerusalem was long and humiliating. Mephibosheth sat in the back of the cart, his twisted legs stretched out before him, his body jolting with every bump in the road. The messengers rode alongside, silent and professional. They did not speak to him. They did not explain. They simply escorted him, like a prisoner being transported to judgment. He watched the landscape change as they travelled. The barren hills of Lo-debar gave way to more fertile land. They passed through villages and towns. They crossed rivers, and with each mile Jerusalem drew closer. He had never been to Jerusalem. He had been too young when his family fled. All he knew of it came from reports and stories. It was the city David had conquered, the city that had become the heart of the kingdom, the city where power resided. And now he was going there to die. At night when they camped, he lay awake staring at the stars. He thought about his father. He wondered if Jonathan would be ashamed of him. He wondered if his father had imagined in those final moments on the battlefield that his son would end up like this, crippled, afraid, summoned to an execution. He thought about his own son, Micah. What would become of the boy? Would the king's vengeance extend even to the next generation? Or would Micah be spared because he was too young, too insignificant to matter? These thoughts circled endlessly, offering no comfort, no resolution. As they approached Jerusalem, the roads became more crowded. Merchants travelling to the capital, pilgrims coming to worship, soldiers on patrol. The city itself rose before them, walls gleaming in the sunlight, gates standing open but guarded. They passed through without incident. The messengers clearly had authority. Guards nodded them through, and then they were inside, moving through streets Mephibosheth had only imagined, heading toward the palace. When he finally arrived at the palace, the weight of the moment crushed him. The building was enormous, grand, intimidating. Everything about it spoke of power and permanence. This was not just a house. This was the seat of a kingdom. This was where decisions of life and death were made. The guards led him into the throne room. The walls were high. The ceiling echoed with voices. Courtiers and officials moved about, conducting the business of the kingdom. And at the far end of the hall, seated on the throne, was King David. Mephibosheth had never seen David before. He had imagined him countless times, imagined him as a giant, as a warrior, as a figure of terror. But the man on the throne looked almost ordinary, older than Mephibosheth expected. Lines on his face, grey in his beard, but the eyes. The eyes were what caught Mephibosheth's attention. They were intelligent, piercing, the eyes of someone who saw everything, and right now they were looking directly at him. Mephibosheth fell to the ground. He did not kneel gracefully. He collapsed, face down, arms outstretched, trembling. His legs, useless as always, splayed awkwardly beneath him. He could not look up. He could not speak. He simply waited for the sword to fall. The throne room continued its business around him, but he heard none of it. His entire world had narrowed to this moment, this spot on the floor, this final breath before the end. Then he heard footsteps. Someone was approaching, coming down from the throne, walking toward him. "Mephibosheth," a voice said gently. The sound of his own name startled him. It was not harsh. It was not angry. It was almost kind. He forced himself to speak, his voice barely audible. "I am your servant." Chapter 6. Mercy at the Throne. David stood before the prostrate man and felt a wave of emotion he had not anticipated. This was Jonathan's son, the boy Jonathan had loved, the child Jonathan had held. And now, here he was, broken, terrified, expecting death. David's mind flashed back to conversations with Jonathan. His friend had spoken of his son sometimes, in the brief moments of peace between battles. Jonathan had loved the boy fiercely, had wanted so much for him, had dreamed of the kind of man he might become, and now, because of politics and fear and the cruel mathematics of power, that boy had grown up in hiding, believing himself to be hunted. David's heart broke. "Do not be afraid," he said. Mephibosheth's body tensed at the words. Do not be afraid. How could he not be afraid? He was the grandson of Saul. He was the last living reminder of a dynasty that had fallen. He was a threat, whether he wanted to be or not. But David continued, his voice steady and warm. "I will show you kindness for the sake of your father, Jonathan." Mephibosheth's mind struggled to process the words. Kindness? For Jonathan's sake? Was this some kind of trick? Some cruel joke before the execution? David kept speaking, and with every word the impossible became real. "I will restore to you all the land that belonged to your grandfather Saul, all the fields, all the property. It is yours again, and you will always eat at my table." The throne room seemed to spin. Mephibosheth's thoughts tumbled over each other, unable to form coherence. Not execution, not exile, not even tolerance, restoration, invitation, a place at the king's table. Around the throne room, courtiers had stopped their conversations. Officials had paused their business. Everyone was watching. This was unprecedented. This was extraordinary. David motioned to his servants. "Help him up." Hands reached down, gently lifting Mephibosheth from the floor. He stood shakily, his legs barely supporting him, his whole body trembling. He looked at David, really looked at him for the first time. And what he saw in the king's face was not anger or calculation or political manoeuvring. It was genuine compassion. Mephibosheth bowed his head. his voice shaking. "What is your servant, that you should notice a dead dog like me?" The phrase was not false humility. It was genuine. In that moment, Mephibosheth believed every word. He saw himself as worthless, as beneath notice, as something to be discarded. A dead dog. That was how he understood his place in the world. A dead dog had no value. A dead dog could not serve. A dead dog was less than nothing, not even alive enough to be useful. That was how deeply shame had rooted itself in his identity. But David's face changed. He stepped closer, looking Mephibosheth directly in the eyes. "You are the son of my covenant brother," David said firmly. "You are Jonathan's son. That is who you are. And I made a promise." He turned to the assembled court. "Let it be known, Mephibosheth, son of Jonathan, is restored. All that belonged to Saul is his. He will live in Jerusalem, and he will eat at my table as one of my own sons." Then David called for Ziba. The servant appeared quickly, bowing low. David's instructions were clear and detailed. "You and your sons and your servants will work the land that belonged to Saul. The produce will support Mephibosheth and his household, but Mephibosheth himself will always eat at my table." Ziba bowed. "As the king commands." Mephibosheth stood there, unable to fully comprehend what had just happened. His entire life, every assumption he had made, every fear he had carried, every belief about his identity, it was all being rewritten in this moment. He had come expecting death and received life. He had come expecting judgment and received mercy. He had come carrying shame and was being offered honour. Chapter 7. A New Identity. The adjustment was not immediate. In the days following the throne room encounter, Mephibosheth moved through his new life in a kind of daze. He was given rooms in the palace. Servants attended to his needs. He was provided with clothes befitting his new status. Everything had changed. But inside he still felt like the man from Lo-debar, the crippled grandson hiding in no pasture, the one who did not belong. The first time he was called to dinner at the king's table, his hands shook so badly he could barely hold his cup. He sat among David's sons, grown men, warriors, princes, and felt like an imposter. They were polite. They welcomed him. But he could feel their curiosity. Who was this crippled stranger their father had elevated? Why was he here? David, at the head of the table, seemed to sense his discomfort. He engaged Mephibosheth in conversation, asking about his life, his family, his son Micah. Nothing heavy, nothing that required Mephibosheth to perform, just genuine interest. Slowly, over the course of that first meal, something inside Mephibosheth began to soften. These men were not his enemies. David was not his executioner. This was real. This was actually happening. Still, old patterns are hard to break. That night, alone in his room, he waited for the other shoe to drop. He waited for someone to come and tell him it was all a mistake. He waited for the conditions to be revealed. Surely David wanted something in return. Surely there was a price. But no one came. The next day was the same, and the day after. That. And the day after that. Every evening, without exception, he sat at the king's table and ate alongside David's sons. He listened to their conversations. He watched the way David led with wisdom and grace. He saw the king laugh with his children, discuss matters of state, settle disputes, offer counsel. And slowly something inside him began to shift. One evening, several weeks after his arrival, one of David's younger sons asked him about his injury. It was an innocent question, asked without malice, just curiosity. Mephibosheth found himself telling the story. The flight from Jerusalem, the nurse who carried him, the fall, the years in Lo-debar. When he finished, there was silence around the table. Then David spoke. "You have carried that burden for a long time." Mephibosheth nodded, unsure what to say. "But it does not define you," David continued. "Your legs may be crippled, but your heart is not. Your body may be broken, but your spirit does not have to be." It was such a simple statement, but it landed with the force of revelation. Your legs may be crippled, but your heart is not." Mephibosheth had spent his entire adult life believing that his disability disqualified him from mattering, that his inability to walk properly meant he had nothing to offer, that his brokenness made him less than human. But David was saying something different. David was saying that physical limitation did not equal personal worthlessness, that what was broken in his body did not have to be broken in his identity. That night, for the first time in years, Mephibosheth slept peacefully. The transformation did not happen overnight. It happened in small moments, accumulated over weeks and months. It happened when David asked his opinion on a matter and actually listened to his response. It happened when David's sons began to treat him not as a charity case, but as a brother. It happened when he realized he could contribute, not through physical labor, but through wisdom, through presence, through being part of something larger than himself. His legs were still crippled. That had not changed. When he walked, he still limped. When he moved, he still struggled. But the way he saw himself began to transform. He was no longer defined by what had been taken from him. He was no longer defined by the fall that had broken his body. He was no longer the forgotten son of a fallen house. He was a guest at the king's table. He was honoured. He was provided for. He was loved. Not because he had earned it. Not because he was strong or capable or useful, but because the king had made a promise, and the king kept his word. He sent for his wife and son. They came to Jerusalem, uncertain and afraid at first, but David welcomed them warmly. Micah, his son, was given opportunities Mephibosheth had never dreamed possible. The boy could train with weapons. He could learn from the king's advisors. He could grow up free from the fear and shame that had defined his father's life. Watching his son flourish, Mephibosheth felt a gratitude so deep it was almost painful. This was what grace did. It did not just rescue the individual, it broke cycles, it opened futures, it gave back what had been stolen. Months became years. Mephibosheth's place at the table became permanent. It became normal. The courtier stopped whispering about it. The servant stopped treating him as unusual. He simply was part of the household. And in that normality, in that acceptance, Mephibosheth found something he had never known before. Peace. Chapter 8. Grace that endures. But peace is not the same as the absence of challenge, and the years that followed would test everything Mephibosheth had learned. The kingdom faced new challenges. David's reign, for all its success, was not without turmoil. His family life was complicated. His sons competed for favour, and eventually, inevitably, rebellion came. Absalom, David's son, was ambitious and charismatic. He was also angry at his father, at the way justice had been handled in certain matters, at feeling overlooked. That anger grew into conspiracy. Conspiracy grew into open rebellion. Absalom gathered an army. He positioned himself as the rightful king, the one who would bring justice and order. And shockingly, he gained support. Many in Israel, for various reasons, chose to follow him. David was forced to flee Jerusalem. Again. Just as he had fled from Saul decades earlier, he now fled from his own son. It was a devastating blow, and it threw the entire kingdom into chaos. The political landscape became treacherous. Loyalties were tested. Old wounds reopened. Those who had been close to David had to make choices. Would they stay with the king in his exile, or would they hedge their bets, stay in Jerusalem, see which way the wind blew? In the midst of this chaos, Mephibosheth faced his own crisis. He wanted desperately to go with David. David had saved his life, had given him everything, had shown him mercy, beyond measure. Loyalty demanded that he stand with the king, but his legs would not allow it. David and his loyalists were moving quickly, travelling light, prepared to fight if necessary. Mephibosheth could not keep pace. He could not travel on horseback. He could not march with an army. He was once again limited by his body. He made arrangements to follow as quickly as he could. He prepared provisions. He gathered what he needed. But it would take time. He would be behind. He would be slow. And in that window of time, Ziba made his move. Ziba, the servant who had been managing Saul's lands on Mephibosheth's behalf, saw an opportunity. He went to David during the king's flight, bringing donkeys loaded with supplies, bread, wine, fruit. David was grateful. Supplies were desperately needed. "Where is Mephibosheth?" David asked. Ziba's answer was carefully calculated. "He has stayed in Jerusalem. He believes that the house of Israel will restore his grandfather's kingdom to him in the chaos." It was a lie, a complete fabrication, but it was a believable lie. In times of rebellion, anyone with a royal claim might be tempted to seize power, and Mephibosheth, as Saul's grandson, technically had such a claim. David, exhausted and betrayed on every side, believed Ziba's words. In that moment, surrounded by treachery, it seemed plausible. It seemed like just one more betrayal in a long line of betrayals. He turned to Ziba. "Everything that belonged to Mephibosheth is now yours." Ziba bowed, hiding his satisfaction. He had gambled and won. Meanwhile, back in Jerusalem, Mephibosheth knew nothing of this conversation. He was still trying to leave, still trying to catch up to David's company, his progress agonizingly slow. When he finally realized he could not reach David in time, when he understood that the king had already left the area and he had no way of knowing where David had gone, Mephibosheth made a decision. He would wait, he would stay loyal, he would not groom himself, would not wash his clothes, would not present himself as though everything was normal. He would mourn David's absence, he would pray for the king's return, and he would trust that somehow, someday, the truth would be known. The weeks that followed were agony. Absalom controlled Jerusalem. His supporters filled the palace. The city that had become Mephibosheth's home was now occupied by those who opposed the man who had saved him. Every day was a test of faith. Every day required him to trust that David would survive, that David would return, that the grace he had been shown was real and permanent and not dependent on circumstance. Finally news came. David's forces had won. Absalom was dead. The rebellion was crushed. The king was returning to Jerusalem. Mephibosheth wept with relief. He prepared to meet David, but he did not change his appearance. He had not groomed himself the entire time David was gone. His clothes were unwashed. His hair was unkempt. He looked like what he was, a man in mourning, a man who had refused to accept the new order, a man whose loyalty had never wavered. When David entered Jerusalem, Mephibosheth went out to meet him. He moved as quickly as his legs would allow, pushing through the crowds, desperate to see the king. David saw him coming, and the king's face hardened. "Mephibosheth," David said, his voice cold, "why did you not go with me?" The question hit like a physical blow. Mephibosheth's heart sank. What had happened? Why was David angry? "My lord the king," Mephibosheth said quickly, "my servant deceived me. I intended to come with you. I told him to prepare a donkey so I could ride with you, for your servant is lame. But he left without me, and then he slandered me to you." The pieces began to fall into place. Mephibosheth continued, his words tumbling out. "I know you are wise like an angel of God. I know you see truth. Whatever you decide, I will accept. You saved my life when I had no reason to expect anything but death. If you believe I betrayed you, then judge me. But know this, I have been loyal. I have mourned your absence. I have never stopped believing in you." David looked at him carefully. He saw the unwashed clothes. He saw the unkempt appearance. He saw the evidence of genuine mourning. Ziba had lied. Clearly. Completely. But the situation was complicated. David had already given Mephibosheth's property to Ziba as a reward. To reverse that completely would be to admit a serious error in judgment. It would be politically messy. It would open questions about David's discernment. David made a decision, perhaps not the perfect one, but a practical one. You and Ziba divide the land between you. It was not full justice, but it was something. It was a recognition that Mephibosheth had been wronged without completely humiliating Ziba or admitting the full extent of the mistake. Mephibosheth's response was immediate and telling. "Let him take it all," he said. "I am just glad. My lord the king has returned safely to his house." In that moment, David saw what Mephibosheth had become. This was not the terrified, shame-filled man who had been brought before the throne years earlier. This was not someone clinging desperately to property or status. This was a man who had been transformed by grace, a man who understood that his worth was not tied to what he owned or what he was owed, a man whose identity was secure enough that he could release his rights without losing himself. Let him take it all. I am just glad you're back. That was the heart of a man who had learned what mercy meant, who had internalized grace so deeply that he could extend it to others, even to someone who had wronged him. David nodded slowly, seeing and understanding. Mephibosheth remained at the king's table. The land was divided as David had decreed, but it barely mattered. What mattered was the relationship. What mattered was the covenant. What mattered was that grace, once given, had proven itself to be unshakable. Even in political turmoil, even in betrayal and accusation, even when tested by circumstance and misunderstanding, the grace remained. Because grace is not based on performance, it is based on promise. And David had made a promise to Jonathan that transcended everything else. Epilogue. The table. Still set years later, when Mephibosheth was an old man, he would sit at David's table and remember. He would remember the fear, the years in Lodabar, the shame that had defined him, the certainty that he would die for the crime of being born into the wrong family. And then he would remember the throne room, the moment when David spoke mercy instead of judgment, the moment when everything changed. His legs never healed. He never walked without difficulty. The scars of his fall remained with him for the rest of his life. When he rose from the table each evening, he still needed assistance. When he moved through the palace, he still limped. But those scars no longer defined him, because grace does not erase the past. It redeems it. Grace does not pretend the pain never happened. It declares that the pain is not the end of the story. Grace does not require perfection. It offers a seat at the table anyway. In the ancient Near East, to eat at a king's table was not a casual thing. It was not just about food. It was a declaration of status. It was a statement of belonging. It was a promise of protection. It meant you were under the king's roof, under his provision, under his care. For Mephibosheth, it meant he was no longer the crippled grandson of a failed king. He was a son of David's household, not by birth, not by right, but by grace. The story of Mephibosheth spread throughout Israel. People told it to their children. They remembered the king who kept his covenant. They remembered the man who had been lifted from hiding and given a place of honour. And in the retelling, the story became more than just history. It became a picture of something deeper, something universal, something that spoke to the human condition itself. Because Mephibosheth's story is not unique. In a spiritual sense, it is everyone's story. We are all crippled, not necessarily physically, but in the ways that matter. We are broken by circumstances beyond our control. We carry shame for things that were not our fault. We hide in barren places because we believe we have nothing to offer. We expect judgment because we cannot imagine mercy. And into that fear, into that shame, into that hiding, comes a summons. Come to the table, not because you've earned it, not because you're strong enough or good enough or capable enough, not because you can walk without limping or contribute without limitation. Just come. There is a place set for you. There has always been a place set for you, not because of who you are, but because of who the King is. The King who keeps covenants, the King who remembers the forgotten, the King who looks at broken people and sees not dead dogs, but beloved children. Mephibosheth lived out his days in Jerusalem at David's table, a living testament to grace. His son Micah grew up free from the shame his father had known. The cycle was broken, the curse was lifted, and at the end of his life, when Mephibosheth looked back over the strange and merciful arc of his story, he understood something profound. The fall that had crippled him had not been the defining moment of his life. The throne room had been the moment when he stopped being defined by his brokenness and started being defined by the King's mercy. That was the moment everything changed. That was the moment he stopped being a dead dog and became a son. This is the echo of a greater truth that resonates through all of time. There is a table still being set, not in an ancient palace, but in the heart of God. And at that table, there is room for the crippled, the ashamed, the fearful, and the forgotten. There is room for those who believe they are worthless. There is room for those who have been hiding in barren places, waiting for nothing, expecting nothing, hoping for nothing. There is room for those who have been broken by falls they did not choose, for those who carry scars that will never fully heal, for those who move through life with a limp. Grace arrives where shame has settled in, and the invitation is not based on what you can offer. It is not based on your strength, or your capability, or your worthiness. It is based on a covenant made long before you were born, a promise kept by a king who does not forget. The table is set. The seat is yours, not because you earned it, but because he remembered. Before we begin tonight's journey into one of the most overlooked stories in early Christian history, I want to take just a moment to ask for your support. If you're finding value in these deep dives into forgotten narratives, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel grow in ways you might not realise, and it means the world to us. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly makes a difference in helping others discover this content. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing our global community, and knowing that someone in Tokyo is listening at dawn while someone in London is drifting off at midnight. If you enjoy what we do here, subscribing helps us continue creating these stories. Now, let's begin. There is a particular kind of faith that history tends to forget. It does not perform miracles in crowded marketplaces. It does not deliver sermons that shake the foundations of empires. It does not leave behind letters that churches will read for 2,000 years. This is the faith that walks until its feet bleed. The faith that carries a message through fever and delirium. The faith that nearly dies in obscurity, serving a cause that will not remember its name. Tonight, we are going to examine one such story. A story so quiet that most people who have read the Bible dozens of times could not tell you a single detail about the man at its centre. His name was Epaphroditus. He was not an apostle. He was not a prophet. He was not even a deacon, as far as we know. He was a volunteer, a courier, a man who said yes when everyone else said the journey was too dangerous, and he nearly died for it. What makes his story remarkable is not what happened to him, but what did not happen. There was no angelic rescue, no blinding light, no voice from heaven declaring his mission holy. He got sick. He suffered. He recovered not through some dramatic intervention, but through what the Apostle Paul would later describe, almost casually, as mercy. God spared him. That is all. And yet Paul insisted that the church honour him. This is a story about the kind of faith that God sees even when history does not. It is a story about sacrifice without fanfare, about service that costs everything and asks for nothing in return. It is a story that begins not with Epaphroditus, but with a small church in a Roman colony, trying desperately to help a man they loved who was locked in chains far away. The early church was not the institution we know today. It was fragile. It was persecuted. It operated in the margins of society, meeting in homes, hiding its practices from hostile authorities, navigating a world that viewed it with suspicion at best and outright hostility at worst. In this world, every act of service was dangerous. Every journey was a risk. Every letter was a potential death sentence if it fell into the wrong hands. And yet they served anyway. They travelled anyway. They loved anyway. Epaphroditus is one of those names that appears briefly in Scripture and then vanishes. He is mentioned in Paul's letter to the Philippians and nowhere else. No other book of the Bible records his deeds. No church father writes extensive commentaries about him. He does not appear in the creeds or the councils. He is a footnote. But Paul did not think of him that way. To Paul, Epaphroditus was a brother, a fellow worker, a fellow soldier. He was someone who risked everything to serve the gospel. And Paul wanted to make sure the church understood that this kind of quiet, costly faith was exactly the kind of faith that mattered most. Before we dive into the details of his journey, we need to understand the world he lived in. We need to understand what it meant to be a Christian in the first century. We need to understand the pressures, the dangers, the daily reality of following Jesus in a world that crucified him. Because without that context, Epaphroditus' story is just a nice anecdote about a guy who got sick and recovered. With that context, it becomes something else entirely. It becomes a window into the soul of the early church, a church that believed so deeply, so desperately, that it was willing to send its own into danger for the sake of a man they might never see again. The faith of the early church was not abstract. It was not theoretical. It was not something you discussed in seminars or debated in comfortable settings. It was visceral. It was costly. It demanded everything. To become a Christian in the first century was to mark yourself as other, to separate yourself from your family, your community, your entire social world. It was to join a group that the Romans viewed with suspicion, that the Jews viewed as heretical, that the general population viewed as strange and possibly dangerous. Christians did not worship the emperor. They did not participate in the civic festivals that honoured the gods. They did not engage in the social rituals that bound communities together. They claimed that a crucified criminal was Lord. They claimed that death was not the end. They claimed that the God of the universe had become human, had died, and had risen again. This was madness to the Greeks. It was blasphemy to the Jews. It was potential sedition to the Romans. And yet people believed. They believed because something about the message rang true. They believed because they had encountered something, someone, who changed them at a fundamental level. They believed because the alternative, a world without hope, without resurrection, without the possibility of redemption, was unbearable. So they gathered in secret. They shared meals. They read letters from apostles. They prayed for each other. They supported each other when the world turned against them. And they sent messengers like Epaphroditus. Men and women who carried letters, money, supplies, encouragement across hundreds of miles of dangerous roads, because the church was not a building, it was a network of relationships, and those relationships had to be maintained even when distance and danger made it nearly impossible. This is the world Epaphroditus inhabited. This is the faith he lived, and this is the journey that nearly killed him. Chapter 1. A church under pressure. The city of Philippi sits in the shadow of empire. It is not a place of great theological importance. It is not Jerusalem, where the faith was born in the fires of Pentecost. It is not Antioch, where believers were first called Christians, where the Gentile mission took root and flourished. It is not even Corinth, with its wealth and controversy, its factions and its letters that would become scripture. Philippi is different. Philippi is practical. Philippi is Roman to its core. It is a colony established by Augustus after the civil wars that followed Julius Caesar's assassination. The Battle of Philippi, fought in the year 42 before the Common Era, was one of the decisive conflicts in Roman history. It was here that Octavian and Mark Antony defeated the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the men who had assassinated Caesar. After the victory, Octavian, who would later become Augustus, the first emperor, rewarded his soldiers by giving them land in Philippi. The city was rebuilt as a Roman colony, a miniature Rome in the heart of Macedonia. For the veterans who settled there, Philippi represented everything they had fought for. It was retirement, it was prosperity. It was the promise that their service to Rome would be honoured for the rest of their lives. The city is designed to look Roman. The architecture speaks Latin. The forums, the temples, the baths, the streets, they are all constructed in the Roman style, deliberate reminders that this is not merely a conquered territory but a piece of Rome itself, transplanted to the edge of the empire. For the citizens of Philippi, Roman identity is everything. To be Roman is to be civilized. To be Roman is to be part of the greatest empire the world has ever seen. To be Roman is to participate in the civic religion that binds the empire together, the worship of the emperor, the honouring of the Roman gods, the festivals and sacrifices that mark the rhythm of the year. This civic religion is not optional. It is how you prove your loyalty. It is how you demonstrate that you are a good citizen, a reliable member of the community, someone who can be trusted. And then, in the middle of this thoroughly Roman city, There is a church. It starts small. It always does. Paul arrives in Philippi around the year 50 on his second missionary journey. He comes with Silas, Timothy and Luke. They do not arrive with fanfare. They do not have the backing of any major institution. They do not have wealthy patrons or letters of introduction from powerful people. They have a message and they have faith that God will open doors. The first door opens by a river. There is no synagogue in Philippi, at least none that Paul can find. This is unusual. In most cities Paul visits, he starts by preaching in the synagogue, where there is already a community that knows the scriptures, that understands the concept of Messiah, that has a framework for understanding who Jesus is. But Philippi has no synagogue. According to Jewish law, you need at least 10 Jewish men to form a synagogue, and apparently Philippi does not have even that many. So on the Sabbath, Paul goes to the place where Jews typically gather when there is no synagogue, by the water outside the city gates, where ritual purification can take place. He finds a group of women praying. One of them is named Lydia. She's a dealer in purple cloth, a businesswoman, someone with resources and connections. Purple dye is expensive. It is extracted from sea snails, and it takes thousands of snails to produce even a small amount of dye. Only the wealthy can afford purple cloth, which means Lydia's customers are the elite of Roman society. She's not Jewish by birth, but she's described as a worshipper of God, which means she has been attending Jewish gatherings, learning the scriptures, seeking the God of Israel, even though she was not born into the covenant community. Paul speaks to the women by the river. He tells them about Jesus. He tells them about the Messiah who was crucified and raised from the dead. He tells them about the forgiveness of sins, about new life, about a kingdom that is not of this world. And Lydia listens. The text says that the Lord opened her heart to respond to Paul's message. This is significant language. It is not that Paul's argument was so compelling that she could not resist. It is not that his rhetoric was so powerful that she was convinced against her will. It is that God opened her heart. Faith in the biblical understanding is not something you work up on your own. It is not something you achieve through intellectual rigor or emotional manipulation. It is a gift. It is God opening your heart so that you can receive the truth that has always been there. Lydia believes. She is baptized. Her household is baptized. And she invites Paul and his companions to stay in her home. This is how the church in Philippi begins. Not with a dramatic public sermon, not with signs and wonders in the marketplace, but with a conversation by a river and a woman's decision to believe. The church grows slowly. More people hear the message. More people believe. They meet in Lydia's home, and perhaps in other homes as well. They pray together. They share meals. They break bread in remembrance of Jesus. They read letters from Paul when he is away. They try to figure out what it means to follow Jesus in a city that worships Caesar. It is not easy. The pressure on the church is not always violent, but it is always present. In a Roman colony, civic participation is expected. The festivals, the sacrifices, the public rituals, these are not optional. They are how a person proves their loyalty to Rome. To refuse participation is to mark yourself as suspect, as different, as potentially dangerous. Christians refuse. They cannot burn incense to the emperor. They cannot call him Lord. They cannot participate in the sacrifices to the Roman gods. They cannot attend the festivals that honour Jupiter or Mars or Venus. This makes them strange. It makes them outsiders. It makes them a problem. For some members of the church, this means social ostracism. Neighbours stop speaking to them. Business relationships dissolve. Families disown them. Merchants refuse to sell to them. Employers refuse to hire them. For others, the pressure is more severe. Slaves who become Christians may face punishment from masters who view their new faith as insubordination, as a threat to the social order. A slave who believes he is equal before God, who believes he has dignity and worth, is a slave who might not be as easily controlled. Women who become Christians may face pressure from husbands who do not share their faith. Children may face pressure from parents. The family is the basic unit of Roman society, and when Christianity divides families, it threatens the stability of the entire social structure. The church in Philippi is tolerated, but barely. They are not dragged into the streets and executed. Not yet, anyway. But they live with the knowledge that their faith comes at a cost. They live with the knowledge that at any moment the tolerance could end. At any moment, the authorities could decide that this strange new sect is too dangerous to ignore. At any moment, they could be called to account for their refusal to participate in the civic religion. And then, word arrives that changes everything. Paul is in prison. The news travels slowly past from church to church, city to city, carried by travellers and merchants and messengers who move along the roads of the empire. Paul, the man who founded their community, the man who preached the gospel to them when no one else would, the man who baptized them and taught them and loved them, he's locked in chains. The details are unclear. Some say he's in Rome, awaiting trial before Caesar. Some say he is in Caesarea, held by the Roman governor Felix, who is waiting to see which way the political winds will blow before deciding Paul's fate. The distance is immense either way, and the implications are terrifying. If Paul is in prison, it means the authorities are paying attention. It means the faith that once seemed like a marginal curiosity, a strange Jewish sect that the empire could safely ignore, is now being taken seriously enough to warrant arrest. It means they could be next. But the church in Philippi does not respond with fear. They respond with love. They want to help Paul. They want to send him money, supplies, encouragement. They want him to know that he is not forgotten, that they are praying for him, that they stand with him even from hundreds of miles away. In the ancient world, prisoners are not provided for by the state. There are no prison cafeterias, no taxpayer-funded meals. If you're in prison and you do not have friends or family to bring you food, you starve. If you do not have money to bribe the guards, you suffer in the worst conditions imaginable. Paul needs help, and the church in Philippi wants to provide it. But someone has to carry it. The journey is dangerous, the roads are long. Bandits operate in the mountains between Macedonia and wherever Paul is being held. Illness spreads in the crowded cities along the way. There is no guarantee that whoever goes will come back. The church discusses the matter. They pray. They calculate what they can afford to send. It is not much. They are not a wealthy congregation. Most of them are working-class people. Some are slaves. But it is something. It is what they have. They scrape together coins. They gather supplies. They write letters of encouragement. They prepare everything that Paul will need to survive in prison, to bribe the guards if necessary, to buy food, to pay for basic necessities. And then they face the question that has been hanging over the entire discussion. Who will go? The room is silent. Everyone knows what the journey entails. Everyone knows the risks. Everyone loves Paul. But love does not make the roads less dangerous or the illness less deadly. And then someone speaks. His name is Epaphroditus, and he says, I will go. Chapter 2. The volunteer. Epaphroditus is not the obvious choice. If the church in Philippi wanted to send someone impressive, someone with credentials, someone whose very presence would command respect, they had other options. They could have sent someone with connections, someone who had travelled before, someone who knew the roads and the cities and the languages. They could have sent someone who was trained in rhetoric, who could speak eloquently if questioned by authorities. They could have sent someone who was wealthy, who could afford better lodging, who could hire guards for protection. But they sent Epaphroditus. His name is Greek, which means he is likely a Gentile. He is not Jewish. He did not grow up with the scriptures. He did not grow up in a community that had been waiting for the Messiah for centuries, that had the prophets memorized, that understood the theological framework within which Jesus makes sense. He is a convert, a newcomer, someone who heard the gospel, believed it, and reordered his entire life around it. And now he is volunteering to walk hundreds of miles through dangerous territory to deliver a message to a man he has probably never met. Think about that for a moment. Epaphroditus has likely never seen Paul. Paul was only in Philippi briefly during his second missionary journey. He preached, he founded the church, and then he moved on. It is possible that Epaphroditus was one of the people Paul baptized, but it is also possible that he was converted by someone else, by Lydia, or by one of the other early believers. Either way, Epaphroditus is not doing this because he has a personal relationship with Paul. He is doing it because Paul is in prison, and Paul is one of them, and Christians take care of their own. This tells us something about Epaphroditus' character. He is not doing this for recognition. There is no crowd to applaud him. There is no guarantee that anyone will even remember his name. He is doing this because it needs to be done, and he is willing to do it. The church gathers to send him off. They pray over him. They lay hands on him, asking God to protect him, to give him strength, to bring him safely home. They give him what they can: money, food, letters. They commission him not with grand titles or authority, but with trust. They trust him to carry their love to Paul. They trust him to represent them faithfully. They trust him to use the money wisely, to deliver the letters personally, to speak to Paul on their behalf. They trust him to return if God wills it. And Epaphroditus leaves. The journey begins on foot. This is how most people travel in the first century. If you are wealthy, you might have a donkey or a horse. If you're very wealthy, you might travel by cart or even by ship if you're going to a coastal city. But for most people, for people like Epaphroditus, the only option is walking. Epaphroditus walks. The distance depends on where Paul is being held. If Paul is in Rome, the journey is more than 700 miles. That is the distance from Philippi to the capital of the empire, across mountains, through valleys, along the great Roman roads that connect the far-flung provinces to the heart of imperial power. If Paul is in Caesarea, on the coast of Judea, the journey is even longer, close to 1,000 miles. It would require travelling south through Greece, crossing the Aegean Sea by ship, then walking along the coast of Asia Minor and down through Syria to reach the Roman garrison city where Paul might be held. We do not know for certain where Paul was when Epaphroditus set out. The letter to the Philippians does not specify. Most scholars believe Paul was in Rome, based on references in the letter to the imperial guard and to Caesar's household. But the uncertainty is part of Epaphroditus' reality. He's walking toward a destination that he knows only by rumour and second-hand reports. There are no reliable maps for ordinary travellers. There are no guidebooks. There is only the road, and the knowledge that if you keep walking in the right direction, eventually you will arrive. The Roman roads are impressive feats of engineering. They are straight, well-paved, designed to move armies and trade goods quickly across the empire. The Via Egnatia, the great road that connects Philippi to the western coast of Greece, is one of the most important roads in the empire. It is paved with stone. It has milestones marking the distance. It has rest stops and way stations at regular intervals. But the roads are not safe. In the cities, there is order. Roman law is enforced. Guards patrol. Criminals are punished swiftly and publicly. The threat of crucifixion, of being whipped to death, of being thrown to wild animals in the arena, these threats keep most people in line. But between the cities, in the spaces where the empire's reach is thin, the roads are dangerous. Bandits know where travellers rest. They know where the roads narrow, where the sight lines are poor, where a man alone can be surrounded before he realises what is happening. They know which inns are frequented by wealthy merchants, which travellers are carrying valuable goods. Epaphroditus travels with almost nothing. He carries the money and supplies the church gave him, hidden on his person, but he cannot afford to look wealthy. He cannot afford to attract attention. He dresses like a commoner, in simple clothes that will not stand out. He walks with his head down. He tries to blend in with the other travellers on the road, merchants, soldiers on leave, slaves running errands for their masters, pilgrims travelling to religious sites. At night he sleeps wherever he can. Sometimes there is an inn, a place where travellers can pay for a bed and a meal, but inns are expensive, and not all of them are safe. Some are run by people who ask too many questions, who want to know where you're going and what you're carrying. Some are frequented by the kinds of people you do not want to meet on a dark road: thieves, violent men, people who would kill you for a handful of coins. More often, Epaphroditus sleeps outside, in a ditch, where he can pull his cloak over himself and hope that no one notices him, under a tree, where the branches provide some shelter from the rain, in the corner of a barn, where the owner does not mind as long as he's gone by morning. He eats sparingly, a loaf of bread purchased from a roadside vendor, a handful of olives, water from a well, if he can find one that is not polluted. Occasionally, if he's lucky, a piece of fruit or a bit of cheese. The food is never enough. His body is always hungry. But he cannot spend the money the church gave him on himself. That money is for Paul. That money is sacred. So he walks on an empty stomach. He walks when his feet blister. He walks when his legs ache. He walks when every part of him wants to stop, to rest, to turn back. This is not the journey of a hero in an epic. There are no dramatic battles. There are no narrow escapes from death. There is only the steady, exhausting grind of putting one foot in front of the other, day after day, week after week, and then, somewhere along the way, he gets sick. Chapter 3. The road of risk, illness in the ancient world is not like illness in the modern world. There are no hospitals. There are no antibiotics. There are no doctors who understand germ theory or infection. There is no concept of hygiene as we understand it. The idea that invisible organisms can cause disease, that washing your hands can prevent illness, that clean water matters. There is only the body and what the body can endure. At first, the sickness is minor, a cough, a tickle in the throat, the kind of thing that might pass with rest. But rest is a luxury Epaphroditus does not have. He has to keep moving. He has to reach Paul. He has to deliver what the church entrusted to him. The money, the supplies, the letters. These things cannot wait. Paul is in prison, suffering, possibly facing execution. Every day that passes is a day that Paul might not have food, might not have clean water, might not have the basic necessities of life. So Epaphroditus walks. The cough worsens. His throat becomes raw. Swallowing is painful. His body aches in a way that has nothing to do with the miles he has walked. This is different. This is something inside him, something wrong. The fever starts small. A slight warmth, a flush to his skin. He ignores it. He has been walking in the sun for weeks now. Of course he feels warm. Of course his skin is hot. But the fever does not go away. It gets worse. At night he shivers under his cloak even though the air is warm. During the day he feels like he is burning from the inside out. His vision blurs at the edges. His thoughts become sluggish, hard to grasp. Still he keeps walking. He walks through cities where no one knows his name. He walks through villages where no one cares that he is sick. He walks through wilderness where no one will find him if he collapses. Food becomes impossible. His stomach rebels against everything he tries to eat. The bread tastes like ash. The water tastes wrong. He forces himself to swallow because he knows he needs strength, but his body rejects it. He loses weight. His clothes hang loose on his frame. His face becomes gaunt. His eyes sink into his skull. And still, he keeps walking. Because the mission matters more than his comfort. Because Paul is waiting. Because the church entrusted him with this task, and he will not fail them. This is not heroism in the way we usually think of it. There are no crowds cheering. There are no witnesses. There is only a man, alone on a road, willing his body to keep moving when everything inside him is screaming to stop. He walks through pain that most of us will never know. He walks through exhaustion that goes beyond physical tiredness, that becomes a spiritual weight, a darkness that presses down on him with every step. He walks through moments where he is not sure if he will survive the day, where he sits by the side of the road and wonders if this is where it ends, if this is where his body finally gives out. But he stands up. He keeps walking. He thinks about the church in Philippi. He thinks about Lydia, about the other believers who scraped together their coins to help Paul. He thinks about their prayers, their faith, their trust in him. He cannot let them down. He thinks about Paul, locked in chains, depending on believers like him to survive. He thinks about the gospel, the message that changed his life, the truth that is worth dying for. And he keeps walking. The journey becomes a blur. Days blend together. He loses track of time. He only knows that he has to keep moving, that he has to reach Paul, that he cannot stop. And eventually, after weeks of walking, after weeks of sickness, after weeks of pushing his body beyond what it was meant to endure, he sees the city in the distance, Rome, or Caesarea, Whichever city holds Paul, he has made it, but his body has nothing left to give. Chapter 4, Sickness Near Death. By the time Epaphroditus reaches Paul, he is gravely ill. We do not know the exact nature of his illness. The Bible does not specify medical. Knowledge in the first century is limited, and diagnoses are often based on symptoms rather than understanding of underlying causes. Some scholars speculate it was a fever, perhaps malaria or typhus, both common in the ancient Mediterranean. These diseases are spread by insects, mosquitoes for malaria, lice and fleas for typhus, and they are particularly deadly in crowded cities where sanitation is poor. Others suggest it could have been an infection, something that started small, a cut, a wound, something insignificant, and spread through his weakened body. In a world without antibiotics, even minor infections can become life-threatening. Still others think it might have been dysentery, or another gastrointestinal disease, contracted from contaminated water or food along the road. These diseases kill through dehydration, as the body loses fluids faster than it can replace them. What we do know is this: it nearly killed him. Paul, writing later to the church in Philippi, describes it plainly. Epaphroditus, he says, was sick to the point of death, not sick and recovering, not sick but improving, not sick but stable, sick to the point of death. This is medical language. Paul is not exaggerating for effect. He is not using hyperbole to make the story more dramatic. He is stating a fact as plainly as he can. Epaphroditus was dying. Think about what this means. Epaphroditus travelled hundreds of miles to reach Paul. He endured hunger, exhaustion, danger. He walked through sickness, through fever, through pain that would have stopped most men. He pushed his body beyond its limits, beyond what any reasonable person would expect. And when he finally arrived, when he finally completed the mission the church gave him, when he finally delivered the money and the supplies and the letters, his body gave out. He collapses, maybe in Paul's presence, as he is handing over the money. Maybe in whatever lodging he found near the prison after he has finally allowed himself to rest. The text does not say. What it does say is that Paul is with him. Paul sees him suffer. Paul watches as Epaphroditus' condition deteriorates, as the fever burns higher, as the strength drains from his body. And Paul can do nothing. This is important to understand. Paul is an apostle. He has performed miracles. He has healed the sick. He has cast out demons. He has raised the dead. In the book of Acts, we read about Paul healing a man who had been lame from birth. We read about Paul casting out a spirit of divination from a slave girl. We read about Paul surviving a shipwreck, a stoning, beatings, imprisonments. Paul has seen God work miracles through him, but he does not heal Epaphroditus. There is no account of Paul laying hands on him and commanding the fever to break. There is no prayer that results in immediate recovery. There is no angelic visitation, no divine intervention, no miraculous cure. Epaphroditus simply suffers, and Paul, who has seen, and so many miracles, who has been used by God to perform so many signs and wonders, can only sit by his bedside and watch. This is one of the most profound aspects of the story. It reminds us that miracles are not guaranteed, that God's power is real, but God's ways are not always dramatic, that sometimes faith means enduring rather than being rescued. Paul must have prayed. We know he prayed, because Paul prayed about everything. He prayed for the churches. He prayed for the believers. He prayed for his own thorn in the flesh, whatever that was, asking God 3 times to remove it. So surely he prayed for Epaphroditus. Surely he asked God to heal him, to restore him, to spare his life. But the healing does not come, at least not in the way anyone expects. And then word reaches Philippi. Communication in the ancient world is slow. A letter takes weeks, sometimes months, to travel from one city to another. It has to be carried by hand by someone willing to make the journey, by someone travelling in the right direction. But somehow, news of Epaphroditus' illness makes it back to Philippi. Someone, perhaps another traveller, perhaps a merchant who knows the church, perhaps a Christian from another city who is passing through, carries the message. Epaphroditus is sick. Epaphroditus is dying. The church is devastated. They sent him. They prayed for him. They laid hands on him and commissioned him. They trusted God to protect him. They believed that his mission was important, that God would keep him safe, that he would return to them whole and healthy. And now he is dying far from home in a foreign city, surrounded by strangers. The guilt must be overwhelming. Did they do the right thing, sending him? Should they have sent someone else, someone stronger, someone less likely to get sick? Should they have waited, saved more money, sent 2 people instead of 1 so that no one would be alone? These are the questions that haunt them, that keep them up at night, that make them pray even more desperately for Epaphroditus' recovery. But here is where the story reveals something remarkable about Epaphroditus' character. When he learns that the church has heard about his condition, when he learns that they know he is dying, his primary concern is not for himself, it is for them. Paul writes that Epaphroditus was distressed because the church heard he was ill. Think about that for a moment. Read it again, slowly. Let it sink in. A man is dying. He is far from home. He is alone in a foreign city, or as alone as he can be while Paul is with him. His body is failing. He is in pain. He is weak. He can barely stand. He can barely think clearly through the fever. And his worry is not, will I survive? His worry is not, what will happen to me? His worry is, the church is going to be upset. The church is going to feel guilty. The church is going to blame themselves. The church is going to worry. He is distressed not because he is dying, but because they know he is dying. This is not the mindset of someone seeking glory. This is not the mindset of someone who expects to be remembered as a hero. This is not the mindset of someone who thinks his sacrifice makes him special. This is the mindset of a servant who cares more about others than about himself, a servant who worries about the emotional well-being of the people who sent him, even as his own life hangs in the balance, a servant who would rather suffer in silence than cause pain to those he loves. This is extraordinary. This is the kind of selflessness that the world does not understand, the kind of love that puts others before self, even, especially, at the point of death. And then, without explanation, without drama, without a single miraculous detail recorded, Epaphroditus survives. Chapter 5. Mercy without explanation. The Bible does not describe a healing. There is no moment where Paul lays hands on Epaphroditus and commands the fever to break. There is no angel appearing in the night, whispering comfort or delivering a message from God. There is no voice from heaven declaring, "This man shall live." There is no dramatic scene where Epaphroditus suddenly sits up, his strength restored, his body made whole by the power of God. Paul simply says, God had mercy on him. That is all, mercy, not a miracle, not a reward, not a sign of special favour, not a healing that proves God's power or validates Epaphroditus' faith. Mercy. The language is deliberate. Paul, who is a careful writer, who chooses his words with precision, does not say, God healed him because he was faithful. He does not say, God intervened because Epaphroditus deserved it. He does not say, God honoured his sacrifice with a dramatic rescue that everyone would talk about. He says God had mercy on him. Mercy is what you give when there is no obligation. Mercy is unearned. Mercy is grace extended to someone who has no claim on it. In the biblical framework, mercy is always a gift. It is never something you can demand. It is never something you can earn through good works or faithful service. Epaphroditus lived not because he earned survival, but because God chose to spare him. And Paul adds something else, something deeply human and deeply revealing. He says that God had mercy not only on Epaphroditus, but on himself as well, so that he would not have sorrow upon sorrow. This is a window into Paul's humanity. We often think of Paul as this towering figure, this theological giant, this man who wrote half the New Testament and planted churches across the Roman Empire. We think of him as almost superhuman, as someone whose faith was so strong that nothing could shake him. But here, Paul reveals his vulnerability. He is in chains. He is suffering. He is facing an uncertain future. He does not know if he will be released or executed. He does not know if he will ever see the churches he planted again. He does not know if his ministry is coming to an end. And in the middle of all this, Epaphroditus arrives, a brother, a friend, a messenger from a church Paul loves deeply, bringing money and supplies and encouragement, and then nearly dies. The thought of losing him, the thought of Epaphroditus dying after coming all this way, after sacrificing so much, after serving so faithfully, is almost too much for Paul to bear. He describes it as sorrow upon sorrow, as if he is already carrying so much grief, so much pain, so much uncertainty, that the death of Epaphroditus would be the weight that finally breaks him. So God spares him, not because Epaphroditus earned it, not because Paul prayed hard enough or had enough faith, but because God, in his mercy, chose to spare them both from that particular sorrow. This is a profound theological point. It reminds us that God's mercy is not a transaction. It is not something you can bargain for or earn through religious performance. It is a gift freely given for reasons we cannot always understand. Epaphroditus recovers slowly. The fever breaks. The strength begins to return to his body. He can sit up. He can eat. He can think clearly again. But it is not a dramatic recovery. It is not an instant transformation from sick to well. It is gradual, painful, slow. His body is weak. He has lost weight. His muscles have atrophied from weeks of lying sick. He cannot walk far without tiring. He cannot carry anything heavy. But he is alive, and eventually he is strong enough to travel. Paul makes a decision. Epaphroditus needs to go home. He needs to return to Philippi, to the church that sent him, to the people who have been praying for him, to the community that loves him. Paul writes a letter. It is addressed to the church in Philippi. It is full of encouragement, instruction, theology. It contains some of the most beautiful passages in all of Scripture. The hymn about Jesus emptying himself and taking on human form, the exhortation to rejoice in the Lord always, the promise of peace that surpasses understanding. This letter will become part of the New Testament. It will be read in churches for 2,000 years. It will be translated into hundreds of languages. It will shape the theology and practice of billions of Christians. But Epaphroditus does not know that. To him, it is simply a message from a man in chains to a church that loves him. Paul gives him the letter. He sends him home. He tells him to carry this message, to deliver it to the believers, to tell them that Paul is okay, that he is still preaching the gospel even in chains, that he has hope. And Epaphroditus, still weak, still recovering, begins the long journey back to Philippi. Chapter 6. Returning without glory. The journey back to Philippi is not triumphant. There are no crowds waiting to celebrate Epaphroditus' return. There is no parade through the streets. There are no songs written about his heroism. He is simply a man walking home, after nearly dying far from the people he loves, and the walk is hard. Epaphroditus is not healed in the dramatic sense. He is not restored to full strength. His body is still recovering from the illness that nearly killed him. He is simply alive, which is more than anyone expected, but less than anyone hoped. He walks slowly, much more slowly than he did on the journey to Paul. His legs are weak. His breath comes short. He has to rest often, sitting by the side of the road, waiting for his strength to return. The miles that he covered on the way to Paul, pushing through pain and fever, now feel impossible. What once took him a day now takes 2 days, sometimes 3. But he keeps going. He carries Paul's letter carefully. It is precious. It is personal. It contains words that the church needs to hear, words that will encourage them, strengthen them, remind them of what they believe and why they believe it. The letter is not long, a few pages may be, written on papyrus or parchment, but it is heavy with meaning. It represents Paul's love for the church, his concern for them, his desire to stay connected even though he is locked in chains hundreds of miles away. Epaphroditus guards it with his life. He sleeps with it hidden in his clothes. He He checks it constantly to make sure it is still there, still intact, still readable. The walk back takes longer than the walk there, but eventually, after weeks on the road, after weeks of slow, painful progress, Epaphroditus sees the walls of Philippi in the distance. Home. The word has never meant more. He walks through the gates of the city. He makes his way through the familiar streets. He finds the house where the church meets. The church is waiting. They have been praying. They have been worried. They have been imagining the worst. They have been living with the guilt of sending him, the fear that he might not come back, the uncertainty of not knowing whether he is alive or dead. And then he appears. He's thin. He's pale. He walks slowly, carefully, like a man who is still learning to trust his body again. But he is alive. The church surrounds him. They embrace him. They weep. They thank God for bringing him home. And Epaphroditus gives them the letter. This is the moment Paul has been preparing them for. In the letter, he has written specific instructions about how the church should receive Epaphroditus, about how they should treat him, about what his service means. Receive him in the Lord with all joy, Paul writes, and honour such people, because he nearly died for the work of Christ, risking his life to complete what was lacking in your service to me. This is not a command to throw a parade. This is not a call to build a monument or write songs about him. This is a simple, profound recognition. What Epaphroditus did was valuable, even though it was not spectacular. He did not preach to thousands. He did not write scripture. He did not perform miracles. He carried his message. He delivered aid. He nearly died doing it. And Paul says, honour him. Chapter 7. The lesson for the church. Paul's instructions to the Philippians are specific and deliberate. He tells them to receive Epaphroditus in the Lord with all joy, not with pity, not with guilt, not with awkwardness or uncertainty about how to respond to someone who suffered so much on their behalf. With joy, because he is alive, because he is home, because his mission was successful, because God was merciful. Paul tells them to honour such people, not just Epaphroditus, but people like him, people who serve quietly, people who risk everything without seeking recognition, people who nearly die in obscurity for the sake of the gospel. And he tells them why, because he nearly died for the work of Christ, risking his life to complete what was lacking in your service to me. This last phrase is interesting. What was lacking in your service to me? Paul is not criticising the church. He is not saying they failed or that their love was inadequate. He is simply acknowledging a practical reality. They wanted to serve Paul, to help him, to support him in prison, but they could not do it themselves. They were in Philippi. He was in Rome or Caesarea. The distance made it impossible, so Epaphroditus went on their behalf. He completed what they could not complete. He carried what they could not carry. He risked what they could not risk. And Paul says, honour him for it. There is a theology embedded in this command, and it is a theology that the church desperately needed to hear, not just in the first century, but in every century since. In the early church, there was a temptation, one that still exists today, to value only the visible, the dramatic, the miraculous, to think that the apostles mattered more than the believers who supported them, to think that the preachers were more important than the people who made sure they had food, to think that the missionaries were the real heroes, while the people who sent them were just background noise. Paul pushes back against this with everything he has. He insists that faithfulness, not success, is what God values. He insists that service does not require recognition to be meaningful. He insists that the church honour the people who do the unglamorous, costly work of keeping the body of Christ alive. Epaphroditus will not be remembered the way Paul is remembered. His name will appear only a handful of times in Scripture. Most Christians today could not tell you a single thing about him beyond the fact that he nearly died and recovered. But Paul says, honour him anyway, because God does not measure significance the way we do. The world measures significance by results, by numbers, by impact, by how many people know your name, by how many lives you changed, by whether you achieve something that will outlast you. God measures significance by faithfulness. Did you do what you were called to do? Did you love the people God put in front of you? Did you serve even when it was hard? Did you keep going even when no one was watching? Epaphroditus did. He was asked to carry a message. He carried it. He was asked to deliver aid. He delivered it. He nearly died in the process. And when he recovered, he went home and life went on. And Paul says, this is the kind of faith that matters. Not because it was spectacular, not because it will be remembered, but because it was real. The church in Philippi needed to hear this. They needed to know that their sacrifice, the money they scraped together, the prayers they offered, the brother they sent, mattered to Paul, and more importantly mattered to God. They needed to know that Epaphroditus' suffering was not wasted, that his illness was not meaningless, that his recovery was not just good luck or random chance. It was mercy, God's mercy. And that mercy meant something, and we need to hear it too. We live in a world that celebrates the spectacular. We celebrate the pastors with megachurches and best-selling books. We celebrate the missionaries who plant churches in dangerous countries. We celebrate the singers whose worship songs are sung by millions. And there is nothing wrong with celebrating those things. God uses those people. God works through them. Their ministries matter. But we forget the people like Epaphroditus. We forget the people who show up every week to teach Sunday school to 5 kids in a church basement. We forget the people who clean the bathrooms and vacuum the floors and make sure the coffee is ready on Sunday morning. We forget the people who visit the sick in hospitals, who sit with the dying, who bring meals to families in crisis. We forget the people who pray when no one is watching. The people who give generously and never want their names on a plaque. The people who serve in ways that will never make the church newsletter or the annual report. These are the people who hold the church together. And Paul says, honour them. Because this is the kind of faith that lasts. This is the kind of faith that endures when the crowds are gone, when the excitement fades, when the initial enthusiasm gives way to the long, hard work of actually living as Christians in a world that does not care about our faith. This is the kind of faith that gets sick and does not complain. The kind of faith that worries more about others than about itself. The kind of faith that nearly dies and still finishes the task. God sees this kind of faith, even when history does not, even when the church does not, even when the person themselves does not realize how much their service matters. Epilogue. The faith that endures quietly. There is a certain kind of faith that the world will never applaud. It is the faith of the person who shows up when no one is watching. The faith of the person who serves without expecting recognition. The faith of the person who carries the burden because someone has to, and no one else is willing. Epaphroditus had that faith. He was not a hero in the way we usually define heroes. He did not slay giants. He did not lead armies into battle. He did not write books or deliver sermons that changed the course of history. He walked until his body gave out. He delivered a message. He survived by mercy, not by merit. And Paul said, honour him. Because this is the kind of faith that holds the church together. Not the faith that performs miracles in front of crowds, but the faith that quietly, stubbornly keeps going when no one is looking. This is the faith that gets sick and does not complain. The faith that worries more about others than about itself. The faith that nearly dies and still finishes the task. God sees this kind of faith, even when history does not, even when the church does not, even when the person themselves does not realize how much their service matters. Epaphroditus returned to Philippi. He recovered from his illness. He presumably went back to whatever life he had before, his work, his family, his daily routines. He faded from history. His name appears in Scripture only because Paul insisted that the church honour him. We do not know what happened to him after this. We do not know if he continued to serve the church in Philippi. We do not know if he ever took another dangerous journey. We do not know when he died or how he died. All we know is that for one brief moment, his faithfulness was recorded, his service was acknowledged, his sacrifice was honoured, and that is enough. Because somewhere in the quiet corners of eternity, his walk matters, his suffering matters, his faithfulness matters. Not because it was spectacular, but because it was real. In a world that measures worth by fame, by influence, by how many people know your name, Epaphroditus is a reminder that God measures worth differently. He measures it by love, by service, by faithfulness, by the willingness to walk a road that no one else will walk, to carry a burden that no one else will carry, to serve in a way that no one else will see. This is the faith that endures quietly. This is the faith that changes the world, one small act of obedience at a time. This is the faith that God honours, even when the world forgets. Epaphroditus walked his road. He carried his message. He nearly died. He lived. And Paul said, "Honour him, not for the miracle, but for the mercy, not for the fame, but for the faithfulness." May we all have the courage to walk the roads that Epaphroditus walked, the roads that no one applauds, the roads that nearly kill us, the roads that matter to God even when they do not matter to anyone else. May we honour the people in our lives who serve quietly, who love without recognition, who carry burdens we will never see. And may we remember that in the economy of heaven, the greatest faith is often the faith that no one notices, the faith that simply shows up day after day and after day, does what needs to be done because God sees, and in the end, that is all that matters. The story of Epaphroditus is not a story about miracles. It is not a story about dramatic rescues or supernatural interventions. It is a story about a man who said yes when everyone else said the journey was too dangerous. It is a story about a man who kept walking when his body begged him to stop. It is a story about a man who nearly died and then worried more about the people who sent him than about his own survival. It is a story about mercy, about the mercy of God who spares us when we do not deserve it, about the mercy we are called to show to others, recognizing their service even when it is not spectacular, about the mercy we need to give ourselves, understanding that faithfulness is enough, that we do not have to be famous or successful or remembered to matter to God. Epaphroditus matters, not because he was extraordinary, but because he was faithful, not because he did something no one else could do, but because he did what he was asked to do, not because he sought recognition, but because he served without expecting it. And that is the kind of faith that God honours, the kind of faith that endures quietly, the kind of faith that carries us through the hard seasons, the painful seasons, the seasons when no one is watching and no one cares and it feels like our service does not matter. Because it does matter. Every act of faithfulness matters. Every moment of obedience matters. Every sacrifice, no matter how small, matters. God sees. God knows. And God honours the faith that endures quietly. May we be like Epaphroditus. May we walk the hard roads with faithfulness. May we serve without seeking recognition. May we trust that God's mercy is enough, even when miracles do not come. And may we honour those who walk these roads alongside us, recognising that the most important work is often the work that no one sees. Because in the end, it is not about being remembered. It is about being faithful, and that is enough.